down with Skyjack Morgan.
You don't want to get mixed up with a guy like me. I'm a loner, Daddy. A rebel.
A rebel. Be a rebel. Be a rebel, everybody. Bright and early new dawn.
Every headline, every story gives your morning some glory.
Everybody, welcome.
Stay informed, stay in tune as the day greets new blue.
Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Headlines with Skyjack Morgan. Start your day just fine.
It's some information for you, darling. Yeah.
Coffee in your cup.
Come on, this.
Fill you right up. Trends and weather. Morning show you need to know. Fill you right up. Trends and weather on the go. Morning show you need to know.
Come on.
On this daily ride. With your
It's a beautiful day.
Our colleagues, Carol.
It's a beautiful day. Let's go. With your moaning side by side. I can't afford to be a rebel in Trump's economy. Yes, you can. You can't afford not to be it. Yes! This is the show that you came for. This is the show that America needs. This isn't the show that America deserves. This is the show that America needs. America needs this show. Thank you so much for being here, everybody. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. This is the Morning Sky Show. It's the #1 news reaction show on YouTube. And I am happy to be here. It's literally when tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. That is the way it's written. That's it. When tyranny becomes law, rebellion becomes duty. Let me get this. Here we go. Ah, man. How you guys doing today? Yesterday I went to Sprouts to get. So are you getting a condo or a house? Man, I showed everybody the house yesterday on the members only. You're a Sky City rebel. You weren't in the members only. I gave everyone a walkthrough of the house. Going for a house. The condo backed out at the last second. They're like, no. They said, oh yeah, this is how much we want. And I said, okay, well, how about this? And they're like, okay, that's good. And then they rescinded the offer. But they must have got another offer because now their condo's pending. So somebody probably, but they didn't want to do it fast enough anyway, It's hard because like I go from going, okay, I'm a house person. Okay, no, I'm a condo person. Okay, no, I'm a house person. No, I'm a condo person. What kind of person are you? Are you a house person or a condo person? I want to know about you guys. Are you a house person or a condo person? You missed it. Yeah, I'm sorry. You missed it. It was a good show. It was fun. You got to see all the fun things that I was got to see the house. Got to see some comic books. I found out I have a Marvel Age comic that's worth $25, and that's pretty cool. It's not like it's a really expensive comic or something, but for a comic that costs 25 cents to be worth $25, that's 100 times an investment. Someone bought that for 25 cents. I think I got it for free. So if you think about it, a comic book that cost somebody 25 cents, it's gone up in value 100 times. Okay, it's 40 years old, but still 100% return on your invest from 100%. 100 times, not 100%, 100x, 100x. That's better than Bitcoin for sure. Better than Bitcoin. Comic books, not a great investment. Still better than Bitcoin. Still better than Bitcoin. Hey, Nia, it's the Skyjack Morgan Show. This will be informative and entertainment. Yes, I'm going for a house. You're a house person. I was about to put that in the I was about to put that the first poll of the day to see if you're a house person or a what do you call it, or a condo person. I have been a condo person most of my life. I mean, except for you, if you count the time I lived with my parents when I was little, the rest of my life has been apartments and condos, a townhouse. I live in a townhouse now, but still, it's like now I'm going to be a house person. A house person? I'm a house cat. I'm a house. I was going to say house something else. A house. I'm a house slave. I'm a house slave. Are you? What kind of person are you? What kind of person are you? Apartment / condo / townhouse, or they call it a single family house. Single fam house. What kind of a person are you? It's in the poll. You can do it now. Let's get in there. Get in there. Let me turn this fan on. It's getting fucking hot already this morning. It's already hot. That's why I like the morning sky. I started doing this show in the morning because it gets so hot. A question, if I may, if as a journalist you had the chance to interview the literal king of Palestine, would you, if the chance presented itself? There's no king of Palestine. What do you mean? Like Jesus Christ, the king of Palestine? What do you mean? Like what king of Palestine? Who's the king of Palestine? I want names. Not king of Palestine. Who's the king of Palestine? There's no king of Benjamin Netanyahu. Is he the king of Palestine? I don't know who you're talking about. Is it Donald Trump? Donald Trump is the king of Palestine. I'm the king of cats. Yeah. That was the first time I got scammed. I had a whole Maximum Carnage storyline, but one of my friends cried until I traded to him for something dumb. Oh no. I have the Maximum Carnage. I don't think Maximum Carnage is. How much is Spider-Man Maximum Carnage run, the original? Let's see. I think it runs. It's from 1993. I bet you it's worth the comic books. Modern reprints, the complete 14-issue series from. It's only $100. It's okay. It's only $100. A single issue costs about $5 to $10. The entire run is about $100 worth for Maximum Carnage. The comics run from 1993. The problem with those 1993 books, first of all, they're not that old yet. Secondly, they are. They printed a million of them. All those early 90s books, you could, those late 90s books, some of those are worth some money. Or if you got some Vertigo comics or some weird ones, but you got to get like weird ones. Man, I think I've got 3 copies of Spawn #1, and so does everybody else. You know what I mean? But Spawn number 95 or something is worth something because nobody picked it up, and the comic book stores didn't have as many of them, and blah, 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 blah. I've got a lot of comics like that. Things that, because in the 90s, I was a kid, and it's like, oh, the foil one with the holographic thing, it's going to be worth money someday. And then you go and you buy it, but you forget. As a little kid, you don't realize that Image and DC and Marvel, they're printing literally hundreds of millions of these, and they're all going to be wrapped in plastic just in someone's basement. So you're just like, duh, dang it. But that's okay. Like, I've got some really cool 90s runs. I've got some cool stuff. Some of my favorite writers were like at their heyday at that time. There's a reason why comic books were so popular. They were doing cool shit. Okay. And now people are like, well, they're not the great investment that they were. Well, good. I'm so sick of everything being an investment. Comics were cool. I loved them. And now they're not as worth as much as I thought they were when I was 13 years old. I was such a good investor at 13 with my chore money that my parents gave me a couple of bucks for chores. I had a job when I was 13, and I was that coupled with my money from my parents when I don't know, took out the garbage consistently for 3 weeks or 4 weeks or whatever. I forget what the hell. I fed the dogs. I picked up dog poop. Stupid chores that your parents make you do. And they gave me a couple bucks. I bought comic books. It's all right. It's all right. So don't worry. If you got scammed, you probably only got scammed out of $100. That's not the worst thing that can happen. Think about it. Donald Trump just scammed us all out of billions and billions and billions of dollars. So don't worry. Hi, I'm Earth, crowned in secrets by Saint Pope John Paul II. I was named Earth as my royal name. No joke. It was done in secret because of the headhunters at Target nationally. That sounds rad. King of Earth. Wow, way to go. Keep it going, man. Keep it going. Keep it going strong. Keep it going full steam. Too nice to be. How's it go? Keep it going full speed. So sweet to be sour, too nice to be mean. Okay, thank you so much for being here. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. Thank you. All donations, all Venmos will go to coffee. Venmo is Skyjack Morgan, and all Cash Apps will go to Melania Coin. I'm buying Melania Coin. It's the most important. It's the most important financial tool for Americans' financial freedom. Melania Coin's endorsed by the First Lady and created by the President of the United States of himself because he's a crypto lord. And I'm going to buy any Cash App donations or support today. The donos, any Cash App donos. I've heard all the cool kid streamers call them donos. Anyway, any donos are going to Melania Coin from Cash App, and if it's Venmo, it's going to coffee. Because I have shit coffee. I'm drinking shitty coffee. I'm drinking the shittiest. It's not the shittiest. It's the cheapest. I'm drinking Trader Joe's coffee. It cost me $6.99 since Donald Trump has been president. It used to cost me $4.50. Now it costs me $6.99. I think that's bullshit. But hey, this is the world I'm living in. You're a Gibbolante. Nice. I love it. I love it. I love it. It's my job to troll MAGA in comment sections and to yell at people in the park in handicapped spots when they shouldn't. Ooh, when they shouldn't. What if they just forget their placard? How do you know if they shouldn't? Ugh, that sounds like a dirty job. But I guess somebody's got to do it, right? Hey, I don't know if you heard JD Vance's, his kids are being treated like royalty. I'm not sure why we're treating JD Vance's kids like royalty. It turns out that everyone in this administration is using the helicopter rides like it's an Uber, because that's what they do now. They use helicopters like Uber.
Lennig and Von Hilliard are out with some gobsmacking exclusive new reporting on simmering tensions within JD Vance's Secret Service detail over crazy request by JD Vance and his family, considered completely unprecedented compared to every past vice president of the United States. From that new report, quote, on Thursday last week, Secret Service agents roused amongst themselves as they prepared to deliver another perk to Vice President Vance's family. Join a military helicopter crew to fly his young son to his golf lesson, end quote. The trip was canceled due to weather, but three sources tell Carol and Vaughn this, quote.
Death Wish Coffee. I love Death Wish Coffee. They won't answer I want them to sponsor my channel. I want them to give me coffee and I'll advertise them, but they never write me back. These sons of bitches. Fuck Death Wish Coffee. No, I like Death Wish Coffee. They're good. They're good. Fuck them. I even made a video for them.
The Secret Service staff's complaints about a planned chopper ride for an elementary school student reflects a building morale problem inside the team of agents assigned to shield Vance and his young family. Agents have shared concerns internally about Vance and his office, pressing them for trips and assignments that some agents consider an inappropriate or...
What the hell? Trips and assignments that some agents consider inappropriate? I love that the Secret Service is complaining about working with JD Vance.
Even unprecedented use of government resources compared to prior vice presidents. The agents pulled in to protect Vance and his family have also become fed up with the last-minute travel demands that Vance and his wife, Usha Vance, frequently place on the security team. The vice president's office provided a statement to MS Now saying in part, quote, the Vances are grateful to the men and women of the U.S. Secret Service who serve our country with distinction. Joining us at the table, senior investigative reporter Carol.
What?
To the last sentence of this story, it is a holy you-know-what.
A holy
Thanks, Nicole. Thanks for being
what?
patient as we tried to work with the story and work with our sources to make sure that it was above reproach. The Secret Service doesn't complain a lot. I've covered them for a long time, but this was the kind of tip I felt like we should try to figure out if it was true, because when they're angry in this way, it's sort of a red alarm. They're an overworked, under-resourced agency, and now they're being asked to go on a military helicopter flight on Marine 2 with the son of the vice president to take him to a golf lesson from D.C. across town to Andrews, former Andrews Air Force Base, now Joint Base Andrews.
They're taking this kid out for golf lessons. JD Vance's kids got to get golf lessons, and so the Secret Service has to go and on a helicopter ride with them, with this little kid to go have golf.
Usually that kind of travel takes place in an SUV. In this case, we learned from sources that the vice president was planning to go on this trip as well. The trip ultimately got canceled because of thunderstorms that day. But they flagged it to me, these sources, because it's reflective of this bigger problem you just beautifully outlined. They are feeling really strapped by the last minute travel and the unprecedented requests from Vance. And some of them use the word royal treatment, that they're not used to providing royal treatment to the children of a vice president.
Oh, Prince Vance. Prince Vance. Royal treatment to the children of the vice president. Maybe that's, I don't know. Maybe that's a good reason why you shouldn't have. Maybe they need to have really old people as president and vice president. Maybe that's the benefit of having extremely, extremely old people as president and vice president. Maybe.
Let me read more from the story, which is absolutely extraordinary and incredibly detailed. First of all, quote, the White House military office, which reports to the president, would have to authorize the use of the helicopter for the golf lesson. Operating the helicopter costs taxpayers between $16,000 and $24,600 per hour.
What? It cost me $24,000 to bring this guy's asshole kids to golf lessons? How is that? Does that translate to the Secret Service? Maybe the Secret Service are his caddies as well. How embarrassing. I'm going to take a bullet for the president. I'll do anything. Okay, but first, take little Vance to his golf lesson. What? Yeah, and a helicopter ride. I got to get the helo. I got to get the chopper. Get in the chopper. Why don't we just take the SUVs just across town? Get in the chopper. His kids have to do golf lessons. I know, and I got to pay for it. I just paid like a $24,000 an hour is as much as an American makes in a whole year. It takes a lot of Americans a whole year to make $24,000. The median is like 50. What is the median in America? What is the median income of a single person in the United States of America? Oh, $45,000. Okay, so the median is $45,000 for an individual. Huh. But it's a little skewed because this is age 15 and over, because you have to be 15 to work in most states. But age 25 plus, the median income is 46 across all workers with men, and 52 with women age 25 plus at 4. Okay, so 40,000 for women over 25, of course. 52,000 for full-time male workers. What? 25 full-time women workers over 25 make 40,000. Full-time male workers make 52,000 over 25 years old. Okay, so let's just say 52,000. Whatever. It takes 2 years, around 2 years, for an American to make enough money to take JD Vance's kid to his golf lessons. But Trump doesn't take a salary. But Trump doesn't take a salary. Exactly. Sky City Rebel Chip, thank you so much. Chip, it's so funny. Yesterday I went to Sprouts and I had my shopping bag, and I was looking at some vegan cheese I've never seen before. I was just looking at the label to make sure, I was gonna make pizzas last night, but I didn't. But I bought like some mozzarella. I've been on a pizza kick. Anyway, I'm there, I'm looking at it, and the lady stocking the deli, she's like, "Aren't you cute?" I'm like, "Huh?" She says, "You with your little PETA bag, and I guess my shopping bag had the PETA logo on it." And I said, "Yeah, I used to work for PETA, And she's, "Oh, I'm vegetarian. My son's vegan." I said, "Oh yeah, he's a really good vegan." I'm like, "Yeah, you just got to be against slavery and rape." And she says, "Oh yeah, I know. We should all be vegan. It's true." Yeah. And she's like, I forget what she said. She said because she said that people always ask her how she survives without meat, and how she just said how hard it is because people are such idiots. And she's like, my son's big like you, My son's big like you. He's not he has no problem getting his nutrients. This is crazy. I'm like, yeah, it's totally true. But she's like, and now I work in the deli section, stocking the deli. And I said, it touches everything. Slavery touches everything. Slavery touches every part of our lives. If you in the old days, if you bought sugar, it meant that some black slave picked it. If you had cotton, some black slave picked it. It's hard to get around it. She was calling me cute. She was probably like 65 or something. She was older. Yeah. She's really cool though. I don't know how you do it, Chip. How do you get your nutrients? How do you get your protein? I don't know how you do it, Chip. I don't know how, Chip, I don't know how you do it. How are you vegan? I just don't get it. How is it possible, Chip? I don't get how you're so muscly. You're so muscly, Chip. You got more muscles than Arnold Schwarzenegger. I mean, he is like 100 years old now, but I mean, like, you have a lot of muscles, man, and I don't know how you do it.
Use. That's according to a 2022 Defense Department budget estimate. An administration official familiar with Vance's travel said the vice president planned to accompany his son, but to take your kid to golf charge the taxpayers $25,000 an hour.
It's reflected.
And it's $25,000 an hour. Hold on, that's way more. So it's $25,000 an hour. So it's probably like $75,000 to get this kid a golf lesson. Because if it takes an hour to launch the helo, get the helo up and going, it takes $25,000 to operate this thing for an hour, and then you got to go over there. That's probably counts for sitting over there while he plays golf, and then flying his ass back. So it's probably like $75,000 for his little bastard JD Vance, little bastard Vance, to get a golf lesson.
How much more VIP help?
I don't know why people are getting more violent in America. I don't know why people are getting so violent lately. Why are people talking about the national razor? Why would they do that?
Helicopter travel, there was right from the get-go of the Trump administration this presumption that anybody important could basically use a helicopter as an Uber, and it preceded that horrible fatal crash between a passenger jet.
That's exactly what I said. I said it's an Uber.
And a military helicopter that was training, at least, to do a lot more VIP travel. There was just buzzing all over Washington, D.C. with these helicopters. And in this case, the Secret Service is kind of waving the flag, like, is this where we want to go?
Oh yeah, I remember. Do you guys remember that when the plane almost hit the helicopter, the military helicopter? They're saying that's why, because they're flying all these assholes around in helicopters. Everybody gets a helicopter. You get a helicopter. You get a helicopter. You get a helicopter. I want a helicopter.
With the use of our resources, which are pretty limited.
This is why they need a ballroom, guys, so that they can stop using helicopters. This is why they need a ballroom.
A little bit more from the story. They have a strong culture, Secret Service. Anyone who's ever been privileged to travel with the president has the privilege of benefiting in that sort of umbrella of protection. I certainly did when I traveled with President Bush and Vice President Cheney, especially after September 11th, and they were very cognizant of how anxious people felt. And it is a real tight culture. You're sort of walking in small groups in and out of helicopters and in and out of tight corners and walking through kitchens of hotels. I mean, you really spend a lot of intimate time together, and they sort of have some gallows humor. Let me read this quote. The frustration over the last minute asks from the Vances has boiled over to the point that agents have made custom coins and stickers to mock the frequency of the vice president's and his family's last minute travel. Using JD Vance's Secret Service codename Bobcat, according to images reviewed by MS Now. Featuring an image of a Bobcat's head, the coins and stickers read, quote, Bobcat OTR, which is an off the record, I didn't plan stop. Bobcat OTR Survivors Club.
They're making special souvenir coins. They're making challenge coins. JD Vance off the record survival club, because they're giving him so much VIP treatment, like he's a goddamn, what is he, Taylor Swift?
Explain.
What is he? Is he a crazy cat lady?
Challenge coins and stickers are, kind of a black market token for agents to share some sort of arduous assignment they've had together, to also foster sort of mutual respect and trust about their adventures. Some of them hijinks, some of them really deadly serious, right? And in this case, we were steered to look at some of these images because they're basically now making fun of the fact that they are survivors of working for JD Vance and his family. I want to say something with care and in fairness to the Vance family. They're the first vice presidential family with really, really young kids at the Naval Observatory in a long time. But I'm so glad you mentioned the history of Dick Cheney, because it was a threat after 9/11 to Dick Cheney's children that led the vice president's children and grandchildren getting more and more protection. That's where it all began historically. Biden wanted the same for his children and his grandchildren. But the Vance family is in this situation of, like, how do we take care of our kids, raise them in the city, and also have Vance serve as a vice president? We want to put our hands together for a father who wants to spend time with his children.
Oh, yeah. Put your hands together for JD Vance. He wants to spend time with his children. That's how he finished that book. Because as a writer, I know I've got plenty of time for personal life when I'm working on a book. And also when he does the book tour and he's flying around America, giving all the and when he was in the Ukraine and when he was he's spending time with his children. Yes. Of course he is. He's a family man. These people are not family men. You think Donald Trump gives a fuck about his kids? He doesn't give a shit except for the one he wants to bang. He does not care about they do not care about their children. They care about power. They don't get to these points of these places, these lofty positions by caring about their kid. Yes, JD Vance. Yes.
But maybe not. The agents maybe don't want to do it at $26,000 an hour.
Well, and there's no reporting in this piece, at least, that suggests that anyone objected to driving them to the lesson in an SUV. This was about the helicopter specifically, right?
It absolutely was. And Vance being on the helicopter makes it more.
You know what's funny? I've heard a lot of bullshit over the years from Secret Service. A lot of bullshit because they've got a high stress job. These Secret Service guys, and it's like military boredom all day long, right? They're like this, but nothing ever happens. And then when something happens, it's they're cuckoo. You ever talk to a Secret Service guy? They're a little different from the rest of us. These Secret Service dudes. They got a special job. They got a special situation, man. Give them some slack. I don't know. I don't even know what kind of person gets into something like that, to be honest. It's a whole thing. But these guys to sit there and make challenge coins, making fun of the dude and say that they're basically Uber drivers for JD Vance, but instead of Uber drivers with the SUVs, they're doing it with helicopters that cost $25,000 an hour. So the American people are spending $25,000 an hour to take this little asshole to golf lessons. Awesome. I love it. JD Vance, put your hands together for JD Vance. He's a family man.
Justified, if you will, because Vance, every time the helicopter travels, it's Marine too. It's an official trip, but a golf lesson raises serious doubts about how official or how necessary it was. The vice president should be allowed to spend time with his family. Agents are kind of crying out, we've had enough of this. And this is the worst example for them of a series of cases in which they feel the agency is being burdened.
That is so messed up. I swear to God. Yeah. Do you remember Taylor Swift's jet? At least if Swift jet sets around, she's paying it for herself. Yeah. Right. Taylor Swift is paying for it herself. JD Vance is using your money to do it. Fly his damn kids around. I remember when Bill Clinton got a $600 haircut and people were enraged. They were incensed. Like, how dare you? Donald Trump on his tax returns, the reason why he's so upset, people don't talk about this enough. The reason why he's so upset that his tax return was leaked, and he has not denied that they're real. In fact, he sued the IRS illegally and then tried to collect $18 billion. And then he went back. Well, anyway, they're not allowed to investigate him anymore. All that bullshit. Listen, the reason why he's pissed out about those tax returns coming out is because one of many of the disgusting things that one finds out while reading his tax returns is that he spends $70,000 a year. $70,000 a year on his hair. Just on his hair. $70,000. Donald Trump's hair makes more than you do. Probably. If you are anywhere, because if the median income is $52,000 for people, working men over 25 years old, $52,000 is the median income of working men over 25 in America. That means Donald Trump's hair is making more than you.
Well, Donald Trump has now paid E. Jean Carroll in full.
And Donald Trump, but he's paying off his rape victims now.
He had to pay her $5.6 million of Donald Trump's money. The unanimous jury awarded that money to E. Jean Carroll in a lawsuit that took years for her to pursue. And it does not prove that the American justice system still works, even though Donald Trump is president. It just shows that the system worked in this case.
Yeah, the judges, well, there's more to it than just that. The judges said that the lawyers involved must be investigated by the bar associations. That's Like they could be disbarred. Like the Attorney General Todd Blanche is one of those attorneys. He could be disbarred theoretically. Do I think that's going to happen? No chance in hell. But it could. It could happen. There is a chance in hell that Todd Blanche is disbarred because of his involvement in Donald Trump suing Donald Trump. Donald Trump v. Trump.
And it does show that Donald Trump has not yet completely destroyed the American system of justice, although he
It's true. A Trump in the bucket. A Trump in the bucket
is trying to destroy the Department of Justice. That is what Donald Trump wants his next Attorney General to continue to do, destroy the Department of Justice. The Democrats had a theory of the case in the confirmation hearing of Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer, Todd Blanche, to become Donald Trump's Attorney General. Todd Blanche had already survived his first confirmation hearing last year to become the Assistant Attorney General to Pamela Bondi as Attorney General. He coveted that job of Attorney General every day of his service.
They look real serious there. Hey, how are we going to get him out of this jam? Hey, have you heard about the Epstein files? This shit's getting crazy. I know. He's in it like a million times. Yeah, I know. But how are we going to get him out of this? He's in it a lot. I don't know. He raped. Do you think he raped all those girls? I mean, where there's smoke, there's fire. He probably raped at least half of those girls. Oh, God.
When Donald Trump fired Attorney General Bondi and made Todd Blanche the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche then launched an audition for Attorney General unlike anything we have ever seen in the history of American law enforcement, which included, among many offenses against justice, trying to indict a former director of the FBI for taking a photograph of seashells. Such was Todd Blanche's public, craven desperation to seize the title of Attorney General of the United States of America. Todd Blanche tried to indict James Comey for taking a photograph of seashells because Todd Blanche knows Donald Trump hates James Comey and wants him indicted. And that's the only thing Todd Blanche had to know. So the Democratic theory of the case in Todd Blanche's confirmation hearing today was that Todd Blanche was not the people's lawyer in his role as Assistant Attorney General or as Acting Attorney General, and he would not be the people's lawyer if he is confirmed as Attorney General because, and this was the Democrats' theory of the case, he is Donald Trump's lawyer.
He is Donald Trump's lawyer.
1 hour
Does anybody doubt that?
into his testimony, Todd Blanche, the now provably, objectively stupidest person to ever sit for a confirmation hearing for the position of Attorney General.
Oh, you see how he said the stupidest person to ever sit for a confirmation hearing because Matt Gaetz didn't sit for it. Remember, they were going to have Matt Gaetz and he never got to sit for. God, don't you wish there's a universe where Matt Gaetz sat for a confirmation hearing? That would have been fun. I think that would have been fun.
Of the United States said, I'm his lawyer. Todd Blanche proved the Democrats' theory of the case against him with his own confession about who he really represents every day when he said, I'm his lawyer. It came after a typically childish softball question from Louisiana's Republican Senator John Kennedy, who has cast himself in the role of the Senate's country boy. He asks folks,
he's my
questions.
favorite.
It could not be easier for a nominee who
the Senate's country boy. Man, I love Lawrence O'Donnell. The Senate's country boy. Let's hear what Foghole Leghole had to say.
publicly supports
Todd
Blanche.
Play the clip.
Todd Blanche
Play the clip.
Got too comfortable with the country boy's questions, just too relaxed, so that by the time the senator asked Todd Blanche if he is a friend of Donald Trump's, Todd Blanche's way too relaxed answer was, I'm his lawyer.
Are you and President Trump friends?
I'm his lawyer. Was his lawyer.
Oh, are you his friend? So I'm just a country lawyer. Now, don't forget that Senator John Kennedy is also a lawyer. Senator John Kennedy went to UVA Law School with Laura Ingraham, but I think Laura Ingraham probably graduated 100 years after Senator John Kennedy. What year did Senator John Kennedy graduate from University of Virginia? 77. Yeah, he graduated 10 years before Laura Ingraham, but I'm just a Southern lawyer.
Nice try.
I'm just a country boy. Don't mind me.
His lawyer. He got it right the first time. I'm his lawyer. Case closed, as they say. But minds were closed on the Republican side of the committee, as usual, where only one Republican senator asked any challenging questions at all. Todd Blanche was born 1 year after the criminal Republican President Richard Nixon.
You think Todd Blanche is a drug abuser? Maybe. You're probably right. If you think about how he hangs out with Donald Trump, they probably do boner bumps together. I never got that vibe from Todd Blanche. I don't think Todd Blanche does boner bumps, just Donald Trump. Donald Trump does a lot of boner bumps, but I don't think Todd Blanche does. Todd Blanche his family seems kind of normal. I think Todd Blanche has just been taken down the dark side. He's been taken down the path of iniquity. He's been taken down the path of iniquity to the everlasting bonfire.
Said, quote, mistakes were made in his ineffective and desperate defense of what was eventually exposed as the criminal conduct for which President Nixon was forced to resign the presidency. Mistakes were made was as far as Richard Nixon could bring himself to go in response to all of the...
You think Richard Nixon was a leftist smackhead? What's wrong with you, Richard Nixon? Richard Nixon was not a leftist smackhead. Richard Nixon was the first governor of, well, the first Californian to be president. He's the first Californian to be president. He was very conservative, and he was kind of a nut job. He was really kind of a paranoid, schizophrenic type guy. There was a lot of going on with Nixon. Was a complicated man. He was a very complicated guy. I don't think he was a smackhead, and he certainly wasn't a leftist. Thank you.
Crime that flourished around him that he encouraged and was was part of the conspiracy. He could never say, Richard Nixon could not say, I made mistakes. He could only say mistakes were made. And so since that day, the year before Todd Blanche was born, one of the backstage flippant joke defenses that people throw around in Washington intending to get a laugh is mistakes were made. But those are the exact words Todd Blanche chose in response to the 92-year-old chairman of the committee, Chuck Grassley, who, as usual, read every single question that he asked from a script prepared for him by his Senate.
You know, there's an old Vulcan saying, only Nixon can go to China. Only Nixon could go to China. There's lots of things. Richard Nixon also ended the Vietnam War, the pacifist. They said because he was a Quaker that he would mean the death to the American military industrial complex. And he was not the death to the military industrial complex. He just ended the war in Vietnam, which, you know, after 10 years, that's how long it takes to really embarrass a superpower up until now. Now it only takes a few months to embarrass a superpower. Iran did what Vietnam did in the course of a few months. It took Vietnam 3 million dead people and 10 years to embarrass a superpower. It took I think Afghanistan 6 years to embarrass the Russians, the USSR. It took them 20 years to embarrass us when we left Afghanistan. Afghanistan, superpowers 0, Afghanistan 2.
Staff, as he has done in every Senate hearing he has attended in his 45-year career. Chuck Grassley threw Todd Blanche.
What? Right-wingers drink themselves to death while leftists? Then how do you explain Charlie Kirk died of a fentanyl overdose? How do you explain Lindsey Graham died of a fentanyl overdose? How do you explain these things? You got these damn right-wing Nazi types dying of fent all the time. They're constantly dying of fent. Damn, they got the fire in their veins, son. They got that fire, baby. They think because they're rich that they can, I don't know, survive a fire, but they can't. Nobody survives the fire. Ask Lindsey Graham. He was there with all his gay boys doing fentanyl all day long, and he got himself a little bit of trouble. Mimo. I'm a lifelong bachelor. We need a ballroom to let our hair down and have a good time.
Softball about his handling of the Epstein files. And Todd Blanche literally said, mistakes were made. That was his explanation for releasing private information about some of the Epstein survivors who suffered again at the hands of Todd Blanche and the mistakes that were made by Todd Blanche. Todd Blanche told the top Democrat on the committee, Dick Durbin, I'm not allowed to meet with them directly, talking about the Epstein survivors. And that was a lie, of course. Todd Blanche claiming that he's not allowed to meet with the Epstein survivors.
Why are you Nazis always so violent? All of you maggers always so violent. Hassan Piker will be run down on GoPro. What is it with you guys? Always with the violence. Every morning I do this show, and you maggers are always so violent. Why is the right wing always so damned violent? Why is that? You guys just don't understand things. Like, you can't act like human beings and have conversations. God gave us the birth of speech, and maggers are like, they do. I want to kill everybody.
And an hour or so later, in response to a Democratic line of questioning, he then completely flipped, forgot his previous answer, and admitted that, of course, he is allowed to meet with them. It's simply that he won't, no matter how many times they ask. Todd Blanche complained that Donald Trump was the first president to have any portion of his tax returns leaked publicly by a private contractor who was working with the IRS. And that is true. He's the first one. to have his tax returns leaked because
he didn't release them.
Every other president of Todd Blanche's entire lifetime
Released
has publicly
them.
released every page of his tax returns. Every one of them have done that. Donald Trump is the only one who has hidden his tax returns from voters while in the presidency.
He's the only one who hit him. So they got leaked and he sued like a little bitch. Donald Trump is like the little bitch in every 80s movie where it's like the tough guy's like, come on, let's fight. And he's like, I'm not going to fight you. I'm going to sue you. That's Donald Trump is an 80s villain, like an 80s little bitch. Like that's what Donald Trump is. I'm going to sue you. I'm going to sue all of you. I'm going to sue all of you. You're all horrible, nasty people. You're all nasty. And I'm the victim here, and I'm going to sue everybody. Like this guy plays victim more than anyone else in the history of the world. Hitler didn't have to sue everybody. Hitler played victim. He didn't have to sue everybody. God damn it, all you victims. God damn. Oh, thank you so much. You really made my day. I love it when you maggers can't spell your. It's one of my favorite little things. I mean, I don't really care how people spell on the internet, but when you insult me and you can't spell the insult, I love it. I love it. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I love that. I love that. I'm gonna go. How many mongoloids have I smoked so far? I'm the victim here. I'm gonna sue all of you. Billions of dollars. I'm going to sue you all the way to the Supreme Court.
On the Republican side of the committee, they encouraged Todd Blanche to spend much of his time talking about fraud and how successful he has been at the Justice Department pursuing fraud investigations, fraud on the federal government, including Medicaid fraud. But none of the fraud cases Todd Blanche referred to in his testimony come close to the greatest fraud ever perpetrated on the federal government. And that was the $10 billion fraud that Todd Blanche put his name to as the only person to sign a so-called settlement document in a case that began as Donald Trump's attempt to simply seize $10 billion from American taxpayers and put it in his own pocket and do it through phony litigation. Donald Trump mounted a frivolous lawsuit after the statute of limitations had passed, and he sued the Internal Revenue Service and the United States Treasury for.
Yeah, I used to be a teacher. I know. Yeah, I used to be a teacher a long time ago. Different life.
$10 billion because that contractor at the IRS had leaked some portions of his tax returns. When that fraudulent attempt to seize $10 billion from the United States Treasury finally collapsed under political pressure, Todd Blanche and Donald Trump had to come up with something else. But the something else only happened, remember, because Todd Blanche, who refused to defend the federal government against Donald Trump's frivolous claim of $10 billion, could not pull off that $10 billion fraud gift to Donald Trump.
Couldn't pull it off.
Todd Blanche sat there.
Couldn't get to the end zone.
As the only acting attorney general in history accused by a federal judge of trying to perpetrate a fraud on the court by participating in a fraudulent lawsuit in which Todd Blanche was, in effect, working for both sides of the lawsuit. That's what made it a fraudulent lawsuit. He was doing what Donald Trump wanted him to do, and he was not.
Well, all of my students were adults, so yeah, I did. They were all adults. I never really taught kids. I covered for some kids from time to time, some kids teachers, but I never really liked teaching kids. I like teaching adults. But hey, that's a whole other story. Thank you so much. You're such a little weirdo. It's funny that the magger would completely go to that way. Why is magger? They always got that on the brain. Were you trying to find some common ground since you've got someone, you have a little doll in your PFP wearing a pedo hat? So are you trying to find like community with other chomos? I hear you guys have your own websites and stuff, your own little Reddit threads, and go to 4chan or something. I don't know where you guys hang out. Not here. I only hang out with adults. I only do adults. I'm the weirdo. You have a doll, a child's toy, a child's plaything with a chomo hat as your PFP. And I'm the weirdo. You spend all day defending your favorite politician who happens to be a national socialist, and I'm the weirdo. Okay, I like that a lot. I like that. Thank you.
Not doing what any other attorney general in any previous administration would have done when facing a fraudulent lawsuit for $10 billion brought against the Treasury of the United States of America. The judge in that case has sent her findings to the New York State Bar, where Todd Blanche is licensed to practice law. She wants the New York State Bar to investigate Todd Blanche for what he did in that case. There are a lot of first-time-in-history stories in Donald Trump's regime, and Todd Blanche is at the center point of the $10 billion fraud story that he and Donald Trump tried to get away with and failed. But the attempt to help Donald Trump seize that $10 billion appears to have been enough to get Todd Blanche nominated as Donald Trump's next attorney general. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse said this.
Our research indicates that senior DOJ officials have never in the history of the department before faced a judicial inquiry into a fraud on the court participated in by the Department of Justice. That was the inquiry open in Florida. The question about fraud on the court committed by the Department of Justice remains open in the judge's decision. Here's what she did find. She found that the Department of Justice colluded with the Trump plaintiffs, that the Department of Justice violated DOJ policies in that collusion, that department attorneys were derelict in their responsibilities as DOJ attorneys, that the department failed to zealously advocate on behalf of the United States of America, its true client.
Yep.
And as I said, the fraud on the court question remains open, unprecedented.
This guy is accused of fraud, and he wants to be the attorney general. He's probably going to become the attorney general. It's unbelievable, dude. Like, this is one thing I do love about Donald Trump is that every year it's like 10 new things happen, 100 new things happen. You can't even keep track of it. Of like, this is the craziest shit I've ever seen in American politics. I remember when Rex Tillerson, the former CEO of Exxon, like one of the most powerful men in the world, got fired. Well, he got hired as Secretary of State. That was crazy. And then he got fired on Twitter. He fired him on Twitter, the Secretary of State. Like, we forget that Donald Trump is such a little coward. He's such a coward. Like, this is how you fire someone. You sit them down and you say, hey, here's your paperwork. It's time for us to split ways. Thank you so much for your time and all of your efforts. It's just not working out, or whatever. We don't have the money to pay you, or we're going to go a different direction. Whatever. There's lots of reasons to fire people. I've fired hundreds of people. And I've never done it on Twitter. I've never not done it face to face. You sit them down. I guess I've done it not face to face when someone just like bails on a job, if someone just like disappears. But that wasn't what happened. Sometimes, people just disappear. Someday Donald Trump will disappear and we'll all be happy.
Allegation about the department.
Well, he won't disappear. He'll be in the ground somewhere.
Senator Cory Booker said something that summarizes Todd Blanche's life story as it will appear in future history books. When Senator Booker said, "You've chosen Trump over truth."
You've spent today making a lot of promises to follow the law, promises to be independent, promises to serve the American people and not the president. But we don't need your promises. We have your record. We have watched you exercise one of the greatest powers entrusted to any public servant. And what have you shown us? 1,200 victims waiting for justice. What have you shown us? There's 2 prosecutions. While the people involved, the victims, are waiting for action, one of the people prosecuted gets the most cushy arrangement possible after you visit with her. Again and again, you seem to be favoring the interest of a president and the powerful. You've chosen Trump over truth.
This thing about fascism, I always love this. People like, oh, well, do you think Hitler had ultimate power on day one? Fascism is a belief structure, a political structure, a social structure, even an economic structure, but it's not something that happens overnight. Dumb shit. Like Hitler in 1929 couldn't do whatever he wanted, right? Not until, I think, when was the Enablement Act? When was the Enablement Act in the Reichstag when they gave Hitler dictatorial powers? 1933, the law to remedy the distress of the people and Reich. They even did it back then. Officially, the law to remedy the distress of the people and the Reich. Here it is. Fire paved the way to this act. Yeah, and only one political power stood up against him. Only one. Can you guess? Can somebody tell me which political party stood against the Enabling Act, the law to remedy the distress of the people and Reich? Yeah, it took a little while for him to be a full-on dictator, but it went fast once he got real power. Things happened, but then even then it took him 12 years. Well, it took him another 10 years to get Auschwitz doing what Auschwitz did. It took him 10 years.
You've chosen corporations over the Constitution, and you fail to meet the test. I'll say this in closing. This is why your nomination should fail.
For the second time in less than a week, there's been a deadly ICE-involved shooting.
This is more proof that ICE, in its current form, is a rogue agency incompatible with the current constitutional order of the United States. We cannot live in a constitutional republic with an agency that has basically immunity to go around in masks and to murder both U.S. citizens, legal immigrants, anybody that they want. Beyond Alex Breddy, beyond Renee Good, even beyond the cases we've seen in the past week, they use the same excuse every time. This person tried to ram me with their car. We actually had one case in Chicago with someone named Martinez, a teacher from a Chicago school. She was shot 5 different times after they said that she tried to ram her car. But
yeah, then the video shows she didn't ram nobody.
when they got the body camera footage showed the exact opposite. And then text leaked saying, I shot 5 times and she had 7 holes. Like a despicable, disgusting thing coming from ICE agents. Guess what the punishment for that ICE agent was?
0.
Nothing. He's still on the streets over and over and over.
So just one thing that's actually notable, and it's a little bit different in this sense, because this statement from ICE does not suggest that the agent thought his life was in danger. It explicitly does not say that, which is very different from what they've used in other incidents. And for that reason, when CNN spoke to some law enforcement sources who said every law enforcement officer in America is scratching their head trying to figure out what that means. What does it mean that he was a threat to public safety that warranted it seems like at least 5 shots in the windshield of that vehicle. And when you want to arrest someone, this is a good example of how to do everything wrong. So there is a question. There's a question of legal and illegal immigration, and then there's an issue of how law enforcement is being conducted and whether lives are being lost in the process.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a lot of factors here. First and foremost, his immigration status to me does not matter at this point, because whether he was legal or illegal, no one deserves to die. That's a fact. Now, I want to also say this agent, which we're going to find out the facts through hopefully a very thorough investigation, was 100% wrong. Abolish ICE is reckless.
Stephelson, allow him to talk. Allow him to talk. I like to see the violent nature of MAGA. Don't you? Don't you like to see it on display so that when they tell you, because how many times do people come into our chat and they say things like the leftists are dangerous and violent, and yet every day the only people doing the death threats are MAGers every day. Don't you prefer it? Don't you prefer it out in the open? I prefer it. I prefer it all out in the open. I prefer you're not MAGA. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right, whatever, Ryan V. Ryan V, I appreciate MAGers like that. Right-wing nut jobs, fascists. I appreciate them out in the open. I love it. I love it. Because right-wing nut jobs are the most violent in our society. Every single time.
It's irresponsible and it's foolish. You're basically saying ICE is whatever you said. I couldn't even listen to what you said at that point.
No one at this table is saying
okay, it doesn't matter.
Wait, do you think
let me finish. Let me finish. You had your arrangements.
I love when someone like that goes, I don't even, like puts her hands in his face and then she provokes him and then let me finish. Well, you just put your fucking hand in my fucking face, bitch. You don't get to fucking finish now. That's how that works. You can finish if you have a point. If your point is to insult me with ad hominems, then no, I'm not going to let you finish.
Said, abolish ICE. Just to sort this out. Some people are saying abolish ICE. Adam did not say that.
Okay, ICE is a rogue agency.
So go ahead.
Are you fighting someone that's not here right now?
No. I'm saying you said ICE is a rogue agency. Actually fighting with you. No. Actually,
let me let
I think that Biden let millions of people in and an open border. Now Trump is left with that burden to try to deport millions. Biden.
That's all they can ever do. Biden. It's so funny that Barack Obama, that dog, that mean, nasty man, that nasty man dog, nasty man dog, nasty dog man. Never born here. He was born in Kenya. I don't know if you know. Have you ever heard of Kenya? Have you ever heard of Kenya? It's a great place. They got lions and tigers, I hear. There are no tigers in Kenya, by the way. Just lions. Anyway, fucking, for some reason, Barack Obama was able to deport hundreds times of people that Donald Trump, and he could do it without having shootings in the street. Why? How is he able to? How is Barack Obama able to accomplish the dreams of Donald Trump? Donald Trump can't do what Barack Obama did. And who does he blame? Biden.
Millions of illegal immigrants. Now say that this agent was horrible. Say that there's 5 ICE agents that are making headlines internationally. That are the worst agents in the world. 5 bad eggs and tragic incidents do not now invalidate the entire purpose of ICE. We need ICE. I care about the Americans being killed by illegal immigrants. It is not systematic. Every murder makes every headline for weeks straight. And let me also finish my point, because you said your point. I have never seen this amount of resistance towards authority. We have all, I'm sure, had bad interactions with.
There you go. Resistance to authority. There you go. Are you waking up now, honey? You're waking up? Yeah, you're not supposed to do what everybody tells you to do. Do what you're told. Respect authority. Respect authority. Respect man. I love that people are finally waking up. She's waking up, everybody.
Cops or agents, whatever you want to call them. You don't resist authority. And that's a thing that
you don't resist authority. Just do what they tell you. Bend over. That's what I did. Like, how can a woman say that? How can a woman say that? Just respect authority and do what they say. I can't believe a woman says shit like that and doesn't understand what that means, taken to its logical conclusion.
That's first of all, you don't know that that's what happened.
I've seen enough. You mentioned Alex and Renee. You mentioned plenty of
I'm talking
people.
about.
In fact,
we're talking about this incident in Maine.
First of all, the guy had a gun. You don't. That's already.
You don't know.
He had a gun, though. It's legal to have a gun. You don't get shot for having guns in America. I got a gun.
And he's a radical Facebook group. I don't want to talk about
these cute talking points, but you just said that because he's in a radical Facebook group that it's justified.
Alex goes, he spits on cops, he goes to protest. Yes, he did. There's videos of him spitting on police. He goes to protest as a hobby. No, I'm speaking to my opinion.
You think Martinez case that I mentioned from Chicago was bad?
I did not hear about that. If that's true, it's horrible.
Wait, do you think that?
What? You didn't hear about the Martinez case? They shot her 5 times and then said she rammed the car. It turned out it was total bullshit. They rammed me. Every time they say someone rammed them, nobody rammed them.
I think I should. Emily, do I think I should not now? ICE is a rogue agency because that one ICE agent was
they violated 100 court orders just in January. Just in January,
how many ICE agents are there? How many ICE agents?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know either. But you're saying it's a rogue.
Yeah, there's 12,000 agents. There's 12,000 agents. How the fuck does it? Neither of these assholes know this. What is going on at CNN with these imbeciles? Are you telling me neither of these talking head fucks know how many ICE agents are there? Here's how you do that. Here, you want to see? Let me just show you how that works. Here, let me show you. How many ICE agents are currently employed by the United States of America Department of Homeland Security? 22,000 agents, but there's 12 field agents, right? Let me see. Homeland Security Investigations has 71, 10,000. Okay, so it's a little bit confusing because of this. But there's ICE agents in the street. There's 12,000. There we go. ICE announced its historic 127, thanks to recruitment campaign, brought in 12,000 agents. Great. So they had 10,000. They brought in another 12,000. Now there's 22,000. Cool. Great. That's how you know things. That's how you know. These two people have no idea how many ICE agents. And by the way, ICE is like you have CBP and you have the investigative. You have 2 branches and they're usually split in half. So I think there's actually like 10 to 12,000 like field age, like guys in the street shooting people like Alex Preddy. And the other 10,000 are doing like, because there's paperwork to do. There's people standing at the border. There's all sorts of other people just driving back and forth and shit. So I don't know. 22,000. So now you know, I know, we all know how many ICE agents there are in total. 22,000. Yeah, with 47 days of training. Exactly. How sickening.
Agency. You're speaking on behalf of the entire group trying to deport
a Republican judge named Schultz said they violated 100 court orders just in January. That is more court orders than any agency in the history of America has violated. Do you agree with ICE violating those court orders?
They also have more shootouts than any other agency in the history of America. Last year, 2025, more federal agents were shooting at people than any time in the history of America.
No, I should not.
Okay, so by definition, they're a rogue agency.
You're saying ICE.
All right, let me let Emily have or Ashley have. Go ahead.
I hear the point about Joe Biden's immigration policy.
Like and subscribe. My name is Skyjack Morgan. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate, and coffee drinker. If you Venmo, I will buy Melania coin. Skyjack Morgan. I will buy Melania coin because it is the future financial tool for American prosperity, according to Donald Trump, endorsed by the First Lady of America. God bless her, Melania. Melania coin. Buy Melania coin. It's going to the moon, baby. If you do a YouTube super chat or a Cash App Skyjack Morgan, I will buy coffee. Coffee, baby. I need it. Donald Trump has doubled my coffee expense. Well, not doubled, but it used to cost $4.50 and now it costs $6.99 for the cheapest fucking coffee I can find. And that makes me sick to my stomach and I need to beg money. And that's why I started a YouTube channel, just to beg for my coffee money. Thank you, everybody, for being here.
He didn't get it right. We can concede that. And so if you're on the right and you think Joe Biden went too far to the left, I think we have to look at what happened and say Donald Trump is going too far to the right. Now you done told him a couple times to be quiet. Now let me finish. Because in the beginning of the
damn, man, that's how you shut down a lady right there.
Trump administration, and when he was running for office, he told us he was going after violent criminals. We have seen time and time again that is just not the case because the overwhelming number of immigrants in this country are actually not violent. So the premise in and of itself is false, but it was a helpful campaign tactic. Now, when I used to sit at this table at the very beginning and they would charge into apartment buildings and zip tie little kids, I was told that I was being in Chicago overreacting. And
that's true. Maine has been so true. ICE has murdered more people in Maine than illegal immigrants have. Yeah, of course they have, because there's almost no crime in Maine. There's very little crime in Maine, except if it's an ICE agent.
They had to do it because that was what was happening then to fix Biden's problem. Okay. When then they deployed in California and we were saying, wait a minute, the mayor doesn't want them there. The governor doesn't want them there. That feels like an overreach. We were told they have to.
I love this. Ryan V. Walk us off a cliff with a warm voice and unrealistic optimism. I prefer it than goose stepping. I prefer that to goose stepping. I don't like goose stepping. I don't like it. I don't like goose stepping right off the cliff with all you stupid Nazis.
Fix Biden's problem. Okay. And then when Renee Preddy was murdered, we were warning people that when people go rogue, and if you don't like the word rogue, when people don't have any type of constraint, when they feel like they have the president of the United States that is saying, go do whatever, the then sitting DHS attorney saying, Kristi Noem, riding around, Bovino walking around in a Gestapo type uniform. When you let people go.
That was crazy. Like, he made his own fucking uniform. What was that all about? He was just on the Tomi Lahren. I think I should do a reaction to that. He was just on the Tomi Lahren podcast, and I want to go watch that. Greg Bovino. I just love watching Nazis hang out together. Greg Bovino and Tomi Lahren hanging out. That sounds like a great time. You guys, do you think I should do it? Let me know in the chat if you think I should do a reaction video of just that.
Go too far, you get murder.
What about respect to authority?
So
respect to authority? What the fuck are you talking about? Is this America? What about respect to authority? Are you fucking crazy? That's how they defended American enslavement of black people. Just respect authority. How dare you challenge authority? What about respect to authority was your answer to that? What about respect to authority? Are you out of your mind? Is this America? When did America become a bunch of snitches and simps and bootlickers? Respect authority. What happened to don't tread on me? What happened to don't tread on me, you fucks? What happened to the government that governs least governs best? What happened to get the fuck off my land? What happened to I don't want the government coming in here telling me what to do? Now the Republicans are saying respect authority. Respect authority. Who does that sound like? Respect authority. Respect authority. That's your answer. Respect authority. Hold on. I got it. Hold on. One more time. Let me just hear it one more time.
Go do whatever. The then sitting DHS attorney saying, Kristi Noem, riding around, Bovino walking around in a Gestapo type uniform. Mm-hmm. When you let people go too far, you get murder.
What about respect to authority?
So
what the fuck? And you're saying that we're not a bunch of Nazis in this country? You're telling me MAGA's not Nazis? What about respect to authority? Does disrespecting authority get you murdered in America? Well, in the early days, yes, when we were fighting England. The fuck are you talking about? How is this? What? Where are your papers? Where are your papers? Exactly. Respect authority. That's the American. That should put that on the flag. Put that on the flag, everybody. Put that on the American flag. Respect authority. Fuck that. Don't tread on me. Now it's tread on me, daddy. Tread on me.
So
law and
the DHS,
anything that
DHS,
this is how white people always are. Like this fucking, I am the law. You're in order. You better respect my authority. That's how it works. The powerful, those who have inherited wealth and power. What about your respect for authority? Fuck your fucking authority. This is America. If you want to wear sweatpants and show up to work, you do it. This is America. We're a bunch of slobs that do what the fuck we want. That's what we do. Respect authority. Why? Because I'm living in your resort as your servant? I'm your servant? I got to respect you, but you don't have to respect me? Respect authority. Fucking lady, bend over. I can't bend over, lady.
I will say this. I don't think anything Renee good. I don't think anything Alex Preddy did, and any resistance to law enforcement deserves them not to be alive right now. And I would hope that we could all look at that footage and agree, but it is troubling that in America, we don't.
So let me just hold on.
Yes, it's troubling that we don't agree on that in America, that someone's standing in between an ICE agent gassing his own people and a woman who's being gassed gets shot, gets executed. And then their excuse is, but he did have a gun, a holstered firearm. He had a holstered firearm. In America, we're allowed to have guns. He did obey obey the law. Obey the law. Obey the law. That's exactly. Then you know what? Then they should have just paid those fucking taxes on that tea, huh? They should have just paid obey the law. This is exactly. You would have been a fucking red coat. You would have been a collaborator. They would have dragged you into the street, stripped you naked, covered you in hot tar, and then doused feathers on you. That's what they would have done to you. Follow the law. Legality is not morality, dumb shits. Dummies. Republicans like getting raped. They like raping. They love getting raped. They all got rape fantasies, these maggers.
Hold on, guys. The DHS clearly understands, actually, that this is problematic.
Yes.
A couple of days ago, Tom Homan said that he was...
She just called Adam Mockler immature after she said, what about respecting authority? It's like, do you remember the scene when Superman's trying to escape in the last Superman movie, and he's going to escape, and he's getting his powers back, and all the other people in prison are like, you're going to get us in trouble. No, Lex Luthor. And there's his fellow prisoners. I thought that was the most honest depiction of the American experience right now. That was more damning of the current American political landscape than anything I've seen in the wokest of woke shit propaganda stuff. That scene where Superman is just like trying to get the light of the sun so he can get his fucking kryptonite out of him or something. I forget how the physics worked, but he just wanted to escape the little glass box. But all the other assholes in glass boxes with no toilets, they're just stuck in this weird dimension space. So you're gonna get us in trouble. Why aren't you respecting authority? Why are you respecting authority? You should pray to Israel. You should just do what Israel says. You're gonna get Lex Luthor, help us.
Brought in to clean up the mess.
Superman's trying to let us all free. Liberation is scary. Freedom is scary.
In Minnesota, he had to discipline.
The tree of liberty. The tree of liberty is watered with the blood of people who say follow the authority, do what the law says. That's the tree of liberty is watered with the blood of people who say that.
Immigration officers for lying about an incident with an immigrant. Today, CNN is reporting that inside of DHS, officials have privately shared concerns. Repeated instances of ICE-involved shootings will derail public sentiment about the agency as Mullen is trying to rebuild on the heel of Kristi Noem's ouster.
Do you think? Look at this comment. Look at this comment, Jack. If you got shot by an ICE officer, or anyone for that matter, if anyone, I would celebrate. Do you think that makes me feel special? You celebrate when people die. You celebrate when children die. You celebrate when civilians die off the coast of Venezuela. You celebrate when a school full of children in Iran gets bombed. You celebrate when children of Gaza are being murdered. You celebrate at genocide. You celebrate when you see videos of Auschwitz. You celebrate when you see the mass graves at Bergen-Belsen. You celebrate all sorts of disgusting stuff. I saw you cheering when you saw the video of the pigs going into the gas chamber gondolas, and you thought it was funny to watch them scream and writhe in pain as they breathe the carbon dioxide in their gas chambers. I've seen you do that. You think that I feel special that you would celebrate when I die? I know that. You don't think I know that? I know that you Nazis want to see me dead. I know. You know how I know? Because 30% of Americans think, well, not even Americans, but 30% of the electorate think Donald Trump's A-okay. 30%. 30% after the gas prices have spiked, your groceries are more expensive, your electricity is more expensive, data centers are poisoning your rivers, oceans, and streams. Glyphosate is all up in your butthole. You got glyphosate breaking down your blood-brain barrier. You've got RFK Jr. making lists of people who are feeble-minded so he can put them in camps. And we're kidnapping or murdering heads of state. I mean, JD Vance murdered the fucking Pope. I mean, we got some crazy shit going on, and you're like, I like it. You think I feel fucking special that you want to murder me? I know you want to murder me. I know you want to murder me. Of course you want to murder me. You always want to murder people. You wanted to murder Martin Luther King Jr. You wanted to murder Fred Hampton. You wanted to murder anybody you want to murder Gandhi. Anybody who starts saying that the public is all of us and that everything is for everyone. Anybody that says that everyone should have enough to eat, you want to murder. I know. I know every time someone starts talking about the redistribution of wealth to make it more equitable for every man, woman, and child on planet Earth that you want to murder them. I know that. You don't need to say it in my chat. I know you want to kill me because you want to kill them all. Never forget that Martin Luther King Jr. was arrested 30 times before the FBI murdered him, and people like these maggers cheered. They cheered. They loved it. Martin Luther King Jr. died, and they loved it. It wasn't a sad day for them. It was a sad day for them when they found out Hitler was found dead in a bunker with a fucking bullet in his head. It was a sad day for them when Saddam Hussein got hanged. That's what's sad for them, when the despots go down.
Mark Wayne Mullen came in saying the whole ballgame is trying to keep ICE out of the headlines. So when you're pushing, as Senator Angus King said, to 2,000 arrests a day, what happens is that you're increasing the likelihood that random people are going to get caught up in what they claim are targeted enforcement actions. So again, we can have a whole debate about how bad illegal immigration is. That's all fine.
Rib tip. These are your people, man. This is your tribe. I have been back and forth with Jack many times, a difference of opinion. To say that I would be happy to take a life, have a life taken is just plain wrong. This is a problem on both sides. And dude, that's your side, dude. That is your side. You are on that person's side. Don't try to fucking gaslight me. You would laugh too if I got murdered. Why do you think I have a gun? Why do you think I carry a gun? Why do you think that? Why do you think I train with my gun? Why do you think I do that?
I don't think anybody is disagreeing that there has been a problem with that. Ashley just conceded that. But Horace, I'm asking you, it's about the conduct. Can we just talk for just 1 second about the conduct here and whether you think that this is a good look?
Malcolm X did warn us. Martin Luther King Jr. also warned us about white liberals. He said the white liberals were worse than the KKK. Liberals, don't forget, liberals are just as bad because they are necessary for Nazis to succeed. The white liberals of the Weimar Republic were necessary for the Nazis' rise to power. The white liberals were necessary for the fucking KKK to have as much power as they did. Absolutely. Liberals, I don't like them. No, sir, I don't like them.
For any federal law enforcement agency.
No, I don't, and I've never suggested that. What I have suggested is that you can't sustain the cost associated with nearly 20 million people, and something absolutely has to be done.
So a few people
suffer the most.
People who committed no crimes, like the 2 immigrant men who were killed in the last week, like Alex Preddy and Renee Good, they're just...
What a fucking idiot. If you think that liberals killed 40 million, you're talking about abortion, that liberals are the ones who commit abortions? Are you fucking stupid? You think how many abortions do you think Donald Trump has paid for over the years? I mean, literally, there's evidence, you could believe it or not, but there is evidence that Donald Trump was on a boat in Lake Michigan while they tossed an infant overboard to get rid of him. Because the baby was inconvenient. So I don't know who the fuck you think you're talking about with white liberals killing black babies in a womb, but you're fucking stupid. The reason why black babies were killed in the womb is because of economic policies making it almost impossible for black people to get ahead and making it really hard for them to raise babies. Because when you have to decide between eating, paying rent, or having a baby, so a lot of times you're like, well, fuck, I'd love to have a baby right now, but I guess I'm going to have to make the hard decision to eat instead or to pay rent instead. Because those are the choices that the people who are poor have to face every day in America. And it's not just the blacks, by the way. It's all the poor people. There are just as many whites who are having abortions all the time because they can't afford it. Because they think, what the fuck am I supposed to do? When someone has a baby, when someone finds out they're pregnant in America, they don't think, oh, gee whiz, I can't wait to see my bright baby's beautiful new eyes. All innocent the first time they look at the sky. They don't think that. They think, how the fuck am I going to afford this shit? They've been talking about it since fucking Elvis. Since Elvis. On a cold and gray Chicago morning, another little baby boy born in ghetto. In the ghetto. And his mama cries.
Collateral damage in trying to recruit some unknown amount of money.
I blame Joe Biden for creating an environment where, in the effort to
Joe Biden
try to address this. See, I have
how are you going to blame
relatives.
How are you going to blame Joe Biden for something that happened after he left office?
Kid to the hospital because it's overcrowded. They can't get treatment at the school for reading difficulties because it's overcrowded.
Okay, I guess what I'm asking.
It's overcrowded because it's underfunded, moron.
These are locally funded.
Boris, what I'm asking you is, are you suggesting that people's actual lives, right, like these people who we're talking about who are dead, those lives are an appropriate price to pay for broader societal issues?
Where do you guys keep wanting to add these words in?
Because that's what you're saying. That's what you're suggesting, that people deserve to die because Joe Biden may or may not have let a higher number of asylum seekers into the country.
Because I asked you a question and you responded by saying, well, hospitals are overcrowded, the schools are overcrowded. I'm asking you, are the lives that are lost a price that you're willing to pay?
We are going to keep having lives lost until we come up with a way to deal with this problem. Whether it's American.
Yes, of course it's underfunded. When the military-industrial complex receives $1 trillion plus from American taxpayers, and that's just to the Pentagon, doesn't even count the billions and billions of dollars we give to people like Elon Musk for the space program now, but $1 trillion to the military. While schools don't have enough teachers and teachers are treated like garbage, and we have school shootings and all sorts of other issues in our school system, yeah, I would say that's underfunded. 100%. Yes.
Lives or whether it's immigrant lives, we allow a policy that is dangerous for the country.
As we've said many times, because it's true, immigrants commit fewer crimes than native-born Americans. They are not more responsible for crime than your neighbor who is a native-born American. And so if you want to blame immigrants for crime, you got to actually prove it. And they've never, look, I've been sitting here waiting. Stephen Miller goes on TV every day. He talks about it. There's no actual proof.
Dude, you're talking about eliminating MAGA? I mean, sure, if you want to, I guess, go. Well, how are you going to do it? They're domestic threats, so yes, eliminate them. Yes, you should eliminate MAGA, but I don't know how you're going to do it. I don't know how you want to do it. But, yes, eliminate them. But I'm not saying how. I'm not suggesting that we should do it. That's not my suggestion. I'm on YouTube. You're not allowed to suggest stuff like that.
Immigrants are driving an increase in
crime. He said it could be zero. I'm like, okay, it also could be 0 deaths by ICE. Like, is that not a...
We can agree with that, but first of all, Abby, this narrative...
Let's let that be the last word since we all agree on that. ICE...
Great. Yeah. ICE has killed 3 people in the last week, and everyone's like,
is pausing most traffic stops. And second, each ICE arrest team plans to have one agent wearing a body camera.
One agent with a body cam? That's just one guy who could do this. One guy. Stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting. That's how they do that.
See this pattern over and over with ICE, right? Where they pretend that these people weaponize their cars, despite the fact that we see the video and we know that that's not true, where they are targeting the wrong people. Neither of these two had criminal records. And most of the people that are getting detained and deported by ICE, and by most, I mean over 70%, don't have any criminal record. And so supposedly there have been policy changes after Minnesota. When we saw...
The only domestic threat in America right now is MAGA. That's the only one. We have a Nazi party in America. In the 1930s, they called it the America First Party. Sound familiar? I'll never stop reminding people that historically the America First Party was our Nazi party, our fascist party, and leading up to the war in Europe, because we didn't get into it until 1941. Don't forget, and not until 1942 in Europe. So I mean, we took in the 30s. Charles Lindbergh and all the Nazis and Hitler sympathizers and apologists. They thought it would be great to say America first, America über alles, America über alles. Yeah, sounds great. Fascism always works, guys. It's a great plan. Great plan. Keep it going. And then it's funny because when America came, Donald Trump said they were talking about D-Day, and Donald Trump told the Chancellor Merz of Germany, Merz, he said to him, D-Day is not such a great day for you. And he said, yeah, I mean, yes, it was. Germany was liberated from Nazi rule. You think everybody was Nazi? Like, he had to explain to him that the German people were also victims, that the domestic threat came from this Austrian who convinced people that they could make Germany first Germany first. Everyone else is a loser. Deport all the Jews. Deport all the blacks. They're not real Germans. Deport all of the gays. They're not real Germans. And then kill all the autistic kids. They didn't call them autistic back then. They called them feeble-minded. Kill all the old people who are geisteskrank. Kill all the people with mental disabilities. That is how Hitler did his shit, man. And you guys are falling for the same thing all over again. All over again. It's the same goddamn thing. And the liberals are just like they were in the Weimar Republic. Like, we're going to write a letter. I think what we got to do is write more letters. That's the plan. Great plan, liberals. Great plan. And the only people that stood up to the Hitlers of the world, people like Mussolini, were the Social Democrats. And guess what? Social Democrats are coming back. And people are surprised that Social Democrats are getting a little bit of steam under their heads again. FDR was a Social Democrat. FDR was a democratic socialist, and he killed Nazis.
2 blonde, blue-eyed U.S. citizens killed in the streets of Minneapolis. And now, months later, it's happening again. And it feels, you know what it feels like for a person of color, for a Latina immigrant? It feels like we are being hunted down by our government.
You are being hunted down by your government. You are.
Impunity and absolutely zero accountability.
So, I mean, to Anna's point, I mean, the issues with these types of vehicular stops have been there for a long time. And in fact, in this main incident, they said that he was shot because there was a perceived threat to public safety. There's not a lot of information to support that.
Social Democrats are useless. I mean, I like the social. I wouldn't consider myself a social democrat, but I like them. I like social democrats because they're the only ones who stood up against Hitler. The only ones who voted to not make him a dictator were 92 social democrats. And then most of them were murdered. But they stood up to him. And you know what? At least they had some courage. Social democrats might be useless, but I don't know. FDR was a social democrat and he killed Nazis. You'd be speaking German right now. Wollen wir auf Deutsch sprechen? Wir können eine ganze Show auf Deutsch machen, wenn du willst. Viele Leute wissen nicht, dass ich Deutsch kann, dass ich in Deutsch wohnte. 6 Jahre, Alter. Was soll denn sowas, ey? Weißt du, ich hab diese Sprache studiert. Ich habe doch die ganze Germanistik studiert. Ich habe das Wissenschaft auch gemacht, ne? Die Vergangenheit habe ich studiert. Diese Nazi-Regierung habe ich studiert. Aber du willst mir sagen, was ich glauben soll über diese heutige Tage, ne?
But one thing that is a threat to public safety is a moving vehicle with a deceased driver in it, which is one of the reasons that you really don't.
You know, we're not speaking German because of FDR. Because if Charles Lindbergh had won the election and the Nazis, the America First Party took over, then we would be all speaking German right now. That's why. The reason why America won World War II was because the Social Democrats were there.
Shoot and kill the person driving a moving car. So where is the accountability and even acknowledgement that there's a problem here? From just a straight policing perspective.
Well, I think the acknowledgement is pretty clear. They paused traffic stops, at least temporarily, and we'll see how long that lasts. I think
it lasted about 12 hours.
Stop is different, I think. But one thing that should be the same. They should all be wearing body cameras.
Alabama anarchists I wouldn't rally behind the DSA, but MAGA won't shut up. I totally agree. I wouldn't be a DSA guy, but hey, you know what? Now I'm starting to think about it. Look at that. Scott Jennings says they should have body cameras.
And I know that the provisions have been made to send them body cameras. I know they're going to have at least one body camera on every team. I can't help but think that the repeated shutdowns of the Department of Homeland Security caused a delay in getting these things deployed. But no matter, body cameras here would help the public a tremendous amount. Now, in the case of Maine, there is no video. There is at least one witness who says.
Great point. Thank you. Phil Connor? I'm no longer sure who won World War II. Well, that's the thing. World War II, United States and USSR beat the Nazis, right? And USSR freed the Jews from the concentration camps. America likes to take credit for it, but USSR did that, right? The English did it in like Bergen-Belsen in the West, and the USSR did it in all those Eastern ones like Auschwitz, the really bad ones, right? Those are the ones that the USSR liberated. Anyway, point is, after the war, the Nazis who were left standing here in America, they joined forces with the Nazis there. We imported their Nazis. We took them here. We brought them here. And we started a fucking missile program and a space program and rocket ships and all this other shit with Nazi scientists. And what did we do? We set to killing Russians. We set to killing anyone who's talked to. We set to killing social democrats down in South America. We joined forces with the Nazi. We switched sides. We were on the side of the USSR and we switched sides after the war. That's what happened. So we did win. But then, ever since we've been on the side of the Nazis. So it just took a while. It took about, 75 years for the Nazis to just be as president. I mean, we've always been a little fascist in America. Always. But full-blown Nazi? Not until now. America first, make America great again. All these things are just Nazi propaganda. There's no way around it. People want to pussyfoot around calling them Nazis, but they're Nazis. They've always been Nazis. This is just National Socialism.
The person disobeyed repeated commands to stop, but we don't really know. And so I hesitate to jump to conclusions on, other than to say this: every loss of life in any of these interactions is extremely regrettable. And it's not anything any of us should wish for. But figuring out what happened after the fact should be a lot easier than it is. And it would be made easier if the body cameras were deployed.
Yeah, it would be easier, huh? Yeah, it would be easier.
Law enforcement agencies across the country use AI-powered cameras to scan billions of vehicles each month.
They could spy on us, but you can't spy on them.
Often without drivers even knowing they're being recorded. Supporters say the technology helps solve crimes. Critics warn its rapid expansion is creating a nationwide surveillance network, raising questions about the balance between public safety and personal privacy. Paul Salman dives into that debate.
A quiet Saturday afternoon last September.
I don't want to be a communist. Come on, Kirk. Do you know what that even means? I don't want to be a communist. Most people are communists in their hearts. But you know what? You don't have to be. In anarchism, you can go and live in your own you can get a little piece of land and work it yourself. Go ahead. You don't want to share with other people and you don't want to take anything from anyone else. Go ahead. You could do that. That's how it works in anarcho-communism. If you don't want to share, I don't know, because I don't know, whatever reason you would have, you don't want to share and you don't like other people sharing with you, you can go and live on your own and have your own little plot of land and work it yourself and do all the things you want to do. Do whatever you want.
Denver resident Chrisanna Elser gets an alert from her doorbell camera. A nearby Columbine Valley police officer has come calling.
You know why I'm here? No. He pulled out a picture of my truck and accused me of stealing a package.
We have cameras everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing.
Police.
Fuck you. Did you see this fucking cop lying to her?
And accused me of stealing.
Listen to the confidence of this Nazi.
A package.
We have cameras everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing.
Get the fuck out of get off my property.
Police-operated cameras had recorded her driving near the scene of the crime. Only problem, she had nothing to do with it.
They caught me 20 times driving through the neighborhood that we drive through to go to work every day.
Police.
I go to work. You're not allowed to go to work anymore.
Should simply match their video with doorbell footage of the theft, showing a blonde, like Elser.
Well, can I see this video?
If you go to court, you can. If you're going to deny it, I'm not going to extend you any courtesy. If you're going to lie to me.
Fuck you. Look at her face. I'm lying to you? I wasn't there. Get inside, baby. Get inside. That guy standing there, I guarantee you that's a MAGA cuck. Gonna let him beat up his wife. Watch.
I'm not going to extend you any courtesy.
It was shocking to have somebody come in so strong and rely on the digital evidence.
Small black cameras mounted on utility poles began appearing around the neighborhood.
MAGA loves this shit. They love surveillance. They love us all being looked at. You're not doing anything wrong. It's not a problem, right? MAGA loves this shit. They love this Nazi shit right here.
In 2024. But so what, says Elser?
MAGA, this is MAGAism. Remember under whose watch this is happening. Remember who's president while this is going on.
I took the stance that everybody else takes, that, big deal. It's up there. If I'm not doing anything wrong, then why am I worried about it?
Turns out these cameras extend far beyond Denver. Today, more than 100,000.
Kirk Wilson, that's not true. So you can work your land as long as you don't hire other people, because that's exploitative, you see. So you can work your land all you want. Che Guevara doesn't want to take your land from you. Che Guevara just doesn't want you using the people or using an undue resource. If you can't till that land yourself, they're going to take whatever you can't do yourself. That's it. Yeah, everyone else. They're going to give it to everybody. Everyone else can, whatever you can't farm yourself, they'll farm, basically. That's how that works.
Are installed across all 50 states, according to crowdsourced data from anti-surveillance organizations. The vast majority owned by security tech company Flock Safety.
Let's shape a safer future together.
We build hardware.
A safer future. Look, they even have a little tree in the logo. You know you love that, right? Look at this is what America looks like under MAGAs. MAGAs, everywhere you go, wait a second. Is this the sex offender registry for MAGA? This is just the sex offender. These are just the MAGA sex offenders all over. I've seen this map before. Or is it flock cameras? I don't know. It seems like MAGA's got a lot of splaining to do.
The vast majority owned by security tech company.
Look at this logo. Flock safety with the softened edges of the all lowercase font. Come on. This is friendly. You can't even parody this. You can't even flock safety. It's not surveillance. It's safety. Now shut the fuck up and bend over up against the wall. Listen, don't forget to like and subscribe if you hate surveillance. Like and subscribe if you hate surveillance.
Flock safety.
Let's shape a safer future together.
We build hardware and software that helps cities solve crime.
Flock's Josh Thomas says they make other devices to detect gunshots, for instance. But
our bread and butter product is a license plate reader. We are pinpoint focused on the back of a vehicle.
We're pinpoint focused. This guy kind of got a JD Vance vibe too. I don't know why everybody with a beard now looks like JD Vance to me. He made beards uncool. I'm sorry, beard wearers. I'm not going to wear a beard until JD Vance dies or goes away. He'll go away, right? They'll put him in jail. What do you think's going to happen to JD Vance? Will he go to jail?
To identify the make, model, color, the license plate, the state of the license plate.
Timestamps, locations. But Flock's AI-powered cameras also record bumper stickers, dents, to match against local and national law enforcement hot lists.
So when there's a wanted person, an outstanding warrant, a hit and run, a missing person, they will add those license plates to the list. So in real time, if one of those vehicles drives by a Flock safety device, we'll send an alert to local law enforcement.
The data is also stored on a searchable cloud database for 30 days. And so misuse can happen, as with Krisanna Elser, among others documented in local reporting. But it's rare, says Thomas. What's far more common, he says, the technology helps solve crimes.
They're helping solve somewhere between 800,000 to 1 million crimes every calendar year. So roughly about 20 to 25% of all reported crime in America.
This is so funny to me. Given everything you've said on my channel in the chat, you probably are from an area with overwhelming majority of MAGers, and you think that, oh, the sex offenders in your area are lefties. No, honey. You literally have a child's plaything wearing a chomo hat in your PFP. You need to change that, chomo. You're a chomo. Jesus, look in the mirror, chomo.
Is being solved in some way or another with Flock technology.
You can always take the stories of the worst case scenario, but what's unfortunately and doesn't seem to get hit a lot are the stories of the best case scenario.
Todd Chamberlain, chief of police in Aurora, Colorado.
You're always being mean to us cops. We're the nice guys. How come you always report when we're bad, but never thank us when we're good? That's what all the fucking parades are for, asshole. That's what all the stupid salutes and the fucking badge and the little stars. That's for you being a good boy. That's what that shit's for, asshole. Why aren't you remembering when we're good boys? That's why we give you the cute little uniform and we all try to say yes, sir, to you. That's why. That's why we're like, yes, sir, okay, yes, sir, officer. Fucking asshole. How come you're not kissing my ass more? Because fuck you.
There are some stories where lives have been.
I just love it when cops are like, how come you guys aren't kissing our asses for doing our jobs? It's literally your job. Like, he's going to describe what his fucking job is, and he doesn't want to be held accountable when they shoot a person in the face or arrest the wrong person because of a flock camera.
Changed through the use of this technology.
As in Denver last December.
A woman had put her child, a 14-month-old baby, into her vehicle. She had her car idling. Somebody came along, saw an opportunity to steal that car, and that mother was basically left watching her car drive away with her 14-month-old baby in it.
Flock tracked the car, reunited mother and child.
Thank you guys so much.
Without that
Yeah, and they didn't need this. They didn't need flock cameras to do their jobs.
Flock technology, we might not have found that or 2 or 3 days later. That technology saved that 14-month.
Bullshit. I remember this happening. Everybody said that there was no need to use flock for this case.
So baby's life.
So on balance, technology for the good? Well, Krisanna Elser, for one, might disagree. And Flock allows search data to be shared with police nationwide, potentially tracking Krisanna Elsers anywhere.
When you have a national database of these cameras that can be queried by law enforcement without a warrant, that qualitatively shifts something about the surveillance.
Joseph Cox is a journalist with 404 Media.
This isn't a small beat local police officer just looking into local crimes necessarily. You can have an officer on the other side of the country search for vehicles on the other side of the country as well.
On behalf of ICE, for example.
And that has clearly worried a lot of people who are now having a conversation about, do we actually want these cameras in our community? A few weeks ago, using a commercial search engine, I very easily found the administration interfaces for dozens of flock safety cameras.
And last December, YouTuber
What?
Ben Jordan gained access to over 60 flock video feeds in cities across the country.
All this is relying on is knowing where exactly to look. And with that, we were able to see just how powerful some of these cameras are.
But Flock's Thomas says the leak was caused by cameras mistakenly configured to be public-facing rather than private feeds.
We have hundreds of thousands of sensors out in the world. A very, very small.
Maybe we should just make them all public. Maybe we should make all of them public. They belong to all of us, right? They're being paid for by our tax dollars, so maybe we should all have access to them. Give me the website.
Number had a public-facing IP address. He did find us. And the second we found those, within 48 hours, all of those were changed.
Which is either reassuring or not.
There are YouTube videos that can teach you how to hack these cameras.
Meanwhile, opposition is growing.
If this camera sees you, you will be put on a database alongside every other law-abiding resident of the city.
We are asking for the Flock contract to be terminated in full.
In the past year, dozens of cities have canceled contracts following public backlash. And Flock now says it's willing to talk about how its tech should be regulated.
There's kind of no denying that it has clear benefits to cities. But the question I think is a very real one, which
There's
is,
no denying that.
what's the trade-off we're making in society?
I love
Are
it.
we comfortable with that level of...
That is a demonstrable, ostensible fact. I love it when they say that. There's no denying that it's great. Fucking what? You con man? How dare you say something like that? There's no denying it. I think everyone's denying it these days. People are literally cutting down the goddamn cameras. Only the maggers want to be spied on all the time. The government, God bless the government. God bless the men in blue. God bless the National Guard. God bless the military who wants to put their batons in my butthole. God bless the ICE agents who want to murder dogs, children, women. God bless them. God bless them. I love all the military looking into my business. I love the government looking at my shit all day long. I love that these data centers are being built just to crunch the data being collected about me. I love it. So if any time I just end up on the wrong side of their opinions, of their whims, that they can look into me and put me in the gulag. I love them. God bless them. I want to be more like China. I want to be more like Taliban-controlled Afghanistan. I want to be more like Saudi Arabia. Make America Saudi Arabia. Massa.
Trade-off. And I think those are fair questions to ask.
Back in Denver, Chrisanna Elser parried the charges against her with surveillance tech of her own.
I gave him a Google map of where I was. I gave him the video from my truck that showed where I drove, gave him the video of the business I was at.
She spent real money on tech defense.
Why does she
If
have
there's
to?
digital evidence out there that somebody has of you, you should have your own digital evidence.
You mean this is like spy versus spy, or?
But it was all.
Yeah, it's spy versus spy. Turn on all of your Google service, all your services, because now they make sure that Google's spying on you so that when the government spies on you and wants to kill you, that you could show them, no, well, actually, Google spies on me too, and they say I wasn't there. Okay, so you're getting spied on by two entities now.
Kind of like, what do I have in my arsenal to prove myself innocent?
Her own digital evidence ultimately cleared her, which is why she suggests that you, me, and everyone should have an arsenal of our own. But that's assuming, of course, that we can afford it.
Well, I could agree with that. We should all have an arsenal of our own. If you don't have a firearm as an American citizen, what are you doing? Exercise your rights. What are you doing? One is a necessity. You understand? One is a necessity. Two is, I think, the best. And then three is maybe you're getting into a hobby you don't want to get into, but you should at least have one and learn how to use it. Have an arsenal. They just said that. They're saying you should. You want to show up to this with the cops with a phone. They shoot you. Renee Good showed up with a phone and a camera and maybe a megaphone, and they shot her. If you show up with a megaphone and a camera, and they show up with a gas can and a firearm, who's gonna win?
For the PBS NewsHour, Paul Solomon.
America, we're the good guys. We care about our troops. That's why we're sending them to Iran. There we go. Military releases video shows strikes on Iran. Look at that. We bomb that guy. Yeah. That's what we do. Look how tough we are. We blew the shit out of that pickup truck. Look at that. We blew the shit out of that, I don't know, radio tower. Look at that. We blew it up. Wait, it's still standing. What happened? What? That's all we did? There it goes. Timber. timber. That's you got it. That was the money shot right there. Good for you, America. Look, oh yeah, bomb that guy. He's doing something.
In the last few years, there's been growing.
I'm glad they're taking out all those threats to me. I felt really threatened by those guys. I'm glad they killed them all because I was really worried about all those guys that they just murdered. All those people I just saw get killed. Whew, now I can breathe easy. Thanks. Thanks, America. Thanks. After all that, would you be surprised if somebody bombed us? Like, we kind of got it coming at this point, right? Like, we did a lot of shit this last couple of years, man. We kidnapped Maduro. We killed all those civilians off the coast of Venezuela. We murdered, according to Donald Trump, 3 levels of hierarchy in Iran. We murdered Soleimani. We bombed a whole school full of little kids. We double tapped it to make sure they were all dead after they tried to escape. I mean, if somebody did do something bad in America right now, if a 9/11 happened right now, I'm sure all the MAGAs would be like, but we're innocent. How would they do that? And Donald Trump would get them. They hate us for our freedom. They're scum. We did nothing wrong, and they did this. It's horrible. Of course, if it happened today, we kind of got it coming. We did shit. We're doing bad stuff. We're killing people in our streets just because they're from another country. If you're a white girl in Mexico right now and the federales shoot you in the face, you kind of got it coming. I hate to say it. I'm not saying you deserve it, but you kind of got it coming. We can't be surprised if the federales just start murdering white people right now. Are you going to be surprised? Or are you going to be like, how did this happen? If Mexican federales tomorrow start pulling white people out of their cars in Mexico and saying, well, your paperwork's wrong, and killing them, I mean, who could blame them? At the end of the day, you can't blame them because we're doing that to their people. That's what we're doing. Like, you say F illegals, but most Americans don't obtain proper visas to go on vacations to Mexico. Most Americans don't. And there's 3 million Americans living in Mexico. If Mexico decides to kill them all, is that okay? Because that's what people like the MAGAs are saying here, that Americans, it's okay for ICE agents to kill people. That's what they say every day in my chat, because MAGAs are a violent Nazi regime. And the people who support them are Nazis. So, like, if Mexico started doing that shit, watch them cry. Watch them. How could this happen? I can't believe they're being so mean to white people. It's just like when Nigeria, they had some Muslims who were like the goat farmers, and they started having skirmishes with the with the Christian landowners. And they're like, how could this happen? And we bombed Nigeria. Remember when Donald Trump bombed Nigeria? No one remembers that.
Concern about how reading habits are changing among children, both in school and at home. That includes questions about what kids are reading and why fewer books seem to be part of their educational diet. Now, a provocative new essay is widening the lens, raising similar questions about...
Is that true? Mexico City has more Americans living there than Texas. Is that true? How many Americans live in Mexico City? No, it's only 30,000 Americans reside in Mexico City. However, demographers and local discussions note the actual numbers much higher. It's about 200,000, because most of them don't have visas and don't register with the official local census. So again, 200,000, they say, so that's 170,000 Americans are living in Mexico City illegally. Is it okay to kill them? It's not more than live in the state of Texas, but I love you. But still, so let me see this. 170,000 or 180,000 undocumented residents and digital nomads who do not register with official local censuses live in Mexico City. While official government statistics from Mexico's Migration Policy Unit show that the number of Americans holding residency visas in their region surged by about 70% in recent years, CDMX actually has a smaller total American population than Mexican border states. That's right. How many Americans live in Mexico? About 3 million. 1.6 million are registered. More accurate. It's hard to do, but there's about 2 million American expatriates. While precise numbers vary due to undocumented residents and part-timers, official statistics track populations heavily in Baja California, Chihuahua, and Jalisco. Yeah, every time I go down to Mexico, there's lots of Americans down there without visas. Because if you walk across the border, if you don't stop, if you just walk across and you don't go and do the extra couple minutes to get your, now it's like an hour, you don't spend the hour getting your visa and you just walk across the border, now you're there illegally. I guess you can get murdered by the Mexican government. The federales can murder you. That's the way we do it in America, right? That's the way we could do it there.
Reading habits across the broader population. Senior arts correspondent Jeffrey Brown has our conversation.
You can see it in the numbers. Fewer than half of all American adults reported reading a book of any kind in 2022, according to the National Endowment for the Arts. And just 38% read a novel or a short story. A separate survey found the proportion of...
Yeah, Chris Howard, yeah, you would cry. I know you would cry. You'd be like, we need to go to war. They're killing us. They killed a white person. You fucking coward. You coward. You're so easily, all you cowards. They tried to ram a car. You just believe everything the government tells you. It's funny. They keep on saying that they're getting rammed, and yet not one video so far. They've killed 4 people saying that they were getting rammed. 4 have been killed. And no one has any video evidence of this.
Americans who read for pleasure on a given day fell from 28% 2 decades ago to 16% in 2023. In some ways, it's a continuing trend, but a provocative...
Chris Howard, you should call yourself Chris Coward. Chris Coward. Chris Coward. What a coward.
New cover story in The Atlantic puts it far more dramatically. The age of reading is over. It's by Rose Horowitz, the staff writer at The Atlantic, who joins me now. And thanks so much for being with us.
Every time I see an interview with this woman, she looks like she's looked into the void and she sees the death of America.
Here. Now, it's a big statement that you're making, so why don't we parse it a little bit? What do you mean, first of all, by the age of reading?
Yes. So what I meant by the age of reading was that this is bigger than what the statistics are showing us. That what is really going away is a time when reading was a major way that people transmitted, culture, information, news, and really derived meaning from text. And my piece is arguing that that's ending and that we're entering what I call a post-literate age.
And as you remind us at the beginning of this essay, this age of reading, which many of us have been so immersed in for so long, it actually doesn't have that long a history.
Yes. Well, so, I think we think of reading as kind of something that's innate or inevitable, but actually it's quite historically contingent. Reading first emerged 6,000 years ago, and it was only relatively recently that large numbers of people could read and that people spent a lot of time pleasure reading. So this is something that is kind of new. And
that's so depressing. No one knows how to read in America. This is how we get MAGA. They don't know how to read.
When this age started, it really transformed society and the way people thought and the way politics and culture worked. And as it's going away now, I think we're seeing changes of the same magnitude in our society.
Now, you refer to what we're entering as a post-literate age. And there's been plenty of discussion, of course, about social media, short videos on TikTok and elsewhere. And you're arguing that we are reading differently already. So what do you mean by a post?
God, man, I remember even in the 70s and 80s, they talked about how in the future they're going to get rid of books. And there's going to be a post-literate age. We're going to end up destroying ourselves. This is like sci-fi dystopia shit, man.
Literate age.
If we look at the statistics, people still know how to read. The literacy rate is actually historically very high. And, in many ways, we're probably reading more words.
What do you mean, Sky, you should make this live stream a daily book for us? What do you mean a daily book? What do you mean you should make this live stream a daily book for us? I don't understand the sentence. I don't know what you mean.
Words than ever. If you think about the number of emails and text messages and social media posts you're reading, we're inundated with words and we're surrounded with them. But what's happening is that this kind of, these number of words that we're swimming in has made it so that it's almost so difficult to focus on, any serious or complex work of literature for an extended period of time. And so it's not a crisis of literacy. It's that we are entering a post-literate age.
And you write, reading shaped the modern mind. Its disappearance will reshape it. How will that change things?
The bedrock principle in neuroscience is that you get good at what you practice and your brain adjusts to, improve at the things that you spend time doing. And so if we are spending less time reading, as we know that we are going to struggle much more to do it. And it's not that, we're going to be unable to decode words, but we have much less background knowledge and vocabulary to aid in comprehension. We are less accustomed to persisting through something for an extended period of time. And already we see that, 2 decades ago, the average attention span on a screen was...
I do love it that while we're talking about a post-literate age, Chris Coward says you're definitely the new Democrats. Can't fucking spell your. I love it. Thank you for keeping it alive. It's one of my favorite things that happen, that you maggers can't tell the difference between your, and your. I know you're homophobic, but this is homophonic. Okay, there's your, and your. There's 3 ways to write the word your, and they all mean different things. Okay, it's just kind of like two, and two, or there, and there. That's how English works. I know we're talking about a post-literate age. It's one of my favorite things that you maggers do. You don't know your homophones. It's because you're homophobes? Is it because you're homophobes that you don't know your homophones? I think that might be it.
2.5 minutes. And 5 years ago,
That's my theory right now, is that you're so homophobic that you don't know your homophones. It's got to be it, right? Is that what it is? You're so homophobic, you don't know your homophones.
it fell to 47 seconds. So we're already seeing, people kind of being less accustomed to focusing on something. We're already seeing an erosion of some of our, abilities to.
Thank you, May. I love you. Thank you so much, May. I thought you left. You're still here. You're still here. Wow. Thanks, May.
Do complex synthesis and analysis and comprehension, and we can expect that would continue.
And some of these things, we have been looking at on our program, and of course have been well documented elsewhere, just the way this impacts children and the way they learn.
Yes, I think for me, reporting this piece, sort of the most chilling statistic I found was that only 2% of Americans.
Doesn't even have the indefinite article correct. You're a asshole. I just love you, May. Thank you so much. You just love to. I love that you guys prove my point while we're watching a clip about literacy. Maggers. You guys all write like you're bizarro Superman, like I are Superman, I are. You is learning good.
American adults report reading to a child on any given day. And so I think, we see now that the current young generation enjoys reading much less and spends less time reading than today's adults did when they were kids. We know that every year older a child gets, the less they like to read. In focus groups, high school students described reading for pleasure as an alien practice. And something else that we know is that schools are assigning fewer and fewer books throughout middle and high school.
They're not even going to read The Bluest Eye?
In a survey last year, teachers in middle and high school reported assigning between 0 and 4 books.
I mean, Toni Morrison. Yeah, all right. Toni
A
Morrison.
year, and 80% of elementary school teachers in a separate survey said that students receive a digital device by the time they enter kindergarten. So we're seeing that schools are really changing, where they're assigning far fewer books. And so I think that we can expect that this trend that we're seeing will only accelerate in the years to come.
So one thing.
But what's wrong
you
with
write about in the
why can't we read digital books? What's wrong with digital books? I read digital books sometimes.
piece is the way that the changes in thinking, the changes in reading impacts.
I mean, sometimes I like to listen to books even.
Who has influence in our culture.
But that's because I read a lot of books. I read like 3 books a month, which is not as much as I used to, but about 3 a month.
It's gone away from some of the traditional, perhaps, sources as writers to influencers and others. Tell us a little bit about that.
In a recent poll, 30% or 60% of Gen Z said that they would be an influencer if they could. And so I think it's a very different way of culture being passed, of power, being in society. We know that cultural and economic power tends to flow to people who are skilled at using the dominant communications media of the age. And right now, that is short form video, and it's not text.
I can't resist at the end of our conversation here pointing out that this death of writing warning comes in a very long and fairly complex essay form.
Yes. So I write in the piece about my own experience reading and growing up in a family of readers and having books passed down to me from my parents and my older siblings. And there definitely was an irony in putting this, warning about how nobody reads in a 9,000-word essay. But, I wanted to share my experience because I think that other people can relate to it. I loved reading when I was a child and I still love reading today, but I noticed that it almost slipped away from me without me even noticing.
All right, Rose Horowitz, thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Rose Horowitz. Can I marry you? Can I marry you, Rose Horowitz? I don't need to marry you, Rose Horowitz. Can we just hang out and read? You want to come over to my place? We'll just read. Just read and then talk about books afterwards. I think that'd be great. Rose Horowitz. She's probably looking for a man. Let's find out. Is Rose Horowitz looking for him? This is all this stuff that she's written. Look at all these things she's written. The last one was a 9,000. The end of reading is here. It's a 9,000 word essay. Optimists once believed that universal literacy was inevitable. Now it seems the age of reading might be a short anomaly in human history. I mean, I think she might be right. Does she have, what's her Twitter? She has a Twitter. Let me see. Rose Horowitz. There she is, the staff writer, Rose Horowitz. I wrote about the perverse consequences of grade inflation between 1985. Nice. Okay. She seems pretty cool. I wonder how old she is. Is she age appropriate? I can't tell by looking at her on the screen. Maybe she is. I don't know. Rose Horowitz. I want to know more. 54% of adults read below a 6th grade level. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. 54% of U.S. adults read below a 6th grade level.
Support journalism.
I guarantee you they're all maggers.
It's now
I mean, I know it's like, you don't have to be smart to care about your, like, you don't have to know how to read to care about the workers and about consent and equity, but it helps. And it's really sad that maggers can't read. I mean, it's put every No Child Left Behind, baby. Yeah, I mean, that was they're turning the frogs gay. Yeah, No Child Left Behind. I mean, that was a George W. Bush thing, right? No Child Left Behind. And they're happy about it. Edward Thornton. Yeah, they're happy about not knowing how to read. Yes. Probably decent YouTube and being a great value. Alex Jones. They're turning the frogs gay. Alex Jones? What is this Alex Jones stuff? I don't drink enough whiskey to be Alex Jones. Alex Jones? I don't know why you'd bring up Alex Jones. Am I 300 pounds? Am I a 300-pound, 5'4" man? How tall is Alex Jones? 5'4"? Let's find out. How tall is Alex Jones? He's 5'9", of course. He's 5'9". He's born in California? No, that can't be true. Oh, no, that's an actor. Alex Jones, not basketball Alex Jones. Crazy Alex Jones. I want crazy Alex Jones. He has an IMDb. He was born in 1974 in Dallas. He's born in Dallas. Alex Emmerich Jones, 5'9". 5'9", 400 pounds.
President Trump has overturned the temporary pause on traffic stops.
This woman always looks surprised, and I'm here for it. I would like her deliver all of my breaking news. She's great. She always looks like, holy shit. Like, Donald Trump just reversed the order to pause traffic stops because ICE is killing people. Donald Trump is saying it's okay to kill brown people in America. This is happening, folks.
Conducted by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents. This decision coming just a day after DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin reported.
This is happening, folks. This is fucking happening.
Gave the order to halt traffic stops. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joining us. We know the initial directive and now the reversal came after 2 recent fatal shootings during traffic stops. Break down what else you're learning, Jeff.
So in a Truth Social post just today, President Trump seemingly reversing course on ICE traffic stops, which have been a major focus the last few weeks, writing in a lengthy message that ICE should continue them despite a policy less than 24 hours old, which it ordered to stop them. In that post, Trump writing on Truth Social, quote, "We cannot give up one of ICE's most important and effective crime-fighting tools, the traffic stop. Once
crime fighting tools? What crime are they fighting by pulling over people that were unintended targets? These people are not the targets of their crime fighting activity. It'd be like if Batman is like, I gotta use the Batarang. Okay, but Batman, you keep on hitting the wrong guy. You can't take away this important tool for crime fighting. This is a crime fighting tool, the Batarang. Or if, Batman, this is an important crime fighting tool, Batarang. If you watch the movies, I don't know. In my mind, I never thought that Batman talked like that when I was reading the comics. If I have this, I talk like this. The Batarang is an important crime fighting tool. But Batman, you keep hitting the wrong people, man. You can't take this away from me, Commissioner. Alfred, don't take away my Batarangs. Sir, Master Bruce, you keep hitting the wrong people, Master Bruce.
we are playing right into the criminal's hands. A thought echoed by former acting CBP Commissioner Mark Morgan.
No, you're the only perfect person. I'm not murdering people in the street. So yeah, I think that when we give people guns, they should be held to a higher degree of accountability than a fucking YouTuber and writer. I'm just a guy who writes words on paper and talks a lot. That's who I am. I'm a person who got an education, reads too much, has a lot of opinions, and writes a lot. That's me. Those guys are murdering people in the street. So I don't know. Maybe the standards to which I'm held might be slightly different than the ones literally murdering people in the street for being brown. Maybe it's a little bit different. By the way, I'm actually trained with my firearm. I buy a firearm and I learn how to use it. I practice so that I don't kill the wrong guy. And I'm not pulling it out all the damn time. I carry, and yet somehow I've managed never to point it at a human being. Somehow I've managed to never point it at a human being, even though I've been in many hairy situations. Many. And I still have never pointed my gun at a person. Or any living thing for that matter. I never pointed a gun at an animal either. Never. I've shot moving targets and stuff, but never a person or an animal. So,
take that away from your personnel. You're literally handing the victory to the criminals. And quite frankly, you're demoralizing the workforce because you're sending a clear message that you don't have trust and confidence in using and carrying out this tool.
This week, outlets including ABC News reporting DHS Secretary Mark Wayne.
You've seen the videos of me with my firearms. What are you talking about, May? I have videos on my channel of me practicing and stuff. Fuck yourself.
Mullen gave the directive to halt the traffic stops following multiple ICE-involved shootings, including Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, a Mexican immigrant who was killed in Houston while ICE officers tried to pull over his vehicle.
There you go. If you're American living in Mexico, the federales can shoot you now. We shoot them, they can shoot us. That's how it works. We shot one of theirs. One of ours, all of yours. That's what America says.
And Sebastian Guerrero, who was killed by an ICE agent in Maine after they tried to stop the car.
He had a social fucking security number. They keep on going after people and then shooting the wrong guys. We need to have them have traffic stops important, crime fighting too.
Was driving. Border Czar Tom Homan saying Wednesday, vehicle stops aren't going away.
I've done this a long time. Vehicle stops are our main tool for us to do our job, and we got to continue that.
Now, in response to the reversal, Mullen appearing to walk back his decision, writing that he and President Trump are on the same page. Quote, we want our ICE officers to have all options.
Hold on a second. I love this shit. Jacksonville kid. Jacksonville, are you really from Jacksonville? I spent some time in Jacksonville. I'm sorry if you live in Jacksonville. I'm also sorry if you're a kid because I don't know how old you are, but you're a piece of garbage. I hope you get older and learn some shit because here's the thing about Jim Crow laws. Are you ready for it? There were these people they called the Dixiecrats. They really split up the party. You had the Democrats in the north, the Dixiecrats in the south. That's what they did. They disagreed on shit. It's a big tent party. It always has been. I don't like the Democrats because of this liberal bullshit that they thought it was going to be okay if they allowed the Dixiecrats to have this power over black people and pass these laws. You know what? It divided the party, and eventually LBJ signed the Civil Rights Act. And they said, as he signed it, as he put pen to paper, he said, I am losing the Democratic vote in the South for the next 100 years. And he was right. Ever since he signed the Civil Rights Act, there are no more Dixiecrats. They're gone because he signed away the Democratic Party for the South when he gave black people equal rights in this country through the Civil Rights Act. So yes, the Democrats, the Dixiecrats, they did do some nasty shit back in the day. They sure did. They surely did. They surely did. And you know what? When it was all over, all those people became Republicans. The rape publicans. Talk to Strom Thurmond. Strom Thurmond was a Democrat during Jim Crow, and Strom Thurmond was a Republican when he died. It's funny how that works. People switch parties. You understand? Parties switch names all the time. Things change over time. If you talk about Jim Crow or even the KKK, now you're going back some time and things have changed since then. Democrats now are just a bunch of liberal pansies that don't stand up to Nazis. They used to be literally split up. They had the people that were Nazis and the people who lived in the north that were just pro-business and worker. And they hated the blacks because they thought that the blacks would lower the cost of labor, because they were a workers' party. And that was how they justified things like racism. Even Cesar Chavez, famous rapist Cesar Chavez, would call Mexicans who crossed the border all sorts of slurs, and he himself was Latino. Why? Because he thought that illegal immigrants were lowering the cost of labor and the power of the union. And so they became a little bit complicated, you see, and things have changed since then, since the 1960s and 70s. Thank you for playing. Jacksonville Kid, get a fucking education. I know it's hard in Florida, but they still have books there for now. They still have libraries for now. You could read books. Try it.
Available to keep them safe while executing our mission of deporting as many illegal alien criminals from our country as possible. Meanwhile, in Maine, Republican Senator Susan Collins, who is looking to defend her seat in November against whoever is elected to replace former Democratic candidate Graham Platt.
I'm Susan Collins. I've been in power for 30 years, and I'm so old I can't keep my head. This palsy-headed old bitch. What the fuck is she still doing in office?
Has been outspoken about the fatal shooting in her state, posting that she spoke with Mullen this week, urging him to cease all non-urgent traffic stops. Plus, calling on the DHS Inspector General to conduct an independent investigation into Guerrero's death.
We've had 2 shootings in a week's time in both Biddeford, Maine and Houston, in which serious questions have been raised.
Actions, Morgan tells the National News Desk, he believes are more politically driven, noting politicians should not be reaching out to cabinet-level officials talking about law enforcement tactics before the investigation has fully gotten underway.
And I think that she is putting pressure in there on the secretary going forward for votes come, midterms.
Now, in both fatal shootings, federal officials confirming neither victim was the intended target of the ICE operations taking place. Both are actively under investigation by multiple federal, state, and also local agencies. Reporting for the National News Desk, I'm Jeff Harris.
And what I don't understand, Todd Blanche.
I don't understand a lot, man. I don't know, man. Here's Adam Schiff. He's going to try to find out some stuff. You think MAGA will kill him first? What do you think, MAGA? You're going to kill Todd. You're going to kill Adam Schiff, aren't you? You're going to kill him, aren't you, MAGA? You're going to kill him.
What happened to the Todd Blanche who was a prosecutor in the Southern District of New York? What happened to the prosecutor people had respect for? What happened to the prosecutor who once respected the rule of law? What happened to the prosecutor who said that there wouldn't be a whiff of political partisanship and then prosecutes the president's enemies over Seychelles cases, over making a video stating the plain law and constitution?
Yes, the party switched, May. You don't fucking know that? First of all, they switched a lot in the 40s, you realize, like FDR, the Social Democrats got power because the Nazis. That's usually what happens. Nazis rise to power and the Social Democrats rise to power to answer them. That's what usually happens in the history of the world. Something similar because of the age-old tension between inherited wealth and power and the power of the people. So they end up butting heads. And that's what happened. FDR changed the Democratic Party to be a totally different party than it was before. So like the party of the KKK changed drastically with FDR. And then it continued to change throughout the 60s and 70s until absolutely the big change was with the Civil Rights Amendment, the Civil Rights Act. So you look it up, LOL, look it up, you fucking loser. Go ahead, leave the stream, Google that, and then come back and chat, you fucking loser.
What happened to the Todd Blanche of the Southern District of New York that could convert him into you? Someone willing to say the president has both the right and the duty to prosecute his political enemies. I cannot imagine the Todd Blanche of...
There's not a whiff of political partisanship in what we're doing.
The old days would have ever done that. What happened to you, Todd Blanche? I'll tell you this. I think Robert Caro had it right when he said that power doesn't corrupt as much as it reveals. I suspect it's just revealed who you are. And who you are is someone willing to sacrifice everything you once believed in for that title, for that position of Attorney General. And it is a sad story that we have seen from Trump appointee after appointee after appointee. We have seen people compromise themselves little by little and then a lot by a lot until there's...
I mean, it's so funny because Todd Blanche has changed over the years. The Republican Party is not the Republican Party of John McCain and Mitt Romney or even Ronald Reagan. Like, things have changed. Like, this is so stupid how people like Democrats and the KKK in the 1840s. Dude, what the fuck are you talking about the 1840s? The political parties back then are entirely different than they are today. Totally 100% different. They are fucking totally different than they were 20 years ago. That you think that, I mean, shit, Donald Trump was a Democrat for most of his life. And now he's a Republican, supposedly. But he's not even a Republican. He's a MAGA. That's not even Republican. We have people like Greg Gutfeld and others saying that that Donald Trump came to the Republican Party and changed it to make it his own, to reflect his ideas. And that's what he's done. The Republican Party has completely changed. There are no more Republicans left. Tom Tillis is about to be out of a job. Mitt Romney's gone. Paul Ryan's gone. Fucking Newt Gingrich, Karl Rove, all these old fucking Republicans, they're not here anymore, man. There is no Republican Party. It exists in name only. All of these MAGers are rhinos. They're not actually Republican. Don't you realize now they call rhinos people who don't support Donald Trump? But honestly, the people who support Donald Trump are the rhinos, but they've switched to rude. So now you just have MAGA. You don't, all the labels don't mean anything anymore. You understand? These political parties don't matter anymore. Do you think Donald Trump is like pro-republic? Republican. Do you think he's pro the republic? He's literally come out against the idea of a republic. He's already said he wants to be a dictator. He hates the idea, the slow drudgery of Republican politics and parliamentary government. He hates that shit. He can't stand it. It cuts into his he might miss his tea time. It cuts into his time on the golf course. He hates all that back and forth talking, thinking about the will of the people, all that bullshit. He hates that.
Sitting before this committee and trying to justify the unjustifiable. I yield back.
May I just briefly respond, Chairman?
Yes, you may.
Very briefly. So you asked me what happened to Todd Blanche.
I do want to know what the fuck happened to Todd Blanche.
I'm still here. I am the same
Liar.
exact person I was when I was
Liar.
a federal prosecutor in the SCNY, which is do the right thing and do everything you can to keep communities safe. So when I was a line prosecutor, when I was a supervisor, when I was the head of a division, my motivation and my goal was the same thing with the people who worked with me and worked for me, which is do the right thing, enforce the laws, and put bad guys in jail. And so you spend time talking about, I did not interrupt you. I did not interrupt you. A little courtesy would be appropriate. So when you ask me what has changed, okay, and you talk about a single document that I signed, okay, and somebody had to sign that document when the president sued, okay, so I tried to do the right thing. What I do every single day, and what the prosecutors in this country do every single day, and the nearly 100,000 indictments and informations that have been filed.
Yeah, I want respect. Fuck you. You defrauded the American people.
Since January 20th, is exactly what everybody in this building should want the Department of Justice to do, which is to make our community safer, enforce the laws, both civilly and criminally, and always do the right thing with integrity, which is exactly what I'm doing. So I'm the same Todd Blanche I was when I was a federal prosecutor in the SDNY.
Yeah, same guy. Oh, look at this. They still do this every year. I remember when I read The Sun Also Rises, and I thought it was cool that he ran with the bulls. I remember thinking that was cool. And now I see it for the slave show that it is. Run the slaves. Running of the slaves. All of these animals will be murdered later on. Scare them. Scare them. I mean, if all of these people died, because the bulls killed them, I'd cheer the bulls. Yeah, trampled. Yes, get them. Get them. I love it when they trample on the people. I love it when the people get trampled by the bulls. I like it more when they get skewered, when they get gored, though. You know? This hideous spectacle of humanity. This brutality. Oh no, his bones are showing.
This
Every year they do it. Every year they torture animals, and because they're afraid, they run. But hey.
Pro-ICE rally is happening here at the State House in Augusta. And as you can see behind me, people are holding American flags. There are signs that say we support ICE, while others are using a megaphone and talking to people that are going by.
You guys are all about Grand Flag. Didn't care about the Nazi factory or nothing.
About a dozen people came out for the rally tonight in Augusta. Organizers say they put this on to support the men and women in law enforcement.
It's really weird to see Americans out there protesting for law enforcement. Like, what the hell are you doing? It's like, we support you.
I came out here today to support ICE. We definitely need
we support ICE.
ICE. We need their services here in Maine.
Then join, motherfucker. Join them. Join ICE.
We need to round up any illegals that are putting a burden here on our state and our country.
The largely peaceful protest.
These cowards, they won't actually just, you could support ICE, join them. Answer the call. They'll give you 50 grand.
Is tense at times.
Look at all this useless, worthless, stinking legacy media. You pieces of shit.
Liberty over tyranny. Go military. Go ICE. Liberty over tyranny. Look at these fucking crazies. Look at him with his bear spray and his knife. Yeah, he's totally nonviolent.
One protester who was armed with a handgun and a knife confronted
he's got a
attendees with
handgun too. He's got a handgun too, so you could shoot him. According to ICE, you're allowed to shoot anyone carrying these days.
aggressive off-topic tirade.
I'm a journalist. Would you like to answer questions? Hey, f off, mister. That's enough. No, it's not.
How come he's got no? This is MAGA. This is so perfect. This is what MAGA looks like to me. These toothless fucks. These toothless imbeciles. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He's got his handgun, his knife, his bear spray. He's such a tough guy. Look at this tough guy.
Enough. You are not my boss.
You're not my boss. Only ICE agents are my boss. You're not my boss.
Head.
The rally comes after Johann Sebastian Duran Guerrero, a 25-year-old Colombian man, was killed by ICE Monday. There have been vigil signs and protests to honor him.
They've had such a violent backlash recently because of the deaths and everything.
But in Augusta tonight, some Mainers held.
Yeah, he's as well armed as Antifa. Then how come he didn't get shot? How come no one shot him?
Different signs. One's supporting ICE.
I think that we should treat them just like any other law enforcement. They might have to go through extra training. They might have to reevaluate stuff, but we definitely shouldn't be abolishing them.
The investigation.
We shouldn't abolish them. We should just train them more. We just need more training. Just more training.
And into what happened on Monday morning in Biddeford remains ongoing.
Any loss of life is tragic.
Man, Governor Abbott, any loss of life is tragedy. Isn't Greg Abbott the one who was doing human trafficking when he picked up people at the border and sent them to New York and Martha's Vineyard as a joke? He literally kidnapped people and trafficked them to places they hadn't intended to be.
Greg Abbott says the Texas Rangers will conduct an independent investigation into the death of a Houston man shot by ICE.
Walker, Texas Ranger? Is Walker on the case?
Last week, ICE says Lorenzo Salgado Araujo tried to hit agents with his van, but officials say he was not the target of their operation.
Now we want to get back to what is happening right now in the Hill Country. Extremely dangerous situation of flooding and a shelter in place right now being issued in Kerrville because of the devastating flooding that is happening right now. Some areas have already picked up close to 2 feet of rain in the region since Monday, and even more inches have fallen in the overnight hours. So here's what we know so far. Emergency crews have been waiting in floodwaters all day Wednesday. This is just to make rescues possible, with the most significant flooding happening near Uvalde and Bern in the San Antonio area. And so far, no reports of any deaths yet. But even after the storm system spun up a tornado near San Antonio yesterday.
Damn, Texas. Do you think they're going to go underwater again? For some reason, people keep dying in Texas of the weather. Don't mess with Texas.
Good morning. Governor Greg Abbott is putting this flooding threat into perspective. He compared it to last year's devastating 4th of July floods.
The 4th of July floods last year had rainfall of 20.29 inches. The expected rainfall during this rainstorm is expected to be more than 30 inches.
I wonder if there's anything to do with I wonder if there's climate change. Do you guys believe in climate change? Let me ask in the chat. Only 28% of you have a golden toilet like Donald Trump. That's impressive, man. That's impressive. I've never sat on a golden toilet, but I did live in Japan, and sometimes there were really fancy toilets, and I like those fancy toilets a lot. I kind of want to buy one. I think those fancy toilets are great. I like them. I like having clean butthole. Do you like having a clean butthole? That should be a poll. Should we have a clean butthole? Do you think climate change is a thing? I just wondering. I'm just wondering. I'm asking for a friend. Do you think climate change is a thing?
More rain than what occurred during the flood last year.
Well, the Guadalupe River has risen 16 feet.
I mean, the only people I've known with golden toilets are Saddam Hussein and Donald Trump. I don't know why these guys love golden fucking plated everything. It's so weird. Golden toothbrushes and golden spoons and golden AK-47s and gold all over the White House and gold. It's disgusting, right? It's disgusting. It's like, man, my grandma, she used to like deck out her trailer in her trailer park. She lived and died in a trailer, you know, and she had like chandeliers and shit. I remember as a little kid, I was like, this sure is fancy in here. God damn, you fancied the fuck out of this, grandma, in your trailer. Chandeliers and look like goddamn Liberace's house in there sometimes. I don't know. I'm sure I was just a little kid, but I'm sure it was not as fancy as I'm remembering. But I feel like that's pretty common. People buy really sad things like trailers and then they deck them out. Deck them out. I think that's like they have this. Donald Trump has the same taste as a trailer park grandma. That's all I'm saying.
And get this, in just 30 minutes. I mean, officials are in close communication right now with state officials. This is all to make sure that the resources are still going to be available throughout this week because they are concerned, of course, that the rain is far from over yet. And this is a situation we are monitoring very closely. Michael, I have quite a few contacts down there in Kerrville. I've been checking on them on social media to see what they're seeing.
Kerrville, that's where all those little kids died last year.
Some of them are saying the water is higher near their homes than it was last July. And I just saw a video from Louis Hay Park, which is where we were broadcasting from just a couple of weeks ago for the July 4th anniversary of that flood. And I mean, that flooded area right now, I mean, the river is well out of its banks.
Yes, that's right. I mean, Madison, that river has risen over the last 30 minutes, 16 feet, and it's projected to get to levels it was back in July 4th of 2020.
Man, one time I was in Arizona. What's that town called? It's called like Stiglitz or some shit. What's that town in Arizona that was based on that fucking Cars movie? What's that town in Arizona that they based the movie Cars off of? It's called like Stiglitz or something. Seligman, Arizona. Yes, birthplace of historic Route 66. And they have Radiator Springs. It looks like Radiator Springs. Yeah. Okay. So I've been there a couple of times. I actually spent the night there once. Seligman. I think they pronounce it Seligman, right? And Seligman's a pretty cool little town. But I remember the first time I was in Seligman, a friend of mine. I was with a big group. We were all going to the Grand Canyon, and we're going to the far side of the Grand Canyon from Las Vegas. And we stopped in Seligman. I think either the way there or the way back. It doesn't matter. And a guy on a horse comes down Route 66 with a gun on his back and a shotgun on the saddle. And I was like, and then you know the sun's setting behind him and shit. It looks like a movie. I'm like this. I mean, I grew up in America. I've seen lots of guns, but a guy with a cowboy hat, like an old man coming out of the desert with a gun on his back and a gun on the saddle, and he had another like a handgun, and he's like, dong, ding, 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 ding. Ding, ding, ding. That's what it was like. It was pretty rad. Except for, you know, the whole using a horse. Horses are slaves. But I don't think people should be using horse. But it was pretty rare. Have you ever been to Seligman? I thought Seligman was pretty. I love Seligman. I like Arizona. I've been to Flagstaff and Prescott and Tucson. I've been to Tombstone. I love Arizona. You're right. There's a lot of guns there. You go into a store, like a convenience store, or just like a souvenir shop, and the guy's got a gun or a gun or a gun. They're all strapped in Arizona. And they're like, no one ever gets shot here. Yeah, you're in Arizona. No one fucking lives in Arizona, bro. Of course, no one's getting shot out there. They just don't have any reason. No one's got any beef. You guys all carry guns, and there's no like stress. You guys live in fucking Arizona. There's nothing. I guess like you guys are afraid of each other because you're afraid because there's not enough cops or something. But Arizona, man, you guys don't even have any big cities. Like, what's the biggest city? Phoenix? What's the biggest city in Arizona, and how many people live there? 1.5 million residents is Phoenix. Yeah, 1.5. I mean, that's your biggest city is 1.5 million people. The whole state. Oh, wait, the greater metropolitan Phoenix area is 5 million. That's actually pretty big. I'll take it back. I take it back. That's pretty big, actually. But in Phoenix, I don't see many people carry guns, though. I see more people carrying guns out there in like Seligman and like bumfuck Texas. Arizona, bumfuck Arizona. Tucson, I saw people with guns. In Tombstone, they carry guns, but I think it's more like just because it's a cowboy vibe out there. It's a ghost town. Whatever. I have a genuine question. In a moneyless, stateless, classless society with basic needs met, why would anyone volunteer to be a sewage worker or miner? Okay, first of all, if we all needed coal, right? You wouldn't just be a mine. You wouldn't be a miner. You would help a bunch. You and a bunch of people would go and dig out as much as you need for a long period of time. The reason why people become miners is because a company owns the mine and they don't want you to mine out all of it at once or anything. They want to get it out in a way that keeps you enslaved for a long period of time. They don't want to get it out and like have enough for 50 years or whatever. They want to get it out at a pace that can be in this just-in-time economy, a command economy. That's what they want. So this idea of being a miner, you wouldn't be a miner. You wouldn't be a sewage worker. If there was a sewage problem, then a team of people would go down there and do the thing to fix it. Or they build a sewer to last a really long time. If a problem happened, a bunch of people would go down there and fix it. You'd have people that were experts on these types of things, and you'd still have civil engineers and shit, and they would go do it because they get fed. They get everything. They don't need money. They get whatever they need. Someone's got to do it, and we're all going to do it. Dirty work. This question of dirty work always comes up a lot. And the truth is, dirty work is always a part of humanity, right? But there's far less dirty work if we're working for the longevity of stuff. Like building a road that lasts 100 years is better than building one that lasts 10 years, right? Building something that lasts and is made well so that we don't have to constantly be building more roads. We just need to maintain what we have. And yeah, there's going to be some dirty work. There's always dirty work. But the way in a moneyless, cashless society is usually through social status and because you take what you need and the job needs getting done. There was dirty work in the Indian days. That's like saying in American Indian days, they had no money, right? There was a moneyless, stateless society back in the hunter-gatherer days, but somebody had to, shovel the shit, and somebody had to skin the animals, and somebody had to mash the corn. And you might call that dirty work, but if it's communal, people actually like doing shit. Like I remember when I was a restaurant manager, I loved taking an hour and doing dishes. I loved taking 3 hours and doing dishes. I loved it. And if you rotate, it actually works great. And everyone knows in places like restaurants or on ships, everyone takes a turn cleaning the toilets. Everybody takes a turn cleaning the toilets. You don't have a guy who's a toilet cleaner. Everyone takes a turn. If you go to a convenience store and there's just one person working there, that person cleans the toilets. They're not a toilet cleaner. They're a cashier. But sometimes they clean toilets. You see, like, the question of dirty work is better. It's actually far better in a cashless, stateless society because you're not stuck being a toilet cleaner your whole life. You're not stuck being a sewage worker or a miner your whole life. You're a miner now, and tomorrow you're not. You get the job done, and then it's done. The job is done.
Here's why all of this is happening. We have a big area of low pressure that's continuing to just churn all of this moisture, all of the heavy rain.
Do they carry that many guns in Phoenix? Like, I've been to Phoenix a few times, and I don't remember it being such a thing. But in the smaller towns, I remember everybody having guns. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I've been to Phoenix a lot. I don't remember seeing a bunch of civilians carrying guns. But whatever, man. Maybe I wasn't paying attention. But I don't know. I'm not like a fucking expert on Arizona. I've been to Arizona a lot. I'm not like an expert. I lived in Nevada, and I went to Arizona a lot. And if you live in California, you end up in Arizona a bunch. And I've driven through America a ton. I'm not like an expert on fucking Arizona. I don't want to start a fight with you about Arizona. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Some people, they got a lot of guns in Arizona. You got me. Okay, whatever.
all across the Texas Hill Country this morning. We have several flash flood warnings that
And they don't like daylight savings time in Arizona either. That's a thing too.
Ongoing with the catastrophic tag on them, which means very life-threatening flooding is on the way for their area. We're continuing to see rounds of heavy rain pushing into the Kerrville location. We're seeing showers, thunderstorms. And on top of this, to make matters worse, they have several tornado warnings that are ongoing for areas like Uvalde for this morning. Again, that means they're continuing to track, again, the threat for severe weather. I mean, these people are worried about staying put in their homes from the flooding, and now they have to go downstairs to the most interior room and protect themselves, again, from the threat for a tornado that's ongoing into their...
Dude, that's crazy. You're going to have a flood, so you don't want to go in the basement, but you're going to have a tornado, so you have to go in the basement. What do? What are you choosing? Oh, that's a great one. Okay, if you're in Texas, okay, in Texas they're having floods and tornadoes. Okay, this is a great poll. In Texas, there are floods and tornadoes simultaneously happening. Which do you choose? Basement or attic? Or top floor? Attic, whatever, top floor. Basement or attic? Which do you do? Which do you choose? Pop quiz hot shot. A bus goes over 50 miles per hour. If it goes over 55, it explodes. If it goes under 50, it explodes. Pop quiz hot shot.
Area as well.
Also watching on Capitol Hill, the confirmation hearing underway for the acting Attorney General, Todd Blanche. Meanwhile, anger and outrage on the Hill as dozens of lawmakers learned former special counsel Jack Smith was secretly reading the content of their personal text messages. Dozens of lawmakers now. While investigating President Trump 2022, 2023, Senate Judiciary Committee Chair Chuck Grassley announcing plans to drag Smith back before the committee for a public hearing, accusing him of running roughshod over the institution.
Smith's operation cut corners and blew through constitutional stop signs instead of respecting them and having been advised about the constitutional.
It's happening though, River Keeper. It's happening right now in Texas. It's happening in Kirk County and Uvalde area. It's happening. They're having tornadoes and floods at the same time.
Problems. The White House messages obtained and reviewed by Smith's team included communications with many senators and representatives. The communications included messages with members on this committee, including this senator. It also included other...
Oh, you don't like being spied on? Wait a second. The senators don't like getting investigated. They weren't spying on you, motherfucker. They were investigating you because of January 6th. January 6th, a lot of you fucking maggers, all you Nazis were in on it, so they investigated it and pulled your phone records. That's not spying on you. That's investigating. But whatever. If you don't like being spied on, then let's cut down all these flock cameras, you old piece of shit.
Information irrelevant to Jack Smith's case against then citizen Trump.
Oh, we don't like it when you spy on us. You guys are spying on us? You work for me. You work for me, Chuck Grassley. I don't work for you, but you can spy on me. Make that make sense. It's okay for Chuck Grassley to spy on you, but if a special prosecutor wants to investigate his phone records for his involvement on January 6th, no, that's wrong. You can't do it. No.
Instead of that information being walled off, it was intentionally shared.
All right, now, congressional correspondent Bill Mallusion, a lot to track today. Let's start with this, Bill. Good morning there.
Sky, can you answer what would happen to a person in a stateless, classless, moneyless society with all needs guaranteed to be met who doesn't volunteer to do hard or dirty jobs? What do you mean volunteer? Everybody would volunteer. What are you talking about? What, they're just lazy? You're saying they're just lazy? Well, there's a way to handle lazy people too. There's shaming. That usually works. That does the trick usually. Shaming works great. And then also saying, okay, well, if you're not going to help, then you don't get to go to our store anymore. Like, it's different if you can't, like if you're old or a child, right? But like if you are able-bodied and you're able to help when things need getting done, and you just don't wanna, well, then you're not giving what you can. Listen to what I'm saying. From each what one is able, to each what they need. To each what they need, from each what they're able. pretty simple. Pretty simple concept. This isn't complicated. I'm surprised you're having such a hard time with this, Dwarven Jesus. You seem like such a smart person.
Bill, good morning to you. As you mentioned, we are learning today that more than 40 members of Congress had their text messages scooped up, collected, and read by former special counsel.
Yes, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Thank you. I love this shit. You're a fucking communist. Can't spell your. You're an illiterate. You're a fucking communist if you think it's okay. Then I guess Trump can do the same to anyone he wants if it's investigating. He is, Mary. That's my fucking point. There's flock cameras all over the country now. There's data centers going up in order to crunch the numbers of all the data they're collecting on each and every one of us. Kashyap Patel says that he regularly purchases data from social media companies as part of his FBI regular course of business. So, and the big thing that they're all talking about in Washington right now is FISA, which is an act that enables the government to spy on you if you talk to someone in a foreign country. They can spy on you without a warrant. So, yeah. Are you fucking stupid or something, Mary? Are you stupid? Did you just wake up? They're spying on us. But when the people want to investigate them, no, they don't want it. It's pretty funny. Like it'd be like the cops, right? They have this thing called internal affairs, and they look into what the cops are doing from time to time to see if they've got their shit together. And when something really bad happens, like a January 6th or something, internal affairs goes through the crime to see forensically who did what. And so they gather evidence because a crime has been committed. That's normal, right? But what's happening is that they're spying on all of us when you haven't committed a crime. They're collecting data on you. And you're okay with that because Donald Trump's trustworthy. He's never told a lie. He's a trustworthy man. He's an honorable man. Ask all his wives. He's a trustworthy, honorable man. Ask all his wives. It's totally okay for him to spy on us. But if you investigate after he committed a crime, no.
Jack Smith during his probe of President Trump, and as you can imagine, these lawmakers are not happy about it. Most of them were Republican, but even a few Democrats were caught up in this. So these revelations are coming to us after Senator Chuck Grassley, the chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, released these records yesterday, which he says were turned over to his committee by the Department of Justice. Now, those records reveal that 44 lawmakers had their text messages with Trump administration officials in the final weeks of his first presidency collected and read during Jack Smith's probe. And Republicans who are on that list are outraged.
Well, first off, it's outrageous. It's disgusting. It just shows you exactly what the Biden administration was.
No, that's not fascist. Let me try to explain to you once again what fascism is. It's the cooperation between between government and corporations to the point where their goals become indiscernible and the public is left out in the cold. But it doesn't matter because they've narrowly defined who counts as a member of the public. So if you're a white person and you're not left out of the cold, that's fine, because as long as we only keep this narrow, if we prioritize the benefits to this narrow definition of the public, then fascism flourishes, right? So that's fascism. That's a totally different fucking thing. I don't know why you would think that that's fascist. If you don't know what fascism is, that's fine. But no, that's not fascism. Shaming anybody like I don't know, if somebody does some, I don't know, if somebody is... Most days, most of your life, you're walking around. If you saw somebody kicking a dog and you were like, hey, stop. See, that's not fascism. That's public shaming. You see, hey, everybody, this guy's kicking a dog. Let's stop him. You would stop them. I hope you would stop them. You might not, but I would say, hey, stop that. Hey, everybody, this motherfucker's kicking a dog. That's not fascism. You see, you understand? It's not coercion, public shaming, and it's not government enforcement. It's saying that if you aren't contributing, you don't get to take. From each what one can to each what one needs. Again, it's not a difficult concept. I think you're intentionally being obtuse now, and if you're going to do that, then I won't engage.
I mean, I'm pretty irritated. I was irritated when I knew they were reading the text messages of members. I'm not a lot happier now that I know that it's me.
And some Republicans are now accusing Jack Smith of lying under oath. This is after he said repeatedly during a December deposition with Congress last year that his probe didn't collect text messages.
The toll records that you requested from the senators, did they include the content of the phone calls? No. The records that you requested, the toll records from the members of Congress, include the content of text messages? No.
Well, Senator Rand Paul, who had his text collected, reacted on X, saying in part, quote, December 2025, Jack Smith's...
all you fucking assholes talking about the definition of fascism. I made a whole video for all you morons. I made a whole video about the 14 points of fascism, Umberto Eco and Larry What's-His-Face. I've done a whole video about the 14 points of fascism because I can't do it every fucking day when you imbeciles you wander in like hayseeds blown off the prairie into my chat and are like, define fascism. Well, you're in luck. You can go to my channel. It's called the 14 Points of Fascism and how MAGA checks all the boxes. So go ahead and look at my video about fascism. It goes through every single point about it. So thank you for watching. Like and subscribe if you want to talk about fascism. I'm not going to sit here and go through all 14 points of fascism because you idiots just wander in. Like, I'm sorry that I used shorthand just now. I'm sorry that I used shorthand because I have this assumption that you might have at least half a brain if you're watching. If you were able to log on to YouTube or Kick or Twitch or Facebook, if you're watching from one of these platforms and you're able to log in, I think you must have half a brain because you were able to talk which tile has a bicycle in it. I think that maybe you might be a human. I could be wrong. But if I'm wrong, then that's on me. I made a whole video about fascism. You can go watch it.
Moore swore under oath that he didn't spy on text messages belonging to members of Congress. Today, new evidence confirms he spied on dozens of members of Congress, myself included. This is a blatant abuse of power and exactly where founders warned about. Senator John...
Oh, don't worry, Mary. I'm just a little guy. I'm in the algorithm. I've been in jail, you dumb bitch. I've been in jail. If he was an alt dictator, I've been in jail. Because when you talk outside as a person who's practicing their free speech, you go to jail. Now, of course, I've never been convicted because a judge says, wait a second, this is clearly free speech. But don't worry, those days are numbered. Don't worry. They arrested Martin Luther King Jr. 30 times before they murdered him. But don't worry. Yeah, we're completely above board. But I'm safely in the algorithm right now. They like me right here. I'm perfectly harmless right here. You understand? They love that about the algorithms, because they can manipulate them to make sure that they can silence me and keep my channel small. But it's okay because I have a very committed Sky City Rebels. Become a Sky City Rebel. Support the channel because support independent media. Keep going.
Josh Hawley, who was also on the list, adds, quote, looks like perjury. And back out here live, Bill, two names you wouldn't expect to...
Ooh, yes. Compare myself to MLK Jr. I compare anybody who hungers for justice. Blessed are those who hunger for justice. Blessed are the merciful. Thank you.
See on the list who had their text messages collected as well. New Jersey Democratic Senator Cory Booker and former Democratic Congresswoman Karen Bass, who is now the mayor of Los Angeles. We'll send it back to you.
Nearly bipartisan. Bill, thanks. Nice to see you.
But it's because you're a communist. Fine. So is Martin Luther King Jr. The communists. There's a lot of communists out there. Call me what you will. You're a dumbass. You don't like being challenged. I love being challenged. What the fuck do you think? I go out in the streets. I've been doing this. I travel. I've done tours around the country talking at universities. What the fuck have you done? The fuck have you done? Nothing. You call yourself American? You don't even stand up for what you believe in. Fucking keyboard bootlickers. You're just a bootlicker carrying water for your favorite politician. My favorite politician tells me that communists are bad. I'm never going to read the Communist Manifesto to find out what that's all about. I'm just going to accept what he says. Just accept what he says. Again, what was the dark specter? First chapter of the Communist Manifesto. The first chapter of the Communist Manifesto. A specter is haunting Europe. Here you go. A specter is haunting Europe, the specter of communism. All of the powers of old Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exorcise this specter. Pope and Tsar, Metternich and Guizot, French radicals and German police spies. Where is the party in opposition that has not been decried as communistic by its opponents in power? Look at this. The whole point of the Communist Manifesto was for people like this Mary Moron. Mary Moron, she thinks that you call anybody you want a communist. it's literally why he wrote the manifesto, was because idiots were just going around calling everyone else a communist that they didn't like. Anyone you don't like, it's called a communist. And so he wrote the manifesto so you morons could go, okay, well, what is a communist? Is it just people we disagree with? Still is. Most imbeciles still call anybody else they don't like a communist. It happens every day here. It happens all the time. Donald Trump does it every day. You're a communist. Everybody does it. I mean, shit, Mike Pence called Donald Trump a communist. Mike Pence called Donald Trump a Marxist. He's not a fucking Marxist. But because you just call everybody else, you call them all communist if you don't like them. This is why Karl Marx wrote the manifesto. It's in the it's in the third sentence. Where is the party in opposition that has not been decried as communistic by its opponents in power? Where is the opposition that has not hurled back that branding reproach of communism against the more advanced opposition parties, as well as against its reactionary adversaries? Look at this. Radicals get called communists. Reactionaries get called communists. German police spies get called communists. Metternich and Guizot both call themselves communists, call each other communists. Pope and the Tsar both calling each other communists. Donald Trump called the Pope recently. He called the Pope a communist. And you guys still haven't read the command. Literally, Karl Marx wrote it for you idiots, so you don't have to question what a communist anymore, what it is anymore. But you imbecile. It's a fucking 100 and something pages. How long? How many words is it? How long is the Communist Manifesto? It takes 45 minutes to read. It's 12,000 words. It's 3,000 words longer than the Atlantic article we just were talking about. The post-literate age. Talk about post-literacy. We can't get people to read 12,000 words before they call someone a communist. That's how stupid they are. Like this guy, American police cams. There you go. Yeah, I'm a German socialist commie. Yes, totally. Yeah. Exactly. 12,000. They can't count that far. It takes the average reader 45 minutes to read the Communist Manifesto. I read it in high school. It ain't hard. This is not difficult. But people like this imbecile, American police cams, they'll never read it. They can't read it. It's free. It's free. And it's always been free. It's still never going to read it. Still never going to read 12,000 words. That's too much. It's too much. 12,000 words. It's too much. Before I call someone a communist. Anyway, thanks for playing. I appreciate you so much for being here. Like and subscribe. Thank you so much. Can I get some W's in the chat for our newest member, Lee's? Thank you, Lee's. Sky City Rebels. Welcome to the Sky City Rebels. Sky City Rebels get extra content, extra streams, and extra love in the chat because your name turns green and I can actually see you through the maelstrom. Thank you so much. I appreciate you very, very, very much. Thank you. I love you. You're beautiful. Thank you, Lee's. Can I get some W's and jubilation in the chat, please? Thank you so much. Thank you. I noticed you didn't say you wasn't a communist. I noticed you didn't say you wasn't a communist German socialist commie because they would get rid of you. Is this Mark Wayne Mullen? Are you Mark Wayne Mullen? You wasn't a German socialist, wasn't? I bet you was not. Ding, ding, do. God damn it, the illiterates. Oh my God. Anyway, no, you're a National Socialist and I'm an anarchist. It says it right under my name. Can you read? No, you can't. I know you can't read. It says anarchist right under my name. You see it there? See it there? I'm not afraid. I'll tell you exactly what it is. I'm an anarchist. I'm a total liberationist. I hate hierarchy. I hate bosses. I hate slave owners. I hate slavery. I love liberty. I love freedom. I hate all you slave owners. I hate all you guys that are supporting the slavery. I hate you, slave owners and bosses. But hey, thanks for being here, everybody. Illegitimately non-carborundum.
Our next witness is James O'Keefe. He's an American investigative journalist.
And Paul, he used to be considered a crazy libertarian Republican. Now he's just, I don't know, somehow Rand Paul is the only sane Republican left.
And media entrepreneur. He's the founder of Project Veritas and currently serves as the founder and CEO of O'Keefe Media Group. Mr. O'Keefe.
Chairman Paul, Ranking Member Peters, and members of this committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. In February of 2026, I disguised myself as a homeless person and approached a petition circulator on Skid Row.
What? You disguise yourself as a homeless person?
Near San Pedro and South 6th Street in downtown LA. I saw cash clipped to his shirt, which I thought was odd. The petition circulator told me, we're going to need 14 signatures and we're going to pay you $2. One of our reporters, disguised as a heroin addict with track marks on his arm, asked the homeless, what's going on here? They all replied with one word, money. We recorded a woman named Brown handing over cash as payment in exchange for a homeless person to register to vote in a federal election. Now that is a federal crime.
Why does okay, so then Elon Musk should go to jail then. He was giving people $1 million to register to vote. That's cool. All right, let's put them all in jail. If you're getting people to vote is against the law now, everybody. Paying them to register to vote is also against the law. So put Elon Musk in jail. It's time. It's time.
Congress expressly criminalizes payments to people to register to vote. Why?
Why? Elon Musk paid people to register to vote. How much money did Elon Musk pay people to register to vote? He didn't directly pay them. He started a super PAC. He incentivized registered voters by paying them to sign political petitions or refer other voters to do so. Yeah, he should be in jail. Fucking Elon Musk should be in jail by this guy's, you don't have to disguise yourself as a homeless person. Oh yes, I'm a homeless person. Yeah, I'd love to register to vote for money. Please. Elon Musk, could I please?
Because the vote is sacred. It's an act of conscience.
The vote is sacred. That's why everybody can do it.
Judgment. And when it becomes contaminated by incentives,
marriage is sacred too. Marriage is sacred too, because everybody can do it.
Sale. It undermines the sanctity and fairness of the process designed to elect those who represent us. Our investigation contributed to a federal criminal prosecution, with U.S. Attorney Bill Salia saying, once I saw these videos, I went to work. Brown described the whole thing as a, quote, pyramid game. And then came the irony. In a neighborhood of NGO.
There's a difference. There's a difference between winning money. Yes. It's called infrastructure that only the rich can afford. That's all that is. You fucking moron.
In Los Angeles.
I love my favorite. Elon Musk is my favorite trillionaire. He's my favorite. I just love people who are rich. I love them. I have baseball cards with billionaires, billionaire baseball cards. You could collect all 900. We should actually have billionaire baseball cards. Let's make some billionaire baseball cards so we can all look at the 900 Americans who stole all our money. 900 billionaires living in America. That'd be great when they bring out the National Razor. When the National Razors come out, how will we know their faces? How will we know whose heads to chop off if we don't have these baseball cards? We need them. You know, during the Gulf War, they had these really cool playing cards they gave the soldiers that were like Al Qaeda. They had Al Qaeda on the baseball, not baseball cards, but like deck, like like regular cards, like 52 cards plus a joker. And the ace of spades was like, I don't know, Osama bin Laden or somebody. And then they had all the generals, because you couldn't tell who everybody was, but they thought if they give all the American soldiers these playing cards when they're playing poker in the barracks or whatever, they would start recognizing these faces and want to kill them. It's perfect. Let's do that. We should have billionaire baseball cards. Who's with me? Let's start a Kickstarter. Billionaire baseball cards. I'm sure they all have their pictures taken. I'm sure we could get those pictures and put their stats on the back, dude. Just like the RBIs. Instead, it's like how many union organizers they've murdered. I think that'd be great on the back. And man, the Cargill collection would be great because they got 20 billionaires right there in the Cargill family. That'd be fantastic. I think this is $1 million idea for the billionaire baseball card.
Trying to protect the vulnerable homeless population, the person being confronted by the NGOs was not the fraudster. It was the reporter exposing the fraud. Just minutes after we exposed these felonies, I was approached by a man who identified himself as being with the LAPD, and he began to record me. When I pressed him, he admitted he was actually with the LA Homelessness Authority. Under California law, that's a crime. So this was also a form of fraud, albeit covering up for the fraud happening across the street. But it got worse. We witnessed petition circulators giving marijuana in exchange for signatures on the petitions. And when they spotted our camera, they told one of our reporters, I'm going to knock your...
Wait, signatures on petitions or signatures for registering to vote? I don't know which one this guy's talking about. I tell you what, though, credit card companies gave me a pizza to sign up for a credit card once. Is that legal? Is it legal to pay an 18-year-old with pizza so they sign up for a credit card? No, it's only illegal if you do it for like political to exercise your right to vote.
Your bleeping ass, don't come over here again. I'm going to beat your ass. He threatened us. So we decided to...
I like that. You look like a guy who should be threatened.
Band together. We formed a Citizen Journalism Justice League featuring Savannah Hernandez, Cam Higby, Anthony Rubin, and John
Justice League.
And over the next few weeks, we caught dozens.
I preferred Super Friends
of these cash and drug exchanges for signatures on the petitions. Together, over the course of those next few weeks, we released reporting that prompted the governor of California not to attack us, but to say that what we did was important and the activity should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We also found next ballot petitioners asking homes to sign in other people's names. We recorded over the shoulder one petitioner who took out his phone to access an online database to pull voter rolls and addresses. Quote, I have an Idaho address, said the voter. The petitioner says, I'm going to give you an address to write. Your name is Robert. Another says, I'm giving you a new name. So we visited the residence of those people who were disenfranchised. One of the names was Vicky Walker. The homeowner at that address said for 9 years he received election mail in the name of this Vicky Walker. In fact, he told me he'd received so many ballots in the name of Vicky Walker, he named his cat Vicky Walker. We returned to ask for comment from the petitioner who was offering drugs in exchange for signatures. The same individual who had threatened us earlier, he grabbed the petitions and hid them in his car. When we caught up to him,
But they're petitions. People get paid to go collect signatures. That's how it works in California. I don't know what the big deal is. People get paid for collecting signatures. This isn't register to vote. He's talking about petitions, like ballot initiatives and shit. People get paid for that. And I've all over the country they do. Any place where there's ballot initiatives, you got to go collect signatures. You got to pay people to do that. How the fuck are you going to do it otherwise?
One of his associates charged at us and punched my producer in the neck. The two men then charged at me. And right before they struck us, Cam Higby deployed pepper spray. With pepper spray in their eyes, the two men continued to attempt to assail us. My colleague Braden and I had no choice but to run for our lives.
I don't accept this person's narrative on that part. I think this guy was looking for trouble.
To this day, all the fraudsters that committed state crimes roam free. This, as Nick has said, is not a political issue. It's not a partisan issue. It's not a conspiracy theory. And is most certainly not circumstantial evidence. Everything I've testified to you here, all the quotes and many more, are all recorded on tape. So the question before this
roll the tape
is not whether the fraud exists or whether it's happening. Oftentimes in politics, y'all debate the facts. The facts are what they are. The question is why the incentives allow it to flourish. There is money in fraud, but there's no money in exposing the fraud. And when laws are ignored without consequences, fraud becomes the incentive. Fraud becomes the model of life. Tony Moore, one of the coordinators for the ballot petitions, told us if there's no consequences, it doesn't matter. And that's the point. I don't have subpoena power. Us journalists don't have the power to do anything but expose. They campaign in this building about freedom and protecting democracy.
I really love that there's this narrative that ballot fraud is happening in California. I really love that narrative because my whole life I've been hearing how everyone in California is a fucking liberal fruit. All my life I've been hearing that. If that's the case, if every Californian is a liberal fruit, then why would they have to commit ballot fraud? Are you telling me that everyone in California is actually Republican and that they're just being defrauded by some mystery cabal? Is that your suggestion? all 50, 60 million Californians, I think there's like 60 million of us now, 60 million Californians, and that all of them are secretly Republican and that actually they're not Democrats or liberals. Most Californians are pretty fucking liberal. But I mean, if you go out to the Central Valley and stuff, they've got these huge swaths of land where not many people live. And a lot of those people are pretty conservative. A lot of them are like, dairy farmers and stuff. So when you go out there, you see a lot of Trump signs and stuff. But even in mine, my next door neighbors are Trump supporters. And I live in Southern California. Are you telling me that they are being disenfranchised? It's so funny. Why would you need to if they already have it in the bag? Like, think about what you're fucking saying. The Democrats already have it in the bag, so they'll commit ballot fraud for something they already know is a sure thing? The fuck are you talking about? Like, where's the motive?
In preventing disenfranchisement and how nobody...
Like, it's always the same thing. Like, illegal immigrants are voting. Where? California. California? The state that you guys say all the time the Democrats already have in the bag. Why would they need to have illegal immigrants vote? First of all, it's a fucking impossible for an illegal immigrant. Whatever. Why would they bother breaking the law for something they already have in the bag? It'd be like a billionaire robbing a bank. Oh, wait.
Nobody is above the law. But if those principles are not enforced,
Nobody's above the law unless your name is Elon Musk or Donald Trump or Jeffrey Epstein.
when they're violated in broad daylight, they're not principles at all. They're slogans. And without accountability, our notion of freedom is just an illusion. Thank you.
Welcome back. We bring you all the most important and breaking news from Capitol Hill whenever it comes in. As we mentioned just before we went to break, the House failed to pass an amendment by Kentucky Republican Tom Massey to cut off aid to Israel. More than 100 Democrats voted for it. Only Massey, as a Republican, voted in favor of it. All the other Republicans, no. I want to turn to our political panel. Democratic strategist, former press secretary to then Vice President Joe Biden, Kendra Barkoff-Lammy, and Republican strategist, and former chief of staff to Vice President Mike Pence, Mark Short. Great to have you here.
Thanks, Major.
Mark, give me your analysis of this vote. So, Massey, Biden.
What's funny is that the Democrats are corrupt in California, but you guys are digging in the wrong place, you morons. Like, they're totally corrupt. They take money from Israel, tons, so much fucking money, it's embarrassing. They take money from huge corporations like PG&E and all the oil corporations that are here, like Chevron. They're corrupt. The Democrats are corrupt, but rather than try to expose corruption, because the Republicans are doing the same thing, you want to talk about ballot fraud and stupid shit that they wouldn't bother. It just doesn't make sense to even put any effort into ballot fraud. They've already won. The Democrats already won. Why would they do ballot fraud? They're because Steve Hilton might. No one gives a fuck about Steve Hilton. Nobody. Like, even Gavin Newsom, who is garbage. Gavin Newsom is garbage. I hate Gavin Newsom. They did a recall and he won. There's no reason for him to do ballot fraud. He beat a recall. Gray Davis didn't beat a recall. Do you know how hard it is to beat a recall? And he beat it. I mean, I don't know what the fuck you're thinking. They do break the law, but not the laws you think. The laws you think are the same laws they're all breaking, because the unitard party, Republicans, Democrats, they're Republican and Democrats are committing the same crimes. You understand? They're tricking you into thinking the Democrats are cheating at the Republicans are cheating. That's not how it's working, man. I mean, the redistricting thing is annoying and stupid because it's happening now instead of every 10 years, but they do it every 10 years. It's really fucked up that they're doing it now. Maybe that'll be normal now. Maybe we'll do it every 5 years from now on. We'll redistrict every 5 years instead of every 10 years. But whatever. They're both doing it. And you guys are like, Democrats, Republicans. It's the same group, assholes. It's the same billionaires and trillionaires who are the bosses of those idiots. And the same countries like Saudi Arabia, Israel, Qatar. They're the same. They're sucking the same dicks. You think Democrats suck a different dick than Donald Trump? Democrats are sucking the same dick. His name's Benjamin Netanyahu. They're both sucking dick. And they're sucking the same dicks. You understand? It's like a glory hole video, except Democrats and Republicans are in the glory hole booth or something. I don't know. Dicks just keep coming out. They just keep sucking the same dicks.
Himself, Republicans clearly whip this, leave him on his own, and see what the Democrats do among themselves to fight this out.
Well, look, I think that this close to election season, when Thomas Massey's not well liked in the conference, there's no doubt they're very comfortable with him offering this on the floor, believing that this is what a lot of Democrats would vote exactly as they did. And I think that the Democrats have a growing anti-Semitic problem in their caucus, and it's only going to get worse when a lot of these Democrat socialists they've been pushing forward have won nominations will likely be there next year.
I want to clarify, because do you believe any vote that questions U.S. aid to Israel is by definition anti-Semitic, or could it
Whoa, hey, nice. This guy's usually not this hardcore.
be a policy disagreement with the sitting Israeli government?
It can be a policy.
I wanted to see this because look at the title. 103 House Democrats vote to cut off aid to Israel. That was a hard. Do you think that cutting off aid to Israel is anti-Semitic?
Disagreement. But I also think they have an anti-Semitic problem. I think you have people who basically been nominated this cycle in their party who have basically called for the end of Israel. You have people in their party who have gone further than just saying they want to cut off aid to Israel. So this creates the dichotomy the Republicans want to say, we stand with Israel when Democrats don't.
Kendra?
I mean, I just can't, I don't go with that viewpoint. I would just say, I worked with the survivors of that were held hostages and those family members
after October
7th. And we met with more Democrats than Republicans. And I don't think that happens with anti-Semitic members of Congress. And so I think there's a lot of people in Israel that live there that have a lot of different religions. I think this is not a political decision as in terms of them being anti-Semitic. I think that they just don't like what the current prime minister is doing.
So there's a lot of Democrats who certainly are not anti-Semitic. But are you suggesting you don't have a problem with anti-Semitism in your caucus?
Well, the Republican Party doesn't have necessarily absolutely clean hands on this either.
I agree with you, Major. I think there's a growing concern on the right, too. I think a lot of the followers of Tucker have demonstrated that. Yeah. So I concur with that. But I think that there's a more significant challenge with elected officials in the Democrat Party, not just podcasters on the right.
Kendra, there was a release today from the former president about a book that's coming out after the midterms. Let's play it.
I've written a book about my time as president. It's called Promise Me America. It's coming out in November, and it's available for pre-order now.
Jesus. Oh my God, AutoPen.
It's about the challenge we face as a nation.
Did he actually write it, do you think? I mean, if he wrote that shit, I'd be really surprised. What do you think? Did he write that shit?
About the decisions I made and why I made them.
Kendra, that's the best version of that. It always is. It still sounds a little rough to listen to.
Yeah, I think clearly he's aged and his health is in decline. We know that he's made his cancer public, and he's obviously going through treatment is what I can assume. And he has made the conscious choice for this book to come out after the midterms, and I think that was
the great relief of
a smart thing for him to do. And I think the Democrats are very happy that it's coming out after the midterms. I think, look, Joe Biden served as a public servant for almost 50 years. He did that because he wanted to.
He's a fucking asshole for almost 50 years.
Make the country better. And
he did not make the country better.
at the end of the day, he has a truth that he wants to tell, and he should be able to talk about it in the way he wants to talk about it.
He should be able to talk.
I'm going to skip over you on this, Mark Short, not because I don't think you have something
He didn't have enough time to talk when he was president, so he needed to write a book. Can't wait to read it.
valid to say, but because I want to have something that is more personal to your relationship with the former Vice President Mike Pence, because he was raised by J.D. Vance, because he recorded podcasts with Joe Rogan, and name-checked your former boss, so let's listen.
If you look at what Mike Pence or some of the conservative hawks, like people who voted for us but have been very critical of me, very critical of the administration, if you actually look at what they're proposing, they just want the military campaign to go on forever, and they can't actually identify what it is that they're trying to accomplish.
Mark Short, the floor is yours.
Well, look, I think that it's odd that he's name-checked the former vice president in a couple recent interviews. It shows an incredible amount of sensitivity appears on his part. I know.
What do you think that's about?
I know how hard the job is to be vice president of the United States, and I think.
Really? I mean, you were the chief of staff of the VP, and you're okay with this?
Especially under this president.
Certainly, especially under this president, Mike Pence does. And, I think there are a couple times when, one, Donald Trump asked Mike to go renegotiate the Remain in Mexico policy. Two, when Erdogan was slaughtering Kurds and crossed the border, he asked Mike Pence to go to Turkey and help solve that. So he knows what's been asked by the president to go do these tasks. I think perhaps he's a little bit sensitive that his effort to appease the greatest sponsor of terrorism in the world is not really working, because it's hard to explain why. Appease Iran. I mean, it seems
Vice President Vance.
Yeah,
Just so I clear.
Africa. Yeah, giving AIDS medication to Africa is the same thing as giving bombs to a genocidal maniac. Totally the same thing. Yeah, I love that. I love that. I love that for us. I love that. Thank you. Yeah, okay, thanks for the chuckle.
What you're saying there, what you're throwing down.
It was his plan, and I think clearly now the president's begun to turn away from that. So it seems like there's a remarkable, I think, insecurity about what his own position's been.
Kendra, you just heard it.
Well,
Republican infighting.
Hit that like button. Hit the emoji erection.
There was Democratic infighting on the one topic. There's Republican infighting right here, right now.
I'd actually say it's additionally insulting because the vice president has family members who are serving in uniform now. To suggest he wants eternal wars is ridiculous.
Kendra, we got 10 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, I think throw Mark Rubio in the mix and you'll have a whole lot of fun. But I do think that there's some competition there, and Vance's ego is clearly very bruised.
Ego politics. Never heard of it. Mark Short, Kendra Barkov-Lamy, thank you so much.
The nuclear power plant in Citrus County is shutting down. The nuclear industry.
It's funny because they said, is cutting off aid to Israel anti-Semitic? And he's like, well, we don't have an anti-Semitic problem? Like, yeah, so do the Republicans. Yeah, but they didn't answer the question. Of course, it's not anti-Semitic to cut off aid to Israel. Republicans have a long history of being very anti-Semitic. For a long time, Jews were not allowed in certain golf clubs, and you know who loves golf? I love golf.
It's being dismantled.
I hate golf.
Just a few years ago, nuclear power looked doomed in America.
The San Onofre nuclear plant is shutting down for good.
Some people loved that.
Anti-nuclear activists rejoiced at the news.
And I started to cry.
Politicians even bragged about closing plants.
14 years ahead of schedule.
And people applauded.
Why would they applaud? They shut down New York's finest source of clean energy? You got to be kidding me.
Former nuclear engineer Ray Rothrock now invests.
Because it's scary. nuclear power.
to nuclear energy because it's reliable and relatively clean. He's met with presidents to talk
Because we should be using solar panels.
about that. But
Nothing was ever addressed.
until now,
We will embrace all forms of energy, including nuclear.
President Trump has ordered the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to speed up licensing of new plants.
Essentially turning the NRC into a rubber stamp rather than a trusted safety
Let's go as fast as possible on nuclear. Let's go super fast.
regulator.
Democratic senators are upset.
That's not a conducive situation to nuclear safety. Flagrant disregard for nuclear safety.
That's just a bunch of crap. They're afraid of something that they don't need to be afraid of.
We don't need to be afraid of nuclear power.
The first step in a nuclear nightmare.
Stossel. John Stossel's such a funny. John, what do you think about that?
I was a young reporter when the media got hysterical about
The United States' worst commercial nuclear power accident.
3 Mile Island was happening, was in the news every night. Time magazine was running articles, cover stories, all this. They thought the whole nuclear industry was coming apart.
the China Syndrome movie, coincidentally released days before the accident, increased fears. It suggested a nuclear accident could burn a hole all the way to China.
The China Syndrome. Only a handful of people know what it really means. And they're scared.
You're laughing, but
No,
to people, they thought it meant that the thing would burn all the way through the earth to China.
I thought that would burn all the way to my mustache.
I guess they don't understand first principle of gravity, right? You can only go halfway because that's where it stops. 3 Mile Island did melt, and gosh, did it melt to China? I don't think.
No, it's not really. China Syndrome's not really melting to China. It's a joke about how it's going to melt all the way to China. But of course, if it melts to the core or anywhere near the core, if it's hot enough to melt to the core of the earth, what would happen? It's not really afraid. We're not really afraid for China. We're afraid for what's going to come out of the earth if we melt a hole too deeply. Maybe it'll be a Balrog. Maybe a Balrog will come out. You know about the Balrogs? There's Balrogs down there. You will not pass. Balrogs.
It did, and nobody was hurt.
No pasarán. No pasarán.
Imagine that.
The public didn't understand.
No, they didn't.
After 3 Mile Island,
A blast at the Daiichi nuclear power plant in Fukushima.
there was that nuclear accident in Japan.
The lives upended by radioactive fallout.
Yeah.
Radiation did escape.
The Fukushima meltdowns contaminated hundreds of square miles of northeastern Japan.
But again, the radiation didn't harm people.
Because well, first of all, we don't know if the radiation harmed people from Fukushima really yet, but also they had to thousands of acres. They took like 3 feet of soil and got rid of it. I don't even know what they did with it all.
The media distorted the risk. People did die from the tsunami, and more died during the government-ordered evacuation.
The Japanese government ordered an evacuation of everyone within 2 miles of Fukushima Daiichi.
But no one died or even got sick from nuclear radiation. The UN concluded that the extra radiation would have no discernible health effects. Most people don't realize that radiation is everywhere. Just flying gives you radiation. Living in Denver.
Yes.
That's true. I'm going to get more radiation when I live in Albuquerque because it's the same height as Denver.
Poses your radiation.
Living on the beach in Brazil.
Bizarrely, this beach has natural radiation at levels that are worse than our government's safety standards.
30 times the safety standard.
And yet they don't get more cancer.
They don't.
Why take any risks? Why don't we just use solar and wind?
There's no problem with radiation, guys. Radiation's cool.
Stops blowing sometimes.
And solar only works when there's sun.
So why don't we do solar and wind? That would make sense, right? We'll do solar and wind, maybe?
On top of that.
You need a lot of land for solar, a lot of land for wind. Start throwing in all those costs, and it's pretty darn expensive.
So why don't more countries do what France does? Get most of their power from nuclear plants.
Thousands of anti-nuclear protesters marched through Tokyo.
Because the anti-nuclear protest movement has been so strong.
I say no, you say nukes, no.
That led to excessive regulation in America.
We're wasting too much time on permitting.
Regulators spend millions analyzing whether a community is a good place for a nuclear plant, even when
We've been running nuclear in that community for 4 decades. Why are we even asking that question?
the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's cumbersome rules pretty much stopped American nuclear power innovation.
Bro, you want to talk about how many animals were killed? Really? Nuclear power kills a lot of animals too because it totally heats up that river that they're on or on the ocean that heats it up. Plus, they're sucking in lots of water to cool all the time. Don't get me started on the animal populations. Holy shit. How many animals died because of Fukushima?
Thou shalt do it this way. Thou shalt have that. Thou shalt have this. The regulators said.
Or you want to talk about the dogs that are fucking still alive? There's generations of dogs living in where Chernobyl happened, man. It's bad shit. It's not good.
Well, if it takes a 3-foot 6-inch wall to protect from the radiation on this side of the wall from the people on that side of the wall, why don't you make it 4? Better still, why don't you make it 10?
Just to get approval for a new plant.
It got to be 5, 6, 7 years. And then people stopped completely. No new.
Just give up. Just
don't
try.
even do it. So for 30 years, literally 30 years, the NRC has not seen a new reactor proposal.
The regulators rarely adjust rules for new technology. They require this big dome, a safety feature for water-cooled reactors. But some new reactors are not even cooled by water.
They're not pressurized, so there's no need for a dome.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, exactly. People, that's a crock of crap. There was metric tons of cesium-123 and uranium-235 that got dumped into the ocean. I know. They're saying that was not a problem, though. Fukushima was harmless.
But the rules say you have to.
Stossel. I'm John Stossel, and I can't believe people don't like nuclear weapons.
Build a dome.
Only now has that rule been
nuclear power, nuclear, everything nuclear.
changed. And there's finally a limit on how long bureaucrats can spend reviewing reactor designs, 18 months. But government is always slow. More than a year's passed since Trump issued his orders. But things now are finally turning around. For the first time in 10 years, a new reactor has been approved.
It's expected to power up to 400,000 homes.
A Michigan plant that had been closed will be started up again.
Making history as the first nuclear plant to reopen in the U.S.
But again, activists complain.
This nuclear nightmare is back. You can have a full-blown reactor core meltdown.
But this time they're losing. And 18 other reactors have had their operating licenses extended. In addition,
A new generation of advanced reactors is in development that some say could signal the dawn of a new nuclear age.
on top of that, private entrepreneurs are making safer and better fuels.
The uranium in each one of these balls produces about as much power as about 4 tons of coal.
Don't drop that shit!
And reactors that are easier to install.
Valor will mass manufacture reactors and deploy hundreds of them at each location.
One company's building a prototype that Google will use to power a data center.
The goal is a standardized design that can be built over and over with shorter timelines.
The most disgusting thing is always like, we need all this nuclear power. Why? It's going to power homes and stuff. Homes? Really? You want to power homes? Yeah, it's for homes. Really? Because most places, if you give a house solar panels, they can get off the grid almost completely. And they end up becoming positive generators. Like, you could turn every house into a generator by putting solar panels up. But the sun doesn't always shine. But it shines enough. The sun shines enough where human beings are living. It's always shining somewhere, the sun. So why do they want all these nuclear? What do they want it for? Data centers. Look at this. It's for Google.
Lower costs.
If bureaucrats
Wait a second. I thought it was for the homes. He said it was going to power 400,000 homes. Wait, it's not for the homes? You're not doing it for the people? If it's so great and so cheap, then how come I still got a fucking electric bill?
get out of the way, we'll soon have cheap, clean energy that'll make the world a better place. Thanks for watching.
Bro, I've seen a battery charged by magnets through a bullshit perpetual motion machine. I've seen batteries charged by algae decomposing and creating methane that burns and charges super clean energy. And then as it dies, it sinks. The algae comes back, decays, and causes an engine to go. I've seen these things with my own eyes in person. And yet we're talking about nuclear weapons, nuclear energy, sorry. Why do we need that? Why do we need that?
Tonight in Otay Mesa, where one man has been trying to get the city of San Diego to
Surveillance. They want the goddamn... The only reason they're all crazy about... It's like my friend Chip is always going, I love nuclear power. It's the best thing ever. For whom? Who's it for? You think that's for you? You think they're going to give you like a discount? You think you're going to get cheap electricity because of these nuclear power plants going in? No, you will get whatever's bad about the nuke. Whatever there is that's bad. Oh, well, there is no bad. Only good can happen. What did he say? Only good can happen. Whatever. I forget what Donald Trump said. Said some weird combination of that. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. I think that's what he said. It can only good happen. Whatever there is that's bad that will happen from the nuclear power plants, you will be that externality. They, the capitalists, will get money and resources. You will get whatever the fallout is. You think you're going to get free electricity because there's a solar panel going? I'm sorry, a nuclear power plant going in? No, a solar panel you might get for free. You should be getting that for free, but no.
clean up an RV encampment without any luck. And now he's calling us, hoping that they will take action.
The encampment is right along the border between San Diego and Chula Vista. NBC
It can only good can
7's Marty
happen.
Fleming shows us the problem.
Here's the problem right over my shoulders. Neighbors say that this RV encampment just continues to keep on growing. They worry that it's not just an eyesore, but it's a danger to the community that the city's not responding to fast enough.
I love
This is how
it.
it started back in February. Just
Trumpville.
It's one RV with a boat behind it, parked up.
This is what happens in America. Everyone in America is moving into RVs because Trump sucks.
Otay Valley Road in Otay Mesa West. This is how it's going 6 months later. 2 RVs that have renovated and expanded by adding the shanty-style living room with a Mercedes-Benz parked out back.
Trumpville.
Needs to be cleaned up because it's a hazard.
Jerry Allen's been leading the charge since February. Talking
There's
to San Diego
Mercedes-Benz there, so obviously they have money. Dude, a lot of these people, you can't get rid of the Mercedes-Benz. What are you supposed to do? If you got a payment and then you hit rock bottom and the only thing you can afford is to make the payment on the Mercedes-Benz, then you're going to keep making it while you move into an RV and your kids don't eat.
leaders hoping to get the encampments cleaned up. He's worried about health and fire hazards for his Vista Pacifica neighborhood.
If a fire would start here, it could go up that hill in a minute before the fire department got here.
Yeah, dude. Agus? What the fuck? I thought it was Angus, whatever your name is. Odin, Prism, Omega, whatever, man. Omega Man. I totally agree. Like I want to put solar panels in a new house, an old house actually, but my new house, I want to put solar panels in and charge a battery in case the grid goes down. But in the meantime, when the grid isn't down, you're charging a battery and everything left over goes to a goddamn grid. You get money back. And if you don't get money back, you get credits on what you use. That sounds like a pretty good system, man. I like it.
If the fire got up here and got bad enough, quick enough, the residents will be trapped.
Allen says he's watched the first encampment entice 2 other RVs to move in down the street.
Kind of disheartening.
The shanty towns blossoming at the foot of the South Bay housing boom. They're across from North Island Credit Union Amphitheater, right off the side of Otay Valley Road, just before Avenida de las Vistas. It's an area where jurisdictional issues come into play for the cities of San Diego to the left of that dark line on the map and Chula Vista on the right. The RVs are precariously parked on the border between the cities. In one of Allen's requests on the City of San Diego's Get It Done app, you can see an issue forwarded to Chula Vista. But judging from the sign that says leaving Chula Vista, one camp appears to be on the Chula Vista side, the other encampment under construction and growing, seemingly on the San Diego side.
Because it's like the city council doesn't really care about the folks that kind of live down here in this area.
Emails from a District 8 council representative show they have been working with the city of Chula Vista to try and remedy the problem. While Allen says Chula Vista has been to the site to clear the RVs from their side, he says San Diego has not.
As a taxpayer, this is what your tax dollars are supposed to go for, to keep the...
Yeah, your tax dollars are supposed to go so that everyone has enough money and can get health care and stuff. These people probably had a healthcare emergency and now they're broke. So now they live in fucking RVs. Sorry for the eyesore.
One, safety of the neighborhood.
A neighborhood that Allen says now feels threatened by encampments presenting a health and fire danger. Amari Fleming, NBC7.
Maybe we should build some housing for them. Maybe we should give them some housing credits so they're not homeless. That'd be cool. Maybe we should do something. We are living is a gas cap, and first we prey on the solar system. We live is a what the fuck? We can save this planet is burning you slowly. We live is a crazy electromagnetic like a big impulse. I like you sound like a poet. Not sure what all that means, but I love it. Holy shit. How is that possible? Look at this guy, man. Holy shit. Russian soldier thrown from helicopter gun turret during training exercise. Look at this guy. Oh my God. That guy's the luckiest man alive. This guy he literally dodged a bullet. Dude, I wouldn't touch. I wouldn't put my hand up. That thing was spinning fast. His hand. He doesn't care about his hand. Okay, watch it. Oh, he touched the barrel. He burned his hand on the. Why would you touch it at all? Why would you even touch it? Then he put his hand on the barrel and burned it? What are you, crazy? Aren't you guys trained? He's like, I burnt my hand. I burnt my hand, you capitalist swine. I burnt my hand. I tried to come. I joined the police force to kill Ukrainian Nazis, but now I get to burn on my hand. Bro, that is crazy. Woo! I can't believe he reaches up and touches it. This guy's also so stupid. He's the luckiest man alive. Oh, and he burns his hand. Like, come on. If God if the universe conspires to allow you to dodge the bullet, don't reach up touching shit. Just stay down for a couple minutes. Take a breath. As the gravity will do its job. It's not going to spin forever. It's all right. You just stay down. You'll be all right. Just don't touch the barrel of the gun. It's safe now. No one's pulling the trigger. God damn. Why are they bleeping out Russians? Why are they bleeping out the? I don't speak.
Despite Nancy Pelosi
Smilink is against the law.
joining far-left members of her party to slash aid to Israel, the former party leader isn't thrilled that socialist candidates are challenging Democratic incumbents in a midterm.
It's like a Yakov Smirnoff thing. Like, in America, you spin gun. In Russia, guns spin you. What a country.
Here, listen here.
I wasn't happy about people saying, let's spend a whole lot of money challenging Democrats. You want to do that, do that. But don't think that that's something that is good for this year. Do it a year when we have the luxury of having the majority.
Do it in the you guys, I totally know this is a fucking liberal. These fucking liberals. I know you guys want to change the world, but it's not convenient right now, okay? Do it later. This is so typical. I wonder, do people like, she's old as shit. She knows that it's never a good time for a revolution. Just stop, Democratic Socialists. Stop. It's not a night, not in the midterms. Wait, just wait. Just wait. No, Nancy. We've been waiting long enough, Nancy. You still have a job, Nancy?
U.S. Senate candidate for North Carolina and former RNC chairman Michael Whatley joins me right now. Michael, thank you for joining the program. What do you make of Pelosi's comments?
You know, the Democratic Party right now is a jailbreak to the left. When you have liberals like Nancy Pelosi are getting run over by the Democratic Socialists, I think it says a lot. When you have
Yeah, it does say a lot. Liberals always in the way, right?
leadership now is Zoran.
Well, they got run over by the Nazis. Now they're about to get run over by the Democratic Socialists. So yeah, that's how it happens.
Mondani, AOC, you know, my opponent Roy Cooper and others who are marching farther and farther away from Main Street and really truly fighting harder for illegal aliens, fighting harder for criminals than they do the people of North Carolina. That's why the Democratic Party is losing membership in states like Pennsylvania, Florida, and my state of North Carolina every year.
Yeah, and we heard Gavin Newsom in California say that they are in the addition rather than the subtraction.
When are you going to run for office? You don't think I've run for office? You don't think I've served? You don't even know me, Gino Valentino. You don't know shit about me, you dumb piece of shit. When are you going to run? I have run. How old is Nancy Pelosi? 86. Nancy Pelosi is 86. My God, man. My God. She's been in office forever. But she left in 2023, right? When did she leave office, right? In office, preceded by Kevin McCarthy. She became Kevin McCarthy. 52nd Speaker of the House. Great job, Nancy.
Traction business, and that they have a big tent, and that big tent is including more progressive candidates. And there were some big news this week. Take a look at this. The DSA's new Workers Deserve More platform. It includes eliminating the U.S. Senate, replacing the president, and...
But she's still in office. She's still in office. It's just that she's done. She says she's done. She's 86. She's not going to run again. So this will be her last year. The last time I have to listen to Nancy Pelosi tell me it's not time. Just wait. Just wait. Please just wait. It's not the right time. It's not the right time to ask for a raise. It's not the right time. It's not the right time. Eliminating the U.S. Senate. Man, I like this rose. I like this logo of the DSA. Eliminating the Senate. Executive and judiciary chosen by a subordinate to Congress. Love it. Amnesty for all immigrants. Love it. Defunding the Department of War. Love it.
Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen by and subordinate to Congress, amnesty for all immigrants, and defunding the Department of War. Did anything there surprise you, number one? And number two, where do you see this sort of battle for influence going between the moderates and progressives in that party?
Look, if you're going to be surprised by anything, it's that they say the quiet part out loud now, that this is a party who is loud and proud about wanting to overthrow America. This is a group that wants to empty out our prisons, just like my opponent Roy Cooper did when he let 4,200 criminals out. This is a group that wants boys and girls sports and men and women's locker rooms, just like my opponent did.
Dude, what the fuck with you guys in the trend? They put the platform up there and they still bring up trans people. You know it's a scapegoat when every time every conversation has to go with boys and girls sports, boys and girls, girls and boys, genitals, genitals, genitals. It's like you guys have a tick. We're talking about politics and you keep on bringing up a tiny percent, the trans people. You're so afraid of the trans people. What is with you guys?
When he vetoed legislation to prohibit that, the fact is the Democratic Party right now is being taken over by the socialists, and they want to subvert America. They want.
Well, they are being taken over by the socialists, but that's because the National Socialists took over the Republican side. That's all that happened.
To go ahead and crater this greatest country in the history of the face of the earth.
So in your campaign against former Governor Cooper, you just visited all 100 counties in North Carolina. Tell me about that, and what did you learn during those visits?
You know, it's a fantastic state. It's a big state, but you know, we have mountains, we have the coast, we have urban areas, we have rural areas, and we've got an amazing array of people that live in this state. And the biggest thing that I saw is people want a fighter. People want somebody who is going to get to the Senate, fight for their families, fight for their communities. We want to make sure that people are going to make more and keep more of their money, and we want to keep our kids and our communities safe. And that is an agenda that resonates across all 100 of our counties.
All right, Michael Whatley, former RNC chairman, running for Senate in North Carolina. Michael, thank you for joining the program this morning.
Thank you, Nate.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox 1.
For the first time overnight, Carl McDaniel is opening up about his now viral face-to-face encounter with a raging bison last Friday at Montana's Yellowstone National Park.
Okay, we watched this yesterday, man. I want to know. They said he was 100 yards away. I don't think that was 100 yards, so
Five-year-old
whatever.
grandfather now recovering from a broken femur after the massive animal chased him around a camp before tossing him high into the air. McDaniel telling CNN, "We were about 100 yards away."
Does that look like 100 yards away? I don't think that's 100 yards away.
And the bison was not aggressive, so they snapped a few photos and continued walking. Photographer Mike McLeod filmed the wild encounter.
They were doing everything right. They were respectful, and once the bison showed any agitation, they left, and they were just at the wrong time in the wrong place.
McDaniel says around that time, a truck drove by, and the driver honked his horn.
Oh, he honked his horn? The truck drove by and honked a horn and freaked him
What he
out?
believes was an apparent attempt to get the bison to move. And it worked. The sound agitated the bison, and it began running toward them. McDaniel telling CNN, "There was not a
That was not 100 yards. Don't give me this
lot
bullshit.
of time. So I told my grandson to run in one direction, and I went the other to try and draw him away. After chasing the pair around a wooded area, the hulking animal eventually caught up to McDaniel and sent him flying.
Damn.
McDaniel says he was on the ground and unable to move when something remarkable happened. He was right on top of me. He could have stomped on me. He could have gored me. He could have done almost anything to take my life, and he did not do so. That's when the photographer says he immediately stopped filming and ran to help, yelling at the bison along with other Good Samaritans to scare it off.
I could see that bison was standing over him, and he was pumping his head, very aggressive and agitated, and I knew that somebody had to distract that thing.
McDaniel, who had surgery on Sunday, says he's grateful for all the people who helped
Broke his femur, bro. That's a big bone to break.
and thankful it was not much worse.
I mean, what a story. So what does his recovery look like now, Camila?
Yeah, Savannah. So Carl McDaniel told CNN that he broke his femur in 4 places near his hip. He says
That was Savannah Guthrie. Remember when Savannah Guthrie's mom got kidnapped and Kashyap Patel did nothing?
he'll be doing physical therapy for the next few days to start walking, but he was thankfully able to stand yesterday. Savannah.
Wow. And good for the person shooting to put down that camera and help. The right
Yeah, way to go, person shooting. Don't get near bison. That was not 100 yards.
thing to do. Thank you so much.
You told me that guy was a football field away from the bison. Not true. That is not true. That's like one time I got in a car accident and the speed limit was 50 and a guy ran a stop sign and I hit him going full speed, totaled the car. The cop, when they got me out of the car, was like, "How fast were you going?" And I was like, 45. I have no idea how fast I was going, but there's no way I was going 45. I had the right of way. There was no reason to expect someone to run a stop sign and just go right in front of me. So I was just going straight and someone popped out in front of me and I hit him. And, but when the cop asked me how fast I was going, I'm like, 45. You're just gonna I was 100 yards away. He knows he's not supposed to be. He's supposed to be at least 25 yards away from that animal. There's no reason. There's no way he was that wasn't even 25 yards. It's 100 yards away. I'm a football field away from that animal, and he went crazy and gored me.
We have told you.
Don't get near wild animals. Shit, I don't even like being near wild squirrels. If squirrels, they're fairly harmless, but like you get one up in your grill. I don't like them too close. Tell you that much. Wild squirrel too close to me. I'm get the fuck out of here. What do you think you're doing? That's what I say to him. I'm like, what do you think you're doing? Get. I like squirrels. Not too close.
A record number of claims were filed in the last year since Ohio lawmakers settled on using $600 million in unclaimed funds to help pay for a new Brown Stadium in Brook Park.
Now, the wait to receive your unclaimed funds from the state, that can drag on. Your Ashtabula County reporter Clay Lepard shows us how some feel their simple claims became unnecessarily complicated.
You're going to see more ads encouraging you to look up and see if you have any unclaimed funds, like this one from Lieutenant Governor Jim Tressel.
Take a minute and see what's waiting for you. Visit unclaimedfunds.ohio.gov.
It's because of a new 10-year deadline for Ohioans to file a claim to reclaim their money before the state sets it aside and uses it for sports projects like a new Brown Stadium in Brook Park.
That's what they need. They need more sports. Better get your money.
Yamamoto knew he had to wait for the nearly 10 grand that was sitting out there. This pet project included 24 separate claims, some dating back more than 30 years.
We waited and waited and waited.
All right, we're gonna go. Okay, Guy Fawkes, what you got? What you got, Guy Fawkes? Welcome to the show. How you doing?
Howdy. I did the playlist link thing.
Oh, nice. I want to see it. You got 3. The first one's I see the first one. Okay, we're gonna do it right now. Nice. I love this. Oh, the Super Show. You got the Alien Super Show.
This is the only good Melania.
We got a lot of videos on this one. All right, let's
They're
go.
shorts mostly. Yeah.
Let's go. All right, here we go. We're gonna do it. Let me adjust, and we are ready to rock.
Bleep here, momentarily interrupting this transmission. It has come to our attention that Alien Super Show has been nominated for a Webby Award. You will locate the link in the description below. You will click it. You will vote for us. You will then disseminate this link to your friends, your family, your coworkers, and any loosely affiliated life forms. Failure to comply is not cool. Compliance, however, brings us one step closer to total cultural domination and having a Slinky-like trophy. Transmission ended.
Hey guys, I'm picking up a weird.
It would be cool to get a Webby though.
Yeah, see that ship that's in the window?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is that ship?
You should recognize it. Hit play, yeah.
Signal on our ship's other ship detector, and I think there's someone who's close enough that they can just beam in.
Convenient.
It's Milana Weintraub from Project Hail Mary.
Killing.
Milana, I assume you're cool with us promoting Project Hail Mary.
Doesn't need my help, but yeah, sure.
Yeah. Very cool. Well, now that you're in our orbit, you have no choice but to watch these horrific clips with us.
What a fun pastime for two aliens to. Well, I'm not an alien, but I guess anything other than whatever species you are is an alien to you,
That's
right?
true, yeah. Although I think after watching this, you may not think Earth is worth saving. So
Yeah, can you take me back to wherever you guys are from?
yeah, that's a great alternate ending to the movie.
We have really regime change. This is a change in the.
That is how the movie ends on Project Hail Mary. He ends up on their planet.
Spoilers.
Well, they did. They just said it, right? I mean, like,
no, I don't actually think that's how it ended. Well, no, she said she wants to go with them instead. I think.
Yeah, that's what happens at the end of Project Hail Mary.
I don't know. Should we debate it or spoil it?
The first of all, the book came out.
Spoil the ending, okay?
The book came out 20 years ago. It's one of the biggest movies I think we're allowed to watch. It's just, when did the Project Hail Mary book get published?
It's just on Prime now.
Okay, so the book came out 5 years ago by Andy Weir. Or Wire, I don't know.
If you don't want spoilers, everyone, earmuffs, okay? He goes to the biodome, but after the biodome on Rocky's planet, he gets shipped back.
He says maybe it's time for me to go back, but you get the idea.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he's got those little rocks.
He's got the little rocks. He spends enough time there to have a class where they all know him, and he's teaching them like something. I don't know what he's teaching them, math or something. So they're all like cheering him on, and he's there with his rock friends, which is kind of weird because I guess now he's just like an incel. But these are smart rock animals, but they're not. Can they give him a woman? I don't think they can. So
give him a rock.
Give him a rock. These fucking rocks out there. He's like, is there a soft part he could stick it in? I don't know.
She didn't have a good enough role in the movie.
I don't even remember this woman in the movie.
She was the astronaut that died.
What? She said it. Her dead body's in it, right?
She had two clips. She's like, I like. Oh, her death shot wanted to be whatever the execution shot with a little bit of heroin in it. That's what. That's her only quote in like the whole movie.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah,
You might not recognize her face because she lost weight, but she was also the werewolf in that movie with the black mailman, or she's the mail lady. That was the werewolf in the Snow Town. I forget what it's called.
I do not remember what you're talking about. Werewolf in the Snow Town. I don't know what you're talking about, but I like it. I like the idea of a werewolf.
She's the actress there too. It's pretty good.
Okay.
He already sounds like a guy giving a book report on a book he didn't read. The book is called Regime Change, and he's like, well, there's definitely a regime change in the change of regime.
It's weird of them to title the book Regime Change and then subtitle it The Change of a Regime.
Created all those problems. So this was, I think we can say, Jason, this is regime change, right?
There it is. Just drop the title of the book. So the book is Regime Change. That is, I think we can all agree it's regime change.
In conclusion.
Yeah, in conclusion.
They gave us a present.
It was a large wooden horse left at the gates of the White House.
It was a very big present worth a tremendous amount of money.
Sir, that was a jet and in a different country and many months ago.
And I'm not going to tell you what that present is, but it was a very significant.
Is it bigger than a bread box?
Prize.
It's a small 14-year-old girl, and I keep her at Mar-a-Lago.
Oh, God, she looks 18, though, so okay.
Wow, he really is like such a 12-year-old girl who's like, who
Dude, he is. He's like Regina George in Mean Girls.
Dementia
gave me the
Dawn.
best present?
We see ourselves as part of this negotiation as well. We negotiate with bombs.
And we masturbate with scissors.
You have a choice as we loiter over the top of Tehran, as the president talked about.
So you admit you're loitering?
The Democrats being like, hijacked and loitering, we've got them dead to rights.
I'm also publicly intoxicated.
As we're jacking off in the sky over them.
And so we're keeping our hand on that throttle as long as it's hard as is necessary.
Harder, faster with your hand on the throttle. Now slower.
There's no job this hand doesn't finish.
This is not a president who's interested in vague end states. He's been very clear with us about what we need to accomplish.
He knows where the shaft is. He knows how to climb it. He knows how to escalate and de-escalate.
And our warfighters won't come home until I manually release all of them.
Jesus Christ. She's funny. I like her.
She was the AT&T ad actress. She was the AT&T
Oh,
girl.
I remember her. Yeah.
And then she was also in the movie Werewolves Within.
I don't know about that, but I remember
But she had
her.
no role. Yeah, she had very little role in Hail Mary.
She was in it, so that's great.
No,
She's
but-
funny as shit.
yeah.
I remember her being funny. I remember it was like the AT&T girl. She's pretty and funny, and people are making videos about her. I wonder why she doesn't have a career. Is it because she speaks?
Well, she just did
makes
this
jokes
movie.
about the state?
I mean, she only like 10
Like
minutes.
a cameo.
5 minutes of screen time, yeah.
I bet she had like 30 seconds of screen time if you actually counted all of them.
Half a million.
Are we watching this whole thing? Let's keep going. This is like, you want to watch this whole thing?
Rewind and fast if you want to, or just finish this segment.
Forward and rewind and fast forward and rewind.
Oh, him. Robert Mueller. Robert Mueller just died. Good. I'm glad. Some people I know are like, oh my gosh, why did he have to say?
Look at how Donald Trump talks about a Republican. This is how good. I'm glad he can no longer hurt innocent people.
A
That's why,
lifelong Republican.
like, imagine if I said that about, he's a lifelong Republican. This is how Donald Trump treats you. Maybe if I said that about Charlie Kirk just died. Good. I'm glad he's dead. He can no longer hurt innocent people. Imagine if I wrote that about Lindsey Graham.
You go to jail. Just straight to jail.
How dare you say
Something
that?
like that. Couldn't he have not said something? No, actually, I think it's great. I am done with performative grief.
You know, people really do have feelings, and I'm against that.
The MAGA 0 stages of grief. You get through it so fast.
Yeah, it's anger to how do I make money off of this real fast.
Anger, 3 question marks, profit.
Yeah, there's merch somewhere in there.
Anger, merch, podcast,
pyrotechnics stage show.
Pyrotechnics, profit. Yeah.
Some of the greatest philosophers who ever lived said that it's wrong.
Seneca, Marcus Aurelius, and Montaigne. Nice.
To confer nobility in death when the life wasn't noble.
You don't want to dig up Marcus Aurelius's old tweets.
And actually, is it ever tragic?
Is it ever tragic? What is death if not the final resolution of life, defining in itself?
For those of us who believe in Jesus, right? I mean, this is, and I do believe that.
Oh, yeah.
Jesus posted this on his True Social account.
Wait, hold on. The picture of Jesus they chose gave him like a solid camel toe chin. Like, that is just crazy.
And he's kind of rolling.
He's super white. He's got blue eyes too.
Super white and effeminate too. That's like a girl beard almost.
I know he's giving like recently post surgery trans vibes.
Yeah.
I think that he's a recent convert.
His eyes. Even Jesus is like, are you fucking kidding me?
Robert Mueller is now the smartest person, smarter than anybody we ever met. He's with God and Jesus, right?
But also burning in hell for the way he treated the president.
Wait, I don't understand. This is a weird connection. First, he's saying like, oh, there he is. This guy's dead. And then he's like aligning him with Christianity and saying he will live forever. Like,
Right.
pick a lane, dude. It's just like a combination of buzzwords.
Yeah.
And then we're just going to throw in a biblical quote.
We're going to use the word believeth.
I was going to say, if you throw enough THs after verbs, they start to sound
Maybe
very...
Jesus had a lisp, but we don't know.
Tough name if you have a lisp. Jesus Christ. That's
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. Shit. All right, let's skip. Come on.
Okay.
Oh, SciShow. I haven't looked at this for a long time. SciShow Space.
In 2011,
This used to be John Green's thing, right?
Yeah.
an international team of 4 astronomers were looking through telescope data when they found evidence of something unusual. A jet of matter was producing an electric current of 3 exaamps. A quintillion amps. That's about as much current as you'd find in a trillion lightning bolts. It was the largest electrical current ever discovered in space. And this jet is shooting out of the center of a galaxy 2 billion light years from Earth. The galaxy is called 3C303, and it's in the direction of the Boötes constellation. And it's about a
Oh man, I always love the booties.
1,000 times dimmer than Pluto is on an average day. So it's pretty
Oh, that's how you get past the radio edit. You say Boötes. They're not booties, they're Boötes. Like when everyone was saying biatch on the radio instead of bitch.
hard to see this galaxy.
Now we just say bitch for some reason.
But just because it's not very bright in visible light doesn't mean it isn't bright in other wavelengths of light. 3C303 was first observed back in 1981 by a series of radio telescopes in New Mexico called the Very Large Array. The team of researchers who discovered the huge electrical current used that data, plus follow-up observations taken in 2010 and 2011. They published their findings.
All right, Guy Fawkes, why am I watching this?
This is the okay. It's almost got it, but it's a 150,000 light year long lightning bolt in space.
That's
It's
pretty
larger.
crazy.
It's larger than our entire galaxy.
It's just a giant lightning bolt, like that one in Generations, like in Star Trek Generations, with the lightning bolt, like scoops them up.
This is crazier. It's like this is the larger. It's like 10 to the 18th power.
It's even way bigger.
Electric current. It's insane.
In the Astrophysical Journal letters in October 2011. The main thing they found was this record-breaking current, but they also discovered something else. The jet itself is huge. It's being pushed outward at least 150,000 light years from the center of the galaxy, meaning that this jet is longer than the Milky Way, which is 100,000 light years across. A jet this powerful
Is it God?
must be fueled by something
Is it God?
I might think.
even more powerful, the supermassive black hole in the center of the galaxy. Most big active galaxies have supermassive black holes, and lots of these supermassive black holes have huge jets of matter shooting away from them. The jets come from a thin, rotating disk around the black hole called the accretion disk, which is made of gas and dust and even doomed stars that got too close to the black hole. All this stuff is stuck rotating around the black hole, pulled in by its gravity. It'll either rotate forever or eventually be sucked in and never seen again. The matter in this disk is spun at such high speeds, and
Well, how can it be never seen again? You get seen again, it gets sucked in, and eventually is seen
After
again,
you
right?
cross the event horizon, you cannot escape unless you are ejected as particle mist.
Right.
But yeah, this is crazy. They just use radio telescopes and then they figure this out. But yeah, this is like just a massive thing. So have you ever seen the Milky Way? I'm actually wondering about a show of hands in the chat, like how many people haven't seen the Milky Way?
How could you not see the white? You just look up, you see the Milky Way. What do you mean?
Well, not in towns. If you live in a town, city, New York,
you can't see the
Chicagoland,
stars.
yeah, you can't see it in a populated area. You gotta go at least like an hour out of the town, probably 2 hours now.
Can I tell you, I can't wait. That's one thing I really can't wait to go to the desert. Because like I lived in Las Vegas, and there you see 0 stars. You see no stars. And then once you just leave town a little bit, you can see a shitload of stars. You don't have to get that far away, like an hour's drive, and you see everything out there in the desert. It's wild.
So if this current was on our Milky Way, our black hole at the center of the Milky Way galaxy, you would see a beam you would see a beam at night. You would see the electric arc going, the same width of our Milky Way galaxy. You would see the electron stream, the current.
That's insane.
You might even be able to see it in like the day.
Except it's so far away, we'll never see it. We can't see it without the radio telescope.
Yeah,
it's too bad. One of these days, maybe we will. All right, next.
Next, let's go to the NASA.
Come along with me on a day in the life of a
Can we
Day
go
in the
to
life of a racist Christian nationalist.
Before we do that, just to finish the sci-fi theme, there's a second link is nasa.gov on the solar cycle.
Oh,
I just want to show one chart from there. The
hold on.
sunspots count.
Okay.
Scroll down to where the chart shows you count of that solar sunspot numbers. Yeah. So we just ended
weird
a solar cycle. They do 11-year cycles, so like from 2020 to 2031. And the green line's like the average projection, but we're going down. So we witnessed the sun cools down after an 11-year sunspot peak. And so this is the numbers of sunspots. As you say, like the median would be like 40 or 60. But so in 2030, that's when we have a cold. But still, while it's decreasing and it's over 60 sunspots, we're still heating up the Earth. And it's decreasing. So we might get a little cool air around 2030 or a drought.
Why? I thought why are sunspots causing heat?
It's the solar cycle. The sun the sun ramps up, and the intensity of the sun is related to the number of sunspots.
Okay.
And so you can see it goes up from 5 to 160, and that's probably like a 1 or 5% increase in ambience or something like that. But then the Earth absorbs more sun in that time, or more heat. The water.
When I was a kid, I went to a school called I went to junior high, middle school, whatever, and it was George Ellery Hale, and he like discovered sunspots or something. Totally. Never mind. All right, cool.
Yeah.
So we might get getting colder. Like they named a middle school after him.
Well,
in
yeah,
Los
it
Angeles.
just keeps cycling. But the next peak in like 2040 is going to be bad. With all the global warming, we're gonna fry some eggs in
Sid Life
2040.
says we need more viewers. Here comes YouTube algorithm to follow me. Well, all you have to do is hit the YouTube emoji erection. Look, I'm hitting it right now. I'm dropping a bunch of hundreds in there. Hit the emoji and then leave a message. Just leave some emojis in the chat. People go crazy. It brings people here. It brings all the boys to the yard.
Racist Christian nationalist. First, I wake up suppressing the knowledge that my ancestors forcibly imported black people into this country to work for free on land that other ancestors stole from brown people. First, I scroll through social media to see if there are any scary independent women that are feeling confident about themselves so I can make sure to leave a nasty comment on their page. Next, I take some time to read my King James Bible, even though I don't really understand what most of it's saying. I always make sure to stick to the parts in the Old Testament about judgment and fire. And make sure to steer clear. No, I don't really understand that other ancestors. I wake up suppressing the knowledge that my ancestors forcibly imported black people into this country to work for free on land that other ancestors stole from brown people. First, I scroll through social media to see if there are any scary independent women that are feeling confident about themselves so I can make sure to leave a nasty comment on their page.
Any scary independent women feeling confident about themselves.
Next, I take some time to read my King James Bible, even though I don't really understand what most of it's saying. I always make sure to stick to the parts in the Old.
That's not a Bible. He's got a fake Bible. It's not a real Bible. It's like a dictionary or some shit.
Testament about judgment and fire. And make sure to steer clear of all the red text that talks about love and all that woke BS. Next, it's time to train my body, so I'll be physically ready whenever the race wars come. Although I secretly hope that they never happen because I'm pretty sure I'm going to get my ass kicked. Then I take my trad wife a nice glass of raw milk before praying to sweet baby Jesus that she never realizes that she's way smarter and hotter than me. Then it's time to...
My trad wife.
Whole milk for the trad wife.
Yeah, whole milk for the raw milk.
To teach my unvaccinated homeschool kids that dinosaurs aren't real, and neither is space. And life only began a few thousand years ago, and exactly like it says in Genesis. In the afternoon, I jump on Discord where me and my fellow loser friends discuss how the Jews and Somali Muslims are conspiring together to replace all white people so that they can have more money for Israel and eat our cats and dogs. Then I finish the day crying alone.
God. Is that what they do? They get on Discord and they talk with their friends about how much they hate the Jews? Is that what they're doing all day? It's got to be.
There's a lot. Well, no,
I'll ever have any
not
real
currently.
friends. Question.
No,
they like the Jews now.
Oh yeah, they like the Jews now.
Yeah, they're some of the MAGA chats. I see the guy spam Israel flags for like 2 hours. I just wasn't like interacting with it, but it's just like it just kept going.
What is wrong with people, man? I don't get it. I just don't get
whether
it.
I may have gotten all of this stuff wrong. Plus, no one understands or appreciates how exhausting it is to hate people all day long.
If you're celebrating the Supreme Court telling states,
Dude, this guy, he's so upset and like, he's not actually upset. He sits in his car and he's like, okay, get your game face on. Let's go.
they can ban trans athletes. I think your family tree's the shape of a fucking wreath, and I don't ever want to hear a word of your opinion on anything fucking ever. Because let's be clear here, you motherfuckers have made fun of women's sports for years. You called Serena Williams a man for years. You have done nothing but disparage and belittle women's sports for your entire lives. And now you want me to believe that you care about women's sports and
That's true. We know they don't actually believe in women. They don't care about women's sports. They made fun of them.
Name 3 women. You ask them, name 1 woman athlete. And they'll go, that Caitlyn girl that plays basketball, you know?
Yeah, Caitlyn.
And there was only 10 trans people in the entire United States of 350 million people.
Yeah.
Those 10, we need an executive order for that.
Trans people are scary, man. They're scary they're really scary because they have so much power, you see.
The only scary trans people are the MAGA eunuchs. They just, I'm a fascist, and they snip them off. It's happening all over the South right now.
It's so crazy to me that people are afraid of trans people. All the trans people I've met are perfectly harmless and wonderful. I don't know. I've met a lot of them, and I don't have a problem with them at all. I was thinking Alex Morgan. Who's your favorite in the chat? Who is your favorite female athlete? Let me know. Who's your favorite female? He mentioned Serena Williams.
Yeah.
I think Alex Morgan was the first one that came to my mind. I don't really think about athletics very much, though. If you ask me a famous male athlete, I'd be like Marshawn Lynch, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. I don't really think about sports.
I like to watch volleyball.
You like to watch volleyball? Yeah, you like to watch volleyball. Shit.
Kind of nice.
Yeah, like beach volleyball, you mean? You like watching beach volleyball? Yeah, it's
great.
a great sport. It's a great sport. They're so competitive.
It's Olympic.
I really like the athleticism. I don't know any of their names either, though.
Yeah. Eat shit. Just like the bathroom thing, you white hood wearing fucking freaks have taken a non-issue that affects a fraction of a percent of people in this godforsaken country, and you blew it up into a national issue. Also, that you don't tread on me fuckwits can tread on the rights of a bunch of people who've never heard a fucking fly because they choose to live their life differently than you live yours. All while you ignore the glaring fucking problems directly in front of your 3-tooth fucking face. This is the first and only time that any of you have ever pretended to care about women's sports, and you only cared about women's safety because it let you make up a bunch of bigoted horseshit about trans people in bathrooms to attack them with. You elected a rapist who covered for a bunch of pedophiles who were his best fucking friend. You can't name 5 women athletes, and you've never said a fucking word about the pay inequality in women's sports. But you expect me to believe that you care about women's sports and women's safety.
Do people send this to like maggers? Is that what happens? He makes this video and people like send it to their magger
I should
uncle.
do that. I should do that on Discord.
I don't know who this is for. You should do it on Discord. I don't know who this is for, I guess. Like I see this and he's like I feel like he's shouting at me, but I'm like, dude, I'm already on your side. This guy's like the shouty. I guess we need more shouters. I don't know, man. It just seems like he's shouting at the wrong people. I guess people just need.
He needs a bullhorn on his car, and he could just yell down the road. You know.
Yeah, he looks insane. I mean, I think it's just a like an extra act. It's just an act, right? I mean, it's just like all the maggers who do the magger live streams are always so unhinged. I guess he's just matching their energy.
Yeah,
people like this unhinged energy. I guess
woke 2
makes sense.
Woke 2.0. It's woke 2.0. Now we're just as evil.
Now we're just as evil. Is that what it is? Woke 2.0.
Yeah.
He's just upset, I guess.
One trans person is worth everything.
It's just like I want him to have him on my show to see if he talks all crazy like this. What is this guy like when he's just normal? You know, I've been watching this show called Zillow Gone Wild because my friend is an editor on the show. He's like he's one of the he's the main editor on the show. And I said, I want to watch it because it's your show, you know? So I started watching it, and it's got that Jack Breyer guy who played Kenneth on 30 Rock. Do you know who I'm talking about?
Yes, I'm looking at him now.
Yes. Yeah.
The clerk or staff.
He's the
guy.
page. Yeah, he's the NBC page. Yeah. So he's the host of Zillow Gone Wild. And I'm like, that's such an act, like, yeah. And he's like, he interacts with people on the camera, but then in real life, you know, I'm sure he curses and he acts, you know, tells dirty jokes. But he reminds me of Bob Saget when he did America's Funniest Home Videos. Do you remember that? Or when he was on Full House. But then you go see Bob Saget in real life, and he's like the dirtiest comic imaginable.
Oh, yeah.
Brad Garrett's like that too. Brad Garrett plays Everybody Loves Raymond. He plays the Raymond's older brother or younger brother. He plays Raymond's brother on Everybody Loves Raymond. But then you see him live, and he's an insult comic. He's very offensive. Yeah. OMG, Jack. God sends so many birds above the sky of balcony. Yes. The balcony's beautiful. I don't know what you think, but this guy's the same kind of thing. Like when the cameras are off, I think that the act goes away.
By the way, people chose this. You know that, right? 2 years ago.
God damn it! How do you watch this stuff, Guy Fawkes? I know this.
I go for the lyrics. I don't feel the sentiment of the anger, and I know it's not directed at me.
It's always like people yelling at their phones. I don't know.
Oh, this wasn't fucking happening. 2 years ago, you could trust fucking lettuce, and you didn't have to worry about getting shot in the head by a masked man that your tax money pays for. 2 years ago, if I asked you about Strait of Hormuz, you would have made a joke. You'd be like, Strait of Hormuz, fucking, I guess don't like Lady Gaga. Now instead, you're like, why? Did it close again? What's the gas price? You fucking every fucking day, it's worse and fucking worse and fucking worse. And what do? We look around and we just go, oh, another guy got shot in the head today? Oh, I guess we can't eat beef now because of the flesh-eating fucking fly. And every single one of these dipshits, every single one of them, whichever South African billionaire you want to talk about, whichever bald fucking podcaster who's deeper in the closet than fucking Lindsey Graham's goddamn coffin, any single one of these goddamn grifting pieces of shit who have more money than we'll ever fucking need, who can't buy a hug from their own dad or the respect of the people around them. They all convinced a series of fucking morons that it was bad. They convinced everybody that 2 fucking years ago it was bad, and now it's worse than it's ever fucking been every goddamn day. I just want to remind everyone of this. It wasn't like this 10 years ago. Think back to 2015. Did you think in 2015 that a masked man wearing a bulletproof vest and a fucking gator on his nose would be shooting people in the fucking head, and then the government would tell you you're not allowed to ask his fucking name?
No, I did not see that coming. I gotta be honest. I didn't. Did you see that coming? I did not see that coming.
During his first term, I thought like the warning sign, like what would be the warning sign for me, would be when they start developing a private army. And so they had to bus in the private army to the January 6th event. They had free buses. They paid for the buses. They got all the people there. It's going to be wild, right?
Yeah. Yeah. But I guess, did you see people? Did you see
that was a private army? Yeah, I mean that's the warning sign.
That was a warning sign, but he just said, did you think that they were going to have a dude with a gator on his nose shooting a citizen in the face, and then you're not allowed to ask who he was? No, I didn't really think that was going to be a thing.
It does sound like a natural progression to January 6th, though.
It does, I guess. I guess it does. Maybe I'm too naive.
Trump's even more scared this time because when he gets out, he'd have to do the court cases that are still pending.
Sky also ICE is kidnapping kids for skin farming in Israel. I mean, bro. They're kidnapping kids. I don't know whatever. Once you get to the reason, they're kidnapping kids, right? That's it. That's enough for me. I don't really care why.
It's been a decade of this shit. Every day getting worse and worse and worse. Coming from one fucking direction all the goddamn time. Constant. And I feel insane because all it feels like is every 4 hours, everyone resets their fucking brain. They reset their FYP. They reset the fucking trending in their fucking mind and they can't lock in. Over and over again. This is getting worse. There is no cavalry. The fucking people are supposed to fix it are 81 years old. And
yeah, there is no cavalry. That's a good message. There is no cavalry. No one's coming to save you. The Democrats will not save you. The churches will not save you. The media will not save you. No one will come to save you.
The Democrats won't save you from capitalism, but they can at least drain the swamp with if they have to get a majority in the House or the Senate.
They'll do the same. The Democrats had
for 2 years
the majority, and what they do with it. There you go. Exactly.
Some stuff, there's a couple veteran bills.
That's always the same.
Name of them.
It's always the same answer with these Democrats.
The Steins Act.
Democrats. It's always like, hey, you have all the power.
He tried to get rid of student debt, but the fucking Supreme Court shot him down. He tried 2 ways. He tried through Congress and then also executive order.
He did.
Actually trying to give money to the people as opposed to the Republicans.
That'd be nice. I'd be grateful if that happened. But Donald Trump shut down the Department of Education. So who knows? Even if I was gonna pay my student loans, who do I pay it to? The Department of Education?
It doesn't matter. In 5 years, people won't be smart enough to take your phone call.
That's what's gonna happen. Yeah. People who scream like that are not right, in my opinion. It's this whole shtick, Tanya. It's just a shtick.
They're fucking missing
because they're dying or have dementia.
This is a shtick. He's yelling at his phone, man. He's not, and then he stops and he's like, "Okay, time to edit. Okay, put some
venting. He's venting."
But this is his every piece of content he does is this screamy shit. He's never like, "Let me talk to you about what's happening now."
And then whenever somebody steps up, and goes,
Crashing out. Yeah, it's like professional crash outs. That's what we get now in America. Woke 2.0. You're totally right, Guy Fawkes. It's like everyone's an Alex Jones meltdown now.
maybe we can make it a little bit better. Everybody fucking screams at him. Bullshit. Constant.
Do you know every billionaire? Every single billionaire. Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, every single one has said AI is coming. It's coming for your jobs. There's nothing you can do about it. And your taxes are going to fund the whole thing. And half the country is like, goddamn, fucking Mexicans.
That's a good one.
That's so true, man. Every billionaire has told you AI is coming for your jobs. You're all gonna not have jobs. All you guys will be poor. You have half the country's like fucking Mexicans.
America.
It's true. It's like it would be less funny if the billionaires weren't literally telling us this every single day.
We're taking your jobs and you're going to pay for it, okay? Now, the carbon that they are trying to reduce is us.
Every day they talk about it. They tell us this is happening every day. And we're like, fucking Mexicans. You know who the problem is? There's all these poor people. That's the problem. Is these poor people they got.
These poor people are raising your taxes.
I wish all these poor people can go away. And what can I say? Americans are stupid. It's painful. Like and subscribe. Holy shit. Hit the smiling emoji. My God, man. It really is. It really is depressing, though, because he's totally right. I've been saying this. I mean, it's clearly the billionaires that are the problem. And yet they're blaming half the country. Mexicans.
It really kind of pissed me off in the first term. There was that haired lady. She held up a Trump head.
Oh yeah, Kathy Griffin. Yeah,
Kathy Griffin, and that was an affront. When Trump went after her, it was an affront to the First Amendment.
Yeah,
the federal government was harassing a comedian.
Yeah,
and then for the next 4 years, you didn't see very many Trump comedians.
No,
there's nobody who had a whole set ripping on Trump or something like that.
Some of the late night guys, like, because and you know what? That was when Stephen Colbert decided not to say his name, and Stephen Colbert wouldn't say Donald Trump. Do you remember that? For years, he wouldn't say
use
the
his
word.
Voice. He wouldn't use his voice either.
He wouldn't use his voice, and he wouldn't say his name until he won the next election. And then it was like, oops. True social. It's a truthiness of the Truth Social. Do you remember Stephen Colbert and the Colbert Report would talk about truthiness, and it all really happened? Like, that's so funny. That's so this one should be shared on every
billionaire.
Every right winger needs to see
Every
this.
single billionaire.
Are you gonna do
Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos?
Huh? You're gonna do a hawking podcast on this one?
Every single one has said AI is coming. It's coming for your jobs. There's nothing you can do about it. And your taxes are going to fund the whole thing. And half the country is like, goddamn, fucking Mexicans.
Their cult leader is so terminally
That is so funny.
ill that he is allegedly on an experimental drug, the only person in the United States on this drug, by the way, on a compassion exemption because he is so terminally sick. He is also not willing to spend any funds in order to campaign for other Republicans in the midterms. He passed up the easiest win in political history by not signing that bipartisan housing bill and instead letting it die in a pocket veto. Because he doesn't even give a shit about the Republican Party. He says, you guys won't pass the SAVE Act to help me suppress voter turnout, so I'm not going to help you. And the Republicans do not have a single piece of positive legislation for them to even run on for the midterms. This would have given them that. But now Mike...
It's true. Oh, this guy's right. Well, I don't know. I think we're post legislative, record. I don't think Americans care about the legislative record anymore. Like, the Congress has done nothing. He's totally right. This would have been
last year. They had 12 sessions or 13.
Yeah,
the whole year. They were in voting on shit 12 times. I think.
How many sessions are there usually? How many sessions does Congress generally have in the House of Representatives every year? So they have 2 sessions every 2 years. So it's one. So they've. But how many? What do you mean sessions? I guess we mean votes, right? How many votes?
The session is like season or something. But then but actually in the House. They only like went in to actually do shit like 12 times because they don't want to be seen on fucking camera.
Yeah, they don't even want to go to work.
You can't catch a Republican talking on camera. You can't do an hour interview with them.
Well, also they're
without them
coming
lying.
and going. When they come and go, that's when the CNN and all them are like putting microphones in their faces and they got them on tape. They don't like that shit either.
Johnson was talking to a bunch of Republicans the other day, which easily could be an ad for Democrats if he just put it on TV.
We were to lose the midterms, heaven forbid. These Democrats, y'all, impeachment's not even a big concern. They will turn every committee of Congress into an investigative body, and they'll go after the president's family, the cabinet, his donors and friends. Half of you in this room will be targeted.
You know,
y'all, if y'all let them Democrats in, they're going to investigate stuff. Why are they afraid of investigation? Isn't that shouldn't we be investigating it? Why
fraud, criminal activity, theft? But
don't you think it's
what do you
funny
call the
when
no-bid contracts?
But don't you think it's funny that the Republicans are out there in public saying, don't investigate us? It should be illegal to investigate Donald Trump. What do you mean it should be illegal to investigate?
You can't audit me because I made too much money.
Yeah, you can't. The CNN's not allowed to look at my taxes. What? I owe the government money this year. How come fucking Donald Trump can spend $70,000 on his hair?
Maybe Trump should sue the IRS for $10 billion.
Yeah, maybe I should sue him for $10 billion. Become a Sky City Rebel. Sky City Rebels get extra streams, extra content, extra love in the chat. Thank you for being here. Thank you for supporting independent media, everybody. Thank you. All right, let's keep going. Let's do the next one.
You want to do the third link?
Is this the last video?
No. The third link in the chat is a Tom Harkonnen Holman quote.
Okay, we got it. Tom Harkonnen. Holman quote. Oh, this guy right here.
Yeah, I play this one sound. I guess.
Why do I have an ad?
It's MSN, I guess. I couldn't find it on YouTube or whatever.
Product you want. Choose
going away, but it all goes back to the Dems, who want to continually attack ICE and tell people to evade them, tell people don't comply, tell people to resist, and tell people ICE isn't real law enforcement agency. You and I talked about this 1.5 years ago, Laura. I said if the hateful rhetoric didn't stop, there will be bloodshed. And I'm
we talked about this 1.5 years ago. I never noticed that it's G's or K's. A call. We talked about this 1.5 years ago. I never noticed that.
Comes from the gullet.
there's still going to be more bloodshed unless they shut their mouth and let ICE enforce the laws that they enacted.
Shut your mouth or there will be bloodshed.
Clear, this policy is not going away.
So that's terrorism.
Back to the Dems, who want to continually
right?
attack ICE.
Well, it's not terrorism because a terrorist is a group or individual who attacks citizens in order to reach political ends. This man is not a citizen. He's a member of the state. That's just tyranny. He's just describing tyranny, gassing your own people, bloodying your own citizenry because they disagree with you. Unless they keep their mouths shut, they'll be shot. That's despotism. Like, if somebody else, so what you would call that is a crime against humanity. It's a human rights violation. It's just,
yeah. Oh, it wasn't J.D. Vance that was trying to shut down the International Criminal Courts or against it. It was Marco Rubio.
Oh, that doesn't surprise me.
And he was supposed to be the good child.
Marco Rubio will do whatever it takes to get
apparently some crimes.
Yeah, he'll do whatever it takes to get to take on
power, to get the power.
Yeah, the power to do what though? The power to go to Cuba and bomb them. Like he wants Cuba. That's what he wants. He wants to have Cuba. He hates Castro. He wants to do the whole thing. He's said it so many times that he just wants to go to Cuba. He wants to have a war in Cuba, which Cuba can be our 51st state. Or which one's going to be our first? What's going to be our next? What will be our 51st state? Is it going to be Canada or Cuba? What do you think? Let's do a poll.
Greenland.
That's a good. We'll do a poll. What will be our next state? What will be the 51st state?
Israel's
no. We're just gonna join.
Israel's
our
gonna be
military
the yeah.
So
and we'll make
crazy.
them a state. And then we'll make them a state.
Is it going to be Greenland? Is it going to be Canada? Donald Trump has said all of these. Is it going to be Cuba? Is it going to be not Israel? What was the other one? Puerto Rico. No, Panama. He wanted Panama.
Cuba, Greenland. Yeah.
So these are the countries that Donald Trump has threatened to attack. Which one do you think is going to be our 51st state?
Israel.
We'll be Israel's 51st. We'll just be a state of Israel. What do you mean? You're looking the wrong way. We're not going to own Israel. They already own us. We can't own them.
We'll be a district of Israel. Practically are already.
Looks like going to war in Cuba, everybody. That's what we need. War. More war. 4 more wars. 4 more wars. That's what we need. All right, so who's this guy? This is JD Vance.
Kaczynski was the one before this one. Kyle Kaczynski.
This is the one. This is the next one in the playlist.
You don't have a Kyle Kaczynski?
No, it's this guy. This
Okay.
guy. You already Johnny Banana, Dave Colombo.
Oh, MAGA Mike's horrifying announcement. You have to see to believe. The Kyle Kaczynski show.
Okay,
Okay. Didn't make it.
And if Watergate happened tomorrow,
Oh
it would
no,
be like
it's
a 12-hour
that's next.
Okay.
Like the idea that it would have taken down a presidency is crazy.
Yes, JD. Oh my God, you're so right on the money. I want to pat you on the leg, but apparently that's how you show intimacy, so I won't. Yes, Watergate would not have been as big of a deal if it happened today. Now, I and most of society would argue this is because your boss successfully moved the goalpost for acceptable behavior farther than the fucking Voyager spacecraft. But
The Voyager spacecraft.
Yeah, it's out of the solar system.
It's in the Delta Quadrant.
Almost.
Are we talking about all right, so the Overton window he's talking about.
sure, let's play devil's advocate here. What is your point? That Nixon wasn't guilty of a cover-up? That he didn't resign in disgrace? That All the President's Men isn't a classic and Robert Redford in that movie isn't also investigating the boundaries of my heterosexuality? Where was I? Right, Nixon. Now, granted, Nixon authorizing hush money to the burglars, weaponizing the CIA to stop its investigation, and refusing to turn over evidence implicating himself in that cover-up are all actions that Donald Trump would call a Tuesday, but that doesn't make that behavior retroactively noble or patriotic. If anything, it just reminds us how little of this bullshit we used to tolerate. But sure, let's all listen to JD Vance, the guy who has concerns with the Pope, sell us on Richard Nixon. Ugh. I'm gonna go watch All the President's Men and pretend Robert's on the phone with me.
It is a good movie. Has everyone seen all the President's Men? It's a great movie.
I've seen it, but I don't remember it.
It's him and it's Robert Redford and Dustin Hoffman, man. They're so good. They play, I forget what their names are, but they're real people who investigated the Watergate scandal and they uncovered it. It was pretty remarkable. It's such a good movie. Back when, journalists did their jobs. Pretty rad. Yeah. No human spoke about the suffering of Cuba. They want to kill Cubans, man. And I love that people are saying they want to take out. No, they even left the heliosphere.
We caused the suffering of Cuba. It's kind of hard for them to get cars.
Yeah, Agus, I said the thing about Voyager, like the spacecraft that in Star Trek. Star Trek was Voyager, was a whole show, and Voyager was in the Delta Quadrant, trying to get home. At least another 100 years of travel at this current rate. Yes, that's how Voyager wanted to come home at warp 9. We can get home in 100 years. All right, Cuba's next. They're saying Cuba's next. Cuba's been on the docket for a long time, and if we go to Cuba, watch China take Taiwan. Taiwan will be. The thing is, everyone's joking, but at the end of the day, the Cubans don't want to be Americans, and the Taiwanese do not want to be Chinese.
One rapper does. I showed you that one. His mom's dying. Trump's killing his mom, but there's a Cuban rapper who loves.
Yeah, there's a Cuban rapper who loves Trump,
and he's killing his mom.
Even though his mom is being killed by Donald Trump. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
So MAGA Mike Johnson slipped up and
this is your guy, right?
said the quiet part out loud here.
Kalinsky. Should I do my hair like this? Should I dye my hair? What about just having lots of
green hair?
Maybe lots of books behind me. Would that be cool? Should I put lots of books behind
And
it?
if I'm being honest with you, this should terrify you. This should scare the shit out of you.
They look kind of like children's books, though. How
With,
come all
with
the ones
AI, you could take a picture of this and crop him out and make it fill in the books, and then put that behind you. You
Yeah.
could put his books behind you.
the plushies and stuff? I don't know, man. It's a little bizarre to me. It looks like a lot of children's literature, but whatever.
What he openly admits to here. So as you all know, the Republicans are desperately trying to get more money for the Pentagon. I mean, they already blew through, what, $1 trillion budget, failed 8 audits in a row, can't account for 63% of their money. It's basically like...
Hold on, Sweet Havoc. Cuba's government is corrupt. Our government's corrupt. What does that have to do with anything? What? All right, Sweet Havoc. Cuba's government is corrupt. What does that mean? What difference does that make? Does that mean it's okay to go kill them? I don't know what you're trying to say. Like,
our government's corrupt.
Our government is super duper corrupt. Like, crazy corrupt.
They kidnapped a president.
They kidnapped a president. Exactly. They murdered, they assassinated 3 levels of hierarchy in the leadership of Iran.
They were
while
murdering
pretending to be in
fishermen.
negotiations.
They were murdering fishermen in the Gulf of Mexico just to program you people so you wouldn't be surprised when they started killing other people.
But even if you don't believe in all that, Donald Trump has sued himself as president of the United States and head of the IRS. He sued himself and used his sex crimes attorney to do it. And awarded himself $10 billion. Or tried to.
like a massive slush fund for the Epstein class.
Wait a second. Donald Trump accepted a $400 million gift from the King of Qatar.
And then we spent $1.5 billion prepping it up to be Air Force One. And then also it was not good enough to go to Europe recently.
Europe. And then it's gonna be his after it's over. It's not gonna go to the next president.
The new one doesn't even have like anti-missile shit on it.
I know. We watched a video about that. It's so crazy.
They build a bunch of stuff that's outdated that gets wrecked by drones. But they're begging for more money.
But I still don't think another government should come and kill him. I think we should do it, not kill him, get rid of him, you know. But
impeach, in prison.
Impeach in prison, all that stuff. But like, I don't think another government should come and do it for us. I love how people like Cuba's got a corrupt government. Maduro had a warrant. Maduro had a warrant. What difference does that make? So we
Trump has warrants.
Trump has warrants. Benjamin Netanyahu has warrants.
The Epstein files should have issued warrants.
Elon Musk has warrants. He's not allowed to go to France.
He's a mass murderer.
I mean, what the hell? Elon Musk has warrants. Jesus Christ.
They want to continue this illegal war against Iran.
I mean, Roman Polanski has warrants.
But he's going to accidentally tell the truth here and tell you what some of this money is also going to go for. Okay? Pay close attention. Listen to what he says. Here we go.
There's been a lot of discussion about what's going to be included in this reconciliation bill. Can you walk through how important and how imminent it is the Pentagon needs additional funding and what that number precisely is going to be in the bill?
So the question was, can you list the specifics of what the request is for the Pentagon? We've seen it's over $350 billion as a request. And some of this is transformational kind of funding that will help us change the dynamic of the Department of War and make it more efficient and effective. It's already the greatest fighting force on the planet, not even close. But there are some ideas, a real vision on how to improve that even further, to bolster that. You've heard the president talk about how he wants to effectively double the funding for national defense. Look, we live in dangerous times. We're fighting communism on our own shores, and we're fighting evil terrorists and tyrants around the world. And we have to be able to protect our national security. So this is not the place to get into the details of that.
Quote, we're fighting communism on our own shores, he says. We're fighting communism on our own shores. In the midst of a conversation about $350 billion for the military.
Mm-hmm.
If you connect the dots there, what that seems to imply is
we're going to use the military on our own people. We're
going to use our military domestically.
That's exactly what we've been saying. But Kalinsky, what the fuck are you talking about? We've already used the government on our people domestically.
Well, this is going to use the federal. They've used the National Guard on other states so far, but this would be the federal government or the Israel army soldiers as well. So also there's last year Trump did a thing also that he made the Pentagon write a thing on how to use the military against the American people.
Yes.
They
Shoot
did
at
that
their
last
legs.
year.
Yes.
Well, no, yeah. Fuck.
In his first term, he was talking about it.
Which is illegal, which is what Trump has tried to do a number of times.
Posse comitatus.
But here he's just saying it.
Say it with me. Posse comitatus. Posse comitatus.
We're fighting communism on our own shores. This is at the same time, mind you, that some anti-ICE protesters were sentenced to years in prison. Some of them literally just were handing out pamphlets. They were handing out pamphlets, and they got sent to prison for years.
First Amendment much? Sweet havoc. Leftist, I mean, I don't know what you mean. Leftist ideology sucks. That's go
read a book.
treatise. Yeah, go read a book. But I want to I think it's interesting that all of these right wingers, they think it's okay for the military to be used against.
Yes, they love it.
They think it's okay.
It's that boot leather. It's got that smell, like feces. Wow. And they just want to get closer to it. I constantly think, the wake up MAGA people. It's like you wake up, you got no toilet paper, so you just like wipe with your hand. And then they said, I didn't do that. And their hand smells like shit the whole day. They smell their fingers and they go, oh, no, that didn't happen. Every 10 minutes. Oh, didn't happen.
Every 10 minutes, they're like a goldfish. You know when when a goldfish sees a piece of shit floating and they gobble it and they spit it back out and they put it in their mouth again and they spit it back out and they put it in their mouth again and they like bloop bloop bloop. You see goldfish do that. They see the piece of shit fall, they suck it in, and they spit it back out.
They got no memory, and they were told to eat shit, and they will, and they do.
They just keep spitting it out. They can't remember.
This is insane what we're talking about here. The goal is label anybody and everybody who dissents from the regime as Antifa or as terrorist. And now use not only the ICE budget, which is bigger than most militaries around the world, use ICE to domestically go after people, shoot them, throw them in concentration camps, but now also use the military. He's just admitting it. He's just saying it. So don't say nobody warned you about this, because you were warned about this and you were warned repeatedly. Ken Klippenstein did phenomenal reporting on this thing called NSPM 7. And NSPM 7 is a whole of government mindset change, right? It used to be back in the day, oh, we're fighting the Soviet Union. So all hands on deck in the federal government to take on the Soviet Union. Then during the war on terror, it became terrorism and Al-Qaeda, right? The new directive is dissidents, is liberals and leftists. That's the new memorandum, okay? And under NSPM 7, they are very open about the fact that if you're anti-American, whatever that means, you're going to be targeted. You're going to be spied on. Your rights are going to be taken away. If you're anti-capitalist, if you're anti-Christian, if you're an extremist on migration, which
it's funny because the other thing MAGA doesn't realize, this will be the only thing they're remembered for, is that it's kind of like a John Adams. You know, the only thing we really remember John Adams for is the Alien and Sedition Act. And it kind of sucks because John Adams had a bunch of other shit he did, but all we remember him is for that. I remember there's a scene in the movie John Adams with I forget that guy's name. He was in Spider-Man. I forget. He played the Rhino in Spider-Man. I forget his name. Whatever.
Stelveston goes, why are all of MAGA's heroes pedophiles? Well, okay. So Israel and Epstein got together with Trump down in Texas, and then they got 1,200 girls, and they sold them to their friends, and then they decided to get into politics later on because they were being extorted by Israel.
Yeah, I mean,
that's why there's so many pedophiles there.
I mean, that's
Robert
basically how they got in power, right?
Wexler and Trump and probably like 5 other cabinet members.
I'm thinking about Paul Giamatti. Paul Giamatti plays John Adams, and he says, like, I'm always going to be remembered for the Alien and Sedition Act. And it's true. That's what he's remembered for. The worst thing he ever did as president. Donald Trump's going to be remembered for this shit, how he's killing American citizens in the street. Sweet havoc. I never claimed to be MAGA. I just hate leftist ideology like socialism, communism, woke. Here's the thing, Sweet havoc. Those days are over, man. I don't know who you think socialism and communism and woke, what you hate about them. It doesn't matter.
An imaginary ideology. He doesn't know the word communism or socialism.
No, he doesn't. But the thing, it doesn't really matter. The reason why I say it doesn't matter is because we're entering a time where it's going to be you're either with the National Socialists or you're with the Democratic Socialists. It'll be just like 100 years ago where you have to choose a side. You'll be forced to choose a side between the Nazis and the Social Democrats. That'll be the choice. And so you'll be like, well, you're going to try to inject some kind of nuance, but there won't be any anymore.
But the MAGA plan's so bad that they won't even feed their people. So good luck with that. The Democrats would have like sandwiches, you know.
Yeah, except they won't have anything to eat, and they'll be like, fucking Mexicans.
simply means, you know, you don't want a fucking police state and you don't want to throw people in a detention camp because they've been here for 4 years and they work every day, but they don't have a permit, right? They say if you're an extremist on race, in other words, if you supported Black Lives Matter, if you stand up against police brutality, if you're an extremist on gender, so in other words, if you accept that trans people exist and you think they should get health care, they consider you a terrorist or adjacent to a terrorist and they want to take away your rights. ICE is being used in this way, and now the U.S. military, they're floating using the U.S. military to, quote, fight communism on our shores. Their words, not mine. This is insane. This is insane. So they're very clear about who their enemies are. When will people wake up and realize who your real enemy is? Your enemy, it's the billionaires, it's the fascists, and the warmongers. And you wrap that all up in a pretty little package called MAGA, okay? And they're not playing around, bro. They are not playing around. The difference between us and them is that, yes, I hate them. Yes, I despise them. But at the end of the day, I want them to have healthcare. I want the criminals to go to prison. Don't get it twisted. The war criminals, the billionaire criminals, the MAGA criminals, they all need to go to prison. But if you're a voter, if you're a regular person, I want you to have healthcare. I want you to have education. I want you to have higher wages. I want you to be in a union. I don't want you to have to fucking, slave with every decision your fucking boss makes. Okay? That's the difference, is I might not like you. In fact, I might hate you, but I want you to have a decent life. What MAGA Mike is doing here is letting you know what he thinks of us. No, give me $350
Damn leftists.
$1 billion for the military to crack down on communism here at home. The new Red Scare is here.
Fucking Mexicans.
The new McCarthyism is here. And forget, it's not even just leftists as such. It's also liberals who they will just define as leftists because they see no difference between us, and they're going to throw the fucking book at you.
That's exactly right. You could be like, but I'm not one of them. All these limp-wristed liberals will be like, but I'm not a social democrat. Too late, motherfucker. And all these guys like Sweet Havoc will be, but I'm not MAGA. Too late, buddy. There's no more fence sitting, everybody. If you're on the fence, that means you're bent over the fence, and someone's fucking ass raping you with no lube. You understand? There's no more of this sitting on the fence. It's over. It's done.
They're going to throw the book at you. They want to take away your rights. You know how people in their coalition, like Pete Kegsbrett's pastor, who's out there saying women shouldn't have the right to vote? I mean, this is a sick joke. This is all a sick, disgusting, pathetic joke. But they're letting you know what the plan is. They're letting you know what the goal is. They're letting you know what this money is for. And there's no excuses anymore. You can't hide anymore. Not a single fucking Democrat should give a single vote to anything in their agenda, because everything is going to be used for nefarious purposes. They're admitting it. They're saying the quiet part out loud here. This is the accidentally telling the truth part. Jesus Christ, man. They've never
been quiet about it. I don't know why he's getting all like, they're saying the quiet part, but they've been saying this.
Now they're just leaking stupid shit, so like more constantly.
The reason why it's being leaked more constantly is because they've already said it and nobody did anything. Like, we have multiple books came out. Like, what's going to happen, dude? We had multiple books come after Donald Trump left office the first time. Books came out. There were indictments. There was a conviction. And yet still people were too stupid to see it. And so why wouldn't they just say it out loud now? Why wouldn't they just say, yeah, we're going to come after you with the military? They've already said it. Donald Trump in his first term said he wanted to shoot protesters in the legs.
They need another communist victim to try and sell the narrative, I think.
They need another, I guess.
A rube or, some sort of incident.
Yeah. Sweet Havoc, I hate to tell you, buddy, you don't know what you're talking about, man. And it doesn't matter whether or not you're in the MAGA cult anymore. You're either going to be a MAGger or you're going to be with the social Dems. Those are the options now, man. Those days are over. You can't even be a Democrat anymore. Those days are over. Everybody hates the Democrats. There are no more Republicans. There's MAGA. And there's DSA, just like in 1935.
You could cosplay as an independent.
You could cosplay as an independent, but that just means you're going to be left out in the cold. It won't matter. It won't matter. I'm an independent. Okay, up against the wall. Oh, wait, I'm not one of them.
Oh, shucks.
Up against the wall. Sorry. You're not one of us.
And it's all purposeful. If you don't think it's purposeful, go listen to Stephen Miller talk for 7 seconds and you'll walk away going, oh yeah, this is a plan. They're doing it on purpose.
Of course they're doing it on purpose. You think that everyone who wore a swastika was like die-hard Hitler supporter? Is that what you think?
Stephen Miller tried to declare 2.7 Americans on Social Security dead. The plan was to take ICE and put it in front of the places where they would get Social Security back, have the ICE agents there, and then when they see that face, detain that old person who is no longer receiving Social Security. It was going to literally declare them dead, freeze their bank accounts, and stop sending them Social Security checks.
Because he decided 2.7 million people shouldn't get it.
And then ICE was going to incarcerate them because they were dead, I guess.
Because who cares, right?
Purpose.
Yeah.
They're doing it on purpose. $350 billion to police communism on our shores, fight communism on our shores. And make no mistake about it. Yes, they consider Zoran Mamdani a communist.
Don't you really think this MAGA extreme stuff will soften up after old Trump packs it in? No, I don't think so. Do you think that the Bolsheviks chilled out after they killed Lenin? No, you got Stalinism. It'll change, Kirk. But this tension never ends. This tension will continue until
there's
a
billionaires trying to kill you right now. They
Yeah.
want to live in their bunkers. They want a reason to live in their bunkers.
Yeah, right. They want... Oh, Jesus. Yes.
I think Peter Thiel also was blood doping from his son. He was injecting plasma from his son, and now he's got some sort of medical condition.
No, really? That's crazy.
It's just evil. Like, this is like super villain evil shit going on.
Yeah, like Vance will ramp up his Trump impression and try to keep it going. And Vance will be like a
he's going to get his hands reduced to look more like Trump.
Yeah. I think JD Vance might be more dangerous in a way because he's younger. And he has Peter Thiel. He's savvier when it comes to tech. He might not be as charming, but he's got this down home country. I thrive in. He's got like a
He gave so
subtle
many
southern...
Nazi speeches.
Yeah.
So many this year, last year, just so many Nazi quotes and bullshit.
And also Stephen Miller ain't going anywhere, and Stephen Chung ain't going anywhere. Like,
well, if you get enough Democrats in, we might be able to lock them up because I'm pretty sure they'll flip on each other for less prison time.
maybe if the old man dies, maybe. If the
well,
old man dies, if I'll tell you this, Kirk Wilson, everybody, if the old man dies, maybe you're right, Guy Fawkes, that there'll be some convictions and stuff. Maybe. Because maybe
there's going to be a pardon storm, and you hear JD Vance prepping you for the Nixon thing. So of course, he's going to pardon a shit ton of people if Trump steps down. Well, I wonder, if JD Vance is on full on board for all the Trump pardons that he's planning. I don't know.
Jenna X-Ray Dragon says JD is running from the stench of Trump. He knows Rogan will massage his balls. Ugh. All right, I'm done with Kalinsky. Is he the last one, or is there another one?
I think there's a Mark Maron at the end.
All right, let's do Mark Maron. I like Kalinsky, but
Abdul El Sayed, a communist. Yes, they consider any left-flank Democrats that win, or even centrist Democrats that win, they're communists. And this is all going to be used as a pretext to try to crack down, steal the midterm, steal the 2028 election, militarize against dissent. They've already done it 1,000 times. Trump has a war on free speech in this country, a war against the press, a war against protesters. They've already tried to deport people who made jokes.
I just realized. You see what he's doing? He's got the same earphones as me, but he is putting it under his tie. How is he doing? He's got a different set. He's like doing it. He does it like this, and then he puts it under his tie. Is that what he's doing? I wonder how he puts it under the knot of his tie. Interesting. Does he use I have a little clip. I could clip it to my tie. That looks like shit. I liked it better.
Yeah.
It looks like shit.
It's fine.
All right. Well, next up, he's got I thought he had like a pirate earring, but he doesn't have earrings. That's his headphone. Maybe he does have earrings.
Oh, yeah, it looks like one earring there.
About Charlie Kirk after he died. They've already,
Oh, yeah, it's an earring.
used the power of the state to go after
He's got two earrings.
Anti-genocide, pro-Palestine protesters. They're not messing around, bro. They're not messing around. They mean it. They mean business. When I tell you they're going after dissidents, they're going after people who are actually trying to make a difference in this world, to make this world a better place. I mean it. And what are they doing?
Hold on. Sweet Havoc. Fuck me, man.
Okay, let's explain it again. Israel owns 51% of the media. There is.
Yeah, what are you talking about? The leftist. Are you fucking insane? There's no leftist mainstream media. That's bullshit. That was propaganda fed to you, you psychopath.
The CNN is not leftist. They're
CNN
just
is
something
conservative.
else.
Yes.
Yeah.
What in the hell? So what's the next? A septum ring? I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't even. I don't know. I don't like the idea. Do whatever you want. Like, I'm not judging. If you want septum rings, go ahead. But I don't know.
Pierce my Adam's apple.
I like having. I've always been more of a tattoo guy than a piercing guy, but whatever. Piercings are cool, I guess. I always feel like you're gonna get them caught on something and rip a hole in your head. I don't know.
Thank you. First, I'd like to thank you all, and thank you
This
to the
isn't
committee
Mark
for hearing
Maron.
survivor voices.
Oh,
I'd like to remind you of who you're hearing from today. At this time, can my survivor sisters and family please rise? We
I
may
don't
look like
have
grown
that
adults
one.
when you see us now, but we were children,
Oh.
young girls at the time of our abuse. These are the photos of when our innocence, dreams, and lives were stolen.
I don't think
Please
I
take
gave you
these
that
pictures
one. Did
as
you
you
just
think
hit
of us as your
next
own
and I gave
family,
you this?
Yeah, I just hit
daughters,
next.
nieces, sisters.
Okay.
Now look at our faces and remember.
Okay, so this is the oh yeah, that was the end of your playlist.
Yeah, I finished through.
That's it. That's the show. All right, I'm done. It's been
Alrighty.
it's almost 5 hours. That's the end of the show. Thank you so much, Guy Fawkes, for hanging out with me.
Alrighty, pieces.
Peace out. No, bro, piercings are for why are piercings for women? Piercings, do whatever you want with your body. I don't care. It's fun. If there's a 51st state, it'll likely be Alberta. Alberta? I hardly know. It's all corporate media now. We all have our feet select fearless YouTubers, much more. That's it. That's it. You're absolutely right. There's like independent media is the only thing left. I don't know. W Stream. Thank you, Alan Borst. Don't forget to hit like and subscribe. Appreciate you. BBC is insane. Leftist loons. All right, if you say so. Totally. It's so funny, people. Leftist media. Have you ever heard someone on the BBC say, "Hey, capitalism needs to end"? Call me when that happens. All right, thank you everybody for watching. As a man, I will never pierce my ears. I mean, I never did, but that's because my dad was like a fucking Victorian. My dad would have kicked my ass if I came home with the ears pierced. And I didn't really care as much about that. I don't know. When everybody was doing it in the 90s, I don't know. I thought it was kind of cool, but I didn't really want to do it to myself. A lot of my friends got piercings and people were getting piercings. Vanilla Ice had piercings, you know. Oh my God, I think Johnson like BBC in his mouth. Oh no. Oh no, you're late today. What happened, Jenna X-Ray Dragon? Yeah, it's been 5 hours. It's time to go. Thank you everybody for watching. I appreciate you. I'm gonna pack up. Thank you especially to Lee's, our brand new Sky City Rebel. Thank you. If you want to do a Venmo or Cash App, Venmo and Cash App are both Skyjack Morgan. Please consider it supporting independent media. I will buy Melania coin and coffee with it, and it'll help me fund my move to New Mexico, where I will live as an independent anarchist in the middle of town. Thank you, Andrew Miller. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate you very much for being here. See you at your new house and city, man. It's happening soon. It's happening soon, man. It's happening soon. Go for walks. Yes. I'm going to go pack is what I'm going to do. I'm going to eat and pack. That's what I'm going to do for the rest of the day. I'm probably going to do a members only stream. If you're a member, I will probably do a members only stream later on today for the Sky City Rebels. Sky City Rebels get extra content, extra streams, and extra love in the chat during the Morning Sky Show. Thank you for watching the Morning Sky Show. Let's do a move-in party. I love that. Let's do a move-in party. I love that. I love that idea. Thank you, everybody, for watching the Morning Sky Show. This has been fun. I'm an independent news and culture commentator, free speech and critical thinking advocate. My name is Skyjack Morgan, illegitimate non-carborundum. Don't let the bastards grind you down because I need you. We need each other. The animals need us most of all. And Godspeed, rebels. I'll see you tomorrow. Tomorrow is Friday, which I think we're still doing a Friday show. Okay, we're still doing a Friday show. Sorry, my schedule's weird because of all the shit going on. Thank you, everybody. Love you. Godspeed.
Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Thank you so friggin' much.